Welcome to a battle that has raged on for centuries, to a dispute that is older than me and you. This is the ultimate clash. Transformers have battled all around the universe, but now they are in the land of Dawn. They've chosen 16 teams to help represent them in this battle, and now we've gotten down to the top 8. Tonight we'll watch some of the best teams in all of North America face off against each other, representing either the Decepticons or the Autobots. I am pumped about this. Personally, I'm a Decepticons fan. Private, how about you?
I have to say, kind of like the Decepticons. They always got the cooler weapons, the cooler machines to play with. But I'm really excited about tonight to see the ultimate battle. Lost on Cybertron, but now continues here on Earth. Decepticons versus the Autobots.
Yeah, it should definitely be hype. I know, G, you were saying Bumblebee fan, Camaro fan, right? It's I mean, you know, I think when you're younger, we're all Autobots fans, right? The Camaro, the truck, and as we grow older, you know, I think we just start to move to the dark side a little bit, and I mean, tanks and jets, missiles, things like that. I'm definitely cheering for the Decepticons right now, but it should definitely be an intense battle between a lot of these teams. To those that don't know, it's going to be there's a $2,400 prize pool on the line here. We're going to have several giveaways tonight in between matches, so make sure you stay tuned. I'm definitely excited for it. Also, 156,000 diamonds are going to be dispersed among the top winners of this event. Our first game is going to be Vec Fantasy Main, representing the Decepticons, up against Deuce Knights, representing the Autobots. Private, what do you think about this matchup?
It's going to be interesting. It does add a little bit of flavor that these people, we were talking about it earlier, that you have very specific characters that you need to play. And are you going to be able to meld those characters, the Roger, the X-Borg, the Popol and Koopa, the Granger? How well are you going to be able to meld those? Possibly not characters that are usually in the meta, but how are you gonna be able to meld them into your comps now? Is it going to be based on those 3 characters, the Decepticon skins, the ones with the Decepticon or Autobot skins, or is it going to be the rest of the characters that you pick out there that are going to actually make your compositions? I'm excited. I like seeing something different, especially with the meta and how we've been seeing it unfold. It's nice to see a change, something new thrown into there to shake it all up.
100%.
Force them to change, right? Force them to change. And that's definitely something, you know, when this event was first announced, I saw all these teams hit the drawing board. People were like, well, which side's really better? Do we want to go, you know, Aldos, Popo and Koopa, and Granger with the Decepticons, or do we want to go for the X-Borg, the Johnson, and the... having a mind blank right now, the X-Borg, the Johnson, and the Roger. And I've seen... And I got to see some, you know, we went through 16 teams to 8, and I saw it's honestly a toss-up. I saw some teams from the Decepticons wins. I saw some teams from the Autobots win. I think with the Decepticons, you kind of rely on that late game. You have the Aldos, you have the Starscream, so you want to try to get those stacks up, try to just last out through the initial onslaught of Roger being in your face. And you're seeing a lot of teams try different things. You know, do you put Roger in the jungle? And right, you know, you mentioned meta, and right now it's tank meta. So I mean, it's tough. It's definitely is putting a challenge to these teams. It's making them really hit the drawing board. And they are forced to randomize. They are going to be forced to swap here. Like in next round, VFM may not, if VFM wins here, they may not be Decepticons again. They might be Autobots. So it adds even another layer to it. They have to be prepared for either side of who they're going to be fighting for. So it's definitely a very interesting, and it's just been interesting to see the type of compositions they've been trying to build and the strategies that these teams have been building for this event.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to like who's better at, like, you know, Xborg or Popo, or, you know, like, can you, is the person that's going to be driving Johnson, are they going to be hitting walls? Are they going to be like, do you know how to drive?
I think we're overlooking that Optimus Prime Johnson, that just, you're just fighting out of nowhere, and beep beep, here comes here comes a Johnson barreling through everyone. So that's going to be some exciting matches. I'm actually really interested to see how they go about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely, I think the Johnson can add a very different measure to things. Like you said, Autobots roll out and just come slamming into everybody. So we're going to definitely see some different ideas. It is best of 3 to those that don't know. These teams are ready to go. I'm excited for it. Decepticons versus Autobots. Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to take this. What team would you rather play? To those that don't know, we did limit this to only 3 bans for each team. We felt like the teams were already very limited to what they could pick, of course, you know, being forced to pick 3 heroes. So if we would have let there be 10 bans, it would have been rough for the mages playing. So it is only going to be 3 bans. VFM, Vec Fantasy Main, or Decepticons will be up first right now. I think some popular bands from what we've seen in the beginning, you know, Xavier, some of those powerful mages, Valentina. So definitely kind of up in the air. And what we're going to see right now for the strategies, the Dyroth immediately getting taken out private.
Yeah, probably a pretty smart pick there, especially if you're going to be forcing Xborg into the side lane, because there's not really much that he's going to be able to do against the Dyroth. So we're probably looking at things, because of those forced picks, because of what has to be on the table with the Xborg, the Roger, and the Johnson. You're going to be looking at stuff that they're going to try to take away those things that can kind of pierce that armor, and one of those being Dyroth. And then we do see the Valentina ban on the other side there as well. Still a strong pick. It would probably be a strong pick forever until, I mean, I don't even know what you do to nerf to kind of make her to make Valentina kind of like not as strong, or is not as a good of a pick in the early rounds.
Yes, I think the Dyroth's a good pick. Esmeralda has been a pretty popular pick without the Dyroth around, and it does so, especially for the side of Decepticons, it does really well against, you know, the shield building side of the Autobots. You have this Optimus Prime, you have Bumblebee, all with, you know, possibilities to get shield on themselves. So I think she's definitely been a important pick for a lot of teams. Also, the Xavier still open right now. I'm surprised with the Beatrix ban, because again, this is the thing about this whole strategizing around these teams. You know, the Granger, you know, I mean, I guess the other side doesn't really have many marksman opportunities, but they're going to be forced to put the Roger into the jungle, maybe gold lane. So that's another idea of coming into these bans of, you know, what do they have open right now with the Xavier going into the hands of the Decepticons? It's definitely a great start for them.
Yeah, and on the Beatrix ban too, it is interesting too, because none of the skins or anything are on any magical heroes. It's all on the physical heroes. So you kind of have like basically the entire mage pool open to kind of choose from. And then there, like we were talking about before, that Esmeralda, the very quick pickup by them. And then the Johnson on the side of DK. And that was another thing I was going to wonder about. Like, at what point are you going to be strategically picking up these picks that you have to pick up, early or late? And we do see each team so far has grabbed at least one in the Star Scream Aldous and the Optimus Prime Johnson for the side of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, Starscream has been locked in already, and that's you know, another thing I've been wondering about with these picks is, do you bring your Decepticons all up front, right, and save your off 2 picks for later, or do you have those be your last 3 picks? Because at this point, Vec Fantasy Main, that it's almost good to get those 2 off picks in immediately, because this third ban that comes from the side of Juice Knights doesn't really matter. anymore, because at this point all they're going to do is lock in the rest of their Decepticons to join the battle. And so at this point it's like, oh, we kind of don't really need a ban anymore. We can, but it doesn't really make a difference, right?
Yeah, because they already know what's coming. It comes down to, are you getting the priority pick, or are you waiting to counter something from the from what your enemy has here? And we see a Diggy ban. Probably a good ban too, because a Diggy would probably be very helpful when that Johnson comes crashing in there to go ahead and activate that ult to get his team out of the way. So not a lot can be done if, and like we were talking about, is that Johnson? Hendricks, hopefully. He's got his driver's license, is able to go around without crashing early and be able to nail down the Decepticon side of VFM here.
Yeah, the Decepticons. I mean, I'm wondering, are they gonna put Megatron into the jungle, or it looks like Megatron's gonna be going into the gold lane. Starscream will be jungling, and with that Masha in front of them and the CC that's gonna come from Xavier, I feel like it's a good, a good core. I feel like it's gonna be able to buy time for Starscream to get those stacks up and possibly secure them into this late game, and that's where they want to be at. Looking at the side of the Autobots, on the other hand, they're gonna stick Bumblebee into the jungle. Roger going into gold lane. I think this is the first time I've seen Roger in the gold lane, maybe ever. So we'll see how Grimlock does there, Private.
Well, it's pretty interesting too, because with him going into the gold lane, this ensures that Xborg is going to be in the jungle. He's going to be getting his items faster. He's going to be tankier. So that takes him off of a list of people that Aldous is going to be able to ult onto. And then Roger, with all his dash abilities, his transformation, that's going to be even harder for him to for the Aldous to get onto as well. So you have to wonder who the target is, because Linux is going to be able to ult out of it as well. I think the only real, I mean, you're going to have to get these characters pretty low for Aldous to be able to take advantage of that ult.
Most definitely, but we are jumping into game one of the first series of the Ultimate Clash Mobile Legends and Transformers collaboration event, a tournament like no other we have seen before, and this is Vec Fantasy Main representing the Decepticons up against Deuce Knights representing the Autobots. We are going to see Grimlock up in this gold lane up against Megatron. Let's see if he can outplay them. Both of them not common gold laners at all. Over to the jungle, we are seeing Starscream working on this blue buff right now, and Masha trying to get the invade, forcing Bumblebee to maybe have to use that retribution. Optimus Prime making sure Reckless keeps his distance, but still already seeing a little bit of aggression from the side of Vec Fantasy Main here, Private.
Yeah, and especially with that Masha, with the amount of picks that were left open, we usually do see Masha in like a first round ban. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Deuce Knights can actually go against this, because she can be such a menace in that early game. You can always see her just on top of Johnson right now. Really just no fear from her as she just goes ahead and pops her sprint and escapes.
I mean, that's the point, right? And I think, like I mentioned, it's going to be so helpful to Starscream in this game right now to get those stacks up. Just keep vision on them, because right now the plan of Vec Fantasy Main, at least in my eyes, is buy time. Try not to lose too many towers. Don't fall behind in gold. Buy time. Let Starscream get these stacks up. I'm also wondering how the EXP lane is going to do right here. We do have Soundwave up against Esmeralda.
Whoa.
Does kind of seem to be doing something here, Private.
Yeah, it might be out of the way there. Looks like 0608 going in for an ult and does take down Godburn on that Esmeralda. Unfortunately, looked like Esmeralda was just kind of caught out there in the earlier. And then we have Floor coming in. She does come in trying to get some on Jules Cutie, is able to take down 0608 on that Aldous, and be able to make it a 1-for-1 trade here at the bottom. But right now we have the turtle coming up, and was this a mistake?
Beautiful trade there. Florista able to come in on the Lunox, pick up that kill. And I like the way that Deuce Knights is able to quickly respond on that. Autobots definitely keeping up in this fight, though we are seeing the Decepticons with a slight gold lead. Nothing too major as Reckless continues to harass on this Masha. But the thing is Aldous does take that death. It's going to set him back a little bit, slows him down on these stacks, pushing the end game even deeper for the side of Vec Fantasy Main here. We are seeing Optimus Prime finally get that ultimate. He's going to be driving around this map now in that truck form. farm, ready to cause some mayhem, Private.
Yeah, crashes into a wall. Not sure if that was planned. We do have Godburn trying to make a little bit of an escape here. Is not going to be able to get away. Missed ult there. I'm not sure if Hendrix had a plan there for that wall or what happened there. Like we said, it all depends on the driver's license that these teams have when they're driving that Johnson with that Optimus Prime skin. We do see a little bit of Fleuris going in on the Dawn and is
down.
Yeah, is able to go down there. Reckless trying to put some damage onto Hendrix and Fleur, but just not able to do enough to punish them for that death. So it is a free kill on the side of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, and they are, I mean, game's even right now. We can't really say who's going to take this advantage, but I think it's, in my eyes, as long as the game is even, Decepticons have the lead. We're 3 minutes in right now. We're creeping forward, and like I said, if Starscream can get those stacks up, it is a GG for the Decepticons. The Autobots are on a time limit in all of these games, I feel like, and it just seems like it's usual fashion for a battle like this, but in comes Godburn, Private.
Yeah, trying to get that ult onto 0608, not able to capitalize on it as Dawn is able to put down a decent amount of CC. We do see Reckless here trying to make his escape here. Just so much health on him. Masha's just so silly with the amount of health that she can get and then the damage that she can take. And then we hear Hendrix Laval, Floor not able to get on to catch a ride. Let's see if we can capitalize here. Does miss his little driving there. Jules Cutie able to go ahead and get away. Just interesting matchups all around. We do have a turtle up and looks like they are going to go ahead and try to counter this. Reckless kind of putting his head out there while Dawn waiting in the back. Jules Cutie is going to go ahead and initiate while Reckless is onto Godburn. Reckless kind of going a little deep onto the side here on the Bumblebee here. Fleur is able to flicker. Turtle goes to 0608 here, and they might actually have the Autobots on the run here. Nope, the complete opposite. Actually, they're chasing down the Decepticons here, keeping them away from their red buff, and it does look like they are going to be able to escape. Godburn just kind of throwing a little bit of harassment here. Good capture on the turtle there by
yeah, the Decepticons have made their goal clear. They come in, they steal, they're greedy, they get what they need, they take that turtle, and this is going to keep them in the game. Not a single tower has been taken yet. We are seeing Soundwave having a little bit of trouble with Esmeralda in the bot lane, but he is holding his own. The lane, yes, getting cut, but nothing too major, nothing that Soundwave can't handle, and he has not taken a death yet, so that is also a plus. Now getting some of those stuns in, but nothing too major. But finally, we are seeing the side of Deuce Knights pushing a little bit up in that gold lane. We're seeing
they are trying to go ahead and
get away
push
this tower. Multi-Rose also able to take it, so it looks good for the side of the Autobots. They know that they need, now that this mid-game spike is coming in, they need to make a play now, Private.
Yeah, and the longer this match goes on, we're starting to hit that point where Decepticons and VFM are going to be almost unstoppable here. You see 0608 got lured in just a little there, but decided smartly to disengage. We do see Hendrix goes ahead, comes in onto Dusk, puts a little bit of damage and a CC, but they are not able to get the kill on that as Reckless chases off Hendrix on that Optimus Prime. We do see multi-Rose here.
Being such a wall right now on this Masha. I think he needs to maybe focus on this Roger a bit more. I think they need to do something about Grimlock up in that gold lane, relieve some of that pressure. A little bit of something going down in the bot lane though, Private.
Yeah, we do see Godburn is trying to make a little bit of make a little something happen here. Looks like they are going to go ahead and press onto this tower. You see Hendrix Laval coming here for the flank. A lot of damage going on to Godburn. Comes in there with the ult, and another CC by Optimus is able to take down Jules Cutie, but Reckless comes in and puts a ton of damage onto Godburn and is able to make that a 1-for-1 trade. Is he going to be able to save the tower? He is, but it is a sneeze away from death.
A sneeze.
Yeah, definitely close. We did see something off camera. Starscream able to lock onto Grimlock, send him back to base to get some health back. So maybe we're starting to get to a bit of a turning point where we can start to see Starscream engage a bit more in these fights. We haven't seen him. He's just been farming, which is good. It's what they need to do. They've taken a little bit of damage. They've lost the gold tower. They're about to lose the XP lane tower, but luckily Reckless looking like he did steal a tower in the bot lane, so that is a huge plus for him. A little bit of an engage happen in the mid, but I don't think we're going to get too much out of this. I think, like I said, Decepticons biding time. We're at 7.5 minutes. Gold lead is at only 1,000 gold lead, really. Maybe 1.2k. A little bit of an engage, though, Private.
Yeah, Godbird actually might be in trouble here. A lot of CC coming down for him. We got the little Popel and Koopa does get a stun on there. Will Dawn be able to finish him off? And he is. Oh, and then we have Hendrix Laval might be in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be actually be able to do. Well, I spoke too soon. 1/3 of health down right now. Does activate his passive, and he's going to safely be able to disengage to his to his bush to go ahead and teleport back.
Starscream is definitely starting to hit hard, but I do like where the Autobots are coming from. They're just chipping away tower by tower, tower by tower. They need to keep on doing this, keep up this pace. Here comes Optimus Prime, ready to roll out, ready to roll in, cause a little bit of mayhem. We haven't seen Hendrik Laval land anything too major with Assault, except for hitting a few walls. Maybe he can do something a little better this time. Big engage down in the EXP lane right now, though, Private.
Big engagement here. Reckless going in here trying to stave off this buff steal, but it does look like Deuce Knights are able to get it. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen with that Johnson driving there. I can tell you right now, it can be a little intimidating being inside of that. And you notice how none of the team is going along for the rides. I think there was a discussion beforehand where he's like, guys, I'm not really sure what I'm doing on here. We do see a little bit of engagement here. Fleur goes in. Godburn trying to put some damage on him. And Dusk able to get away. Godburn takes a decent amount of damage. Might be getting caught here. We see Hendrix Love all. Godburn does go down, but the rest of the team is able to safely disengage. Beautiful dawning light by Dawn.
Yeah, beautiful dawning light from Dawn there. Reckless, though, also playing one heck of a game right now. 3-0-1, the star of the Decepticons. What a great pickup for them. And they're doing a good job, but they need to staunch the bleeding a bit more. We're now looking at a 3k gold lead. Lord is up, and I'm wondering if Starscream is really ready to push the limits yet, really ready to make one of those plays that matters where he can get 2 or 3 kills in one of these team fights. Not a high kill game, honestly. Autobot's doing a great job of just playing for the objectives with how many towers are gone. But here we go, Private.
Engagement 0608 comes in there. We do see Lennox with her light ult there. Is able to get out into safety there, but Reckless gets taken out by Multi-Rose. We do see a Dawning Light take down Godburn with the help of Aldous, and they're going to be able to Deuce Knights capture this. They're not, I mean, if they are going to go ahead and counter it, that was not a great decision by VFM to go ahead and try to counter that, Lord, because they were 2v5. Or 2v4 right there.
Oh, big flicker push.
Taken down under the tower. And we do see Aldous coming in onto Rose. He's going to be able to put on enough damage there. 0608 trying to disengage here to the safety of his tower. Is able to get away, but Deuce Knights able to secure that Lord.
Yeah, Bumblebee just stays back, keeps working on the Lord. And right now, Decepticons are not looking too hot. They're definitely falling behind a lot. Starscream just hasn't seemed to have gotten enough stacks yet to really output. Earlier, we just saw him rush into 2 or 3 members and immediately got pushed back. Wasn't able to get a kill. Wasn't able to really do anything major in these team fights with yet. And now, with Lord crashing in, the question is, will Autobots finish the game, Private?
We see that Hendrix Laval did crash down here at the bottom, put a Dusk at about half health. And the Decepticons are able to actually put the damage onto the Lord, but 0608 does pay for it with his life. Reckless actually taking a decent amount of damage here, while the rest of the push here continues. 5 members of Deuce Knights pushing onto this tower. Godburn actually might be in trouble, able to get a shield away, while the rest of the team is able to kind of get a little bit of aggro there from Reckless. Oh, a lot of damage coming out. Dawning Light comes out, takes down Godburn, and I don't even know what you call that. Smiley face and Rose and Fleur able to disengage here, but a great push on the side of Deuce Knights here.
Every time I see Hendrik drive around as Optimus Prime, I get nervous. I'm not gonna lie. He gets so close to these walls, and you know, after the first time of him just running into that wall point blank, You know, I'm nervous for Optimus Prime right now. I'm a little scared of his representative, but he is standing strong. He's leading the Autobots to victory currently as we're speaking. I mean, they hold a very large gold lead. They've secured the First Lord, and at this point, it's hard for me to keep leaning on this Decepticons endgame strat. Yes, we are at 12.5 minutes right now, but it seems like it could still be a while until they're really online and ready for this battle. Dusk having a bit of a tough time. That gold line is 0-1, but I think I need to just see a little bit more. Reckless has been carrying the team. Luckily, Dawn and this Xavier, those dawning lights are starting. We're seeing them be a bit thirsty over here.
Hendrix able to land it. Hendrix does go down, but a big deeps here coming on the side of Deuce Knights here. Multi-Rose is able to take down 0608. Dawning Light does come in, puts Godburn and Fleur, or Happy Face, at half health now as they disengage here. I think the team was just excited that he landed one of the Johnson ults, so they all dove in there. Probably not the wisest strat on a tower, but hey, you got to take them where you get them.
And I gotta give it up. I gotta give it up to Grimlock this game. 4-0-0 in the gold lane up against the Granger. I never thought I'd see a Roger or Grimlock or anything of that nature up in that gold lane doing so well. Is it just because he's a talented player? Is it just because Deuce Knights has the upper hand here? I can't say, but right now, Multi-Rose playing this Grimlock is doing a phenomenal job to boot. So we are going to see them start working on this Lord possibly. I'm wondering, are we going to finally see the contest? Are we going to finally see what I want to see? And I want to see Starscream just dive, fly in there and do some insane damage. But the question is Vec Fantasy main willing to risk it for the biscuit? We are going to ask for a pause here. Wondering exactly what's happens. Maybe they need a quick oil change, Private.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like we were talking about, like the problem comes is what is the target for Starscream slash Aldous there. You've got the rest of the team on Deuce Knights. They just keep on getting tankier. There's nobody who he's just going to be able to one and done in there right now. And then you have Granger, who is building Hunter Strike into Brute Force. I believe he just finished Malefic Roar. So the damage really isn't on the side of the Decepticons except for Dawn on that Xavier. So you're really banking on him, and he is doing a decent amount of damage, but he can't be the only person on there doing damage on the Vec Fantasy main side.
Yeah, they definitely need something a little bit more. I mean, of course, if they really pushed it to the super end game, Aldous can carry solo, but you're asking a lot of the Decepticons right now, and it's definitely not something they need to heavily rely on. And they do have the Xavier, you know, so there are still some possibilities, I would say, for VFM representing the Decepticons right now, but it's not going to be an easy route. And Deuce Knights are playing this textbook perfect for the standings that they are in right now. They didn't push too hard in the beginning. They just chipped away tower. They didn't force any team fights. They played very objective base, and they did a wonderful job at it. Hendrik Lavzala, though, coming in private.
Jules Cutie might be in a little bit of trouble here, is able to disengage here, but this might be the opening that they need to go ahead and get that Lord. You do see that Reckless is in there right in the middle of there as Godburn is trying to escape. Half health. Dawning Light comes in, and Dusk able to capture the kill on him. So now we do see that 0608 is onto Hendrix. Decides wisely to disengage right at the end there, and I think they might actually go for the Lord here to cap that fight.
That was not character for Starscream. He would have gone into that tower. He would have gone in. He would have raised hell. But they are on the Lord now, Private, and I'm wondering, will Team VFM finally secure a major objective here?
Yeah, we're seeing Multi-Rose trying to kite off 3 of them, while Reckless is over here. Just the wall in front of Hendrix and Smiley Face. Lord is taking down the half health. Multi-Rose actually might be in trouble here, taken down to about 20% of health, while the Lord here looks to be a few seconds from going to the side of VFM. A lot of damage coming out. Are we gonna be able to see a retreat here? And it is! Deuce Knight's able to steal it in there while Reckless is able to get the hit kill onto Hendrix Love All. They are trying to make their escape here, are Deuce Knights, but they are getting taken out one by one. Dawning Light comes in and is able to take down Hendrix. Multi-Rose trying to get his escape. Godburn, dyslexic there for a little second there, but we do have the Lord barreling down mid here, trying to push its way, but I do believe that VFM is going to make short work of it.
You know, they call Xavier a savior, and right now, he definitely is. That Dawning Light has come in such clutch so many times. Starscream was able to do a little bit of damage, did end up going down to the Autobots, but Xavier from the back line knew exactly when to use that Dawning Light, and it just bursted so many team members down. A bit more of a fight, though, going on to Multi-Rose here.
Yeah, Multi-Rose not able to get it out of the way there. Happy Face trying to put some damage on, but not able to protect his teammate. We do have Hendrix Love All and Fleur coming in here from the base, but not really going to be able to do anything here. And it does look like this is starting to turn into VFM's favor now. We're starting to hit that late game that they needed, and these fights are starting to turn around.
Yeah, definitely making a slight comeback as we creep into the 17.5-minute mark. Gold lead looking not, 4,000, 5,000. I think it's been around there for a little while now. But at this point, Starscream is probably getting to where he wants to be. I really wish there was a stack counter for spectator mode so I could know exactly like where he's at. But my guess is the damage is looking a bit better. So at this point, does the side of the Autobots keep pushing forward? Do they just play it safe and wait for the next Lord and try to take it there? Because they do have an advantage. They've taken an inhibitor. They're looking very good. They just need maybe one more strong Lord push. So I think that we want to see the Autobots just play it safe. Don't be too aggressive. Try to let the Decepticons write their own death certificate here, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately the problem is coming from the all-in-one, the group engages and disengages there. Godburn will go in, try to get into the back line there to take down Dawn and kind of be left alone there. And then while he's retreating and the rest of the team kind of group up, that's when you start seeing those dawning lights and those lasers from Dawn come out on that Xavier. So they need to find a way to get to that back line without running straight into it.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you can target Grimlock first, right? Try to target Grimlock first. The problem is you try to go onto that Lunox and she hits the light ult. So it is definitely a tough game for Starscream right now, and maybe the Autobots are prepared for that. That's why they pick up this Lunox, but a bit of a engage, still nothing too major, lots of tankiness on both sides. Lord will be coming up in about 2-1 right here, right now. Autobots versus Decepticons, Lord on the field. Will Decepticons make the comeback, or will they fall in game one, Private?
Ooh, a lot of damage going on to Godburn there. And we do see that both teams have gotten into position here. See Grimlock with that Wolf Pounce. A lot of damage coming down here. Godburn coming in there. 0608 does lock on the floor. Is he going to be able to get him? Light ult just came out. Jules Cutie is taken down. Multi-Rose coming in to try to protect. Or to try to put some damage on. Might not be enough here. 2v3 here. Dawn sitting here in the back. Dawning Light comes on, and he's just having the time of his life back here, able to DPS them. You see Godburn goes down. The rest of the team might be in trouble here, taken so low. It's just these tanky fights. If you're ignoring that back line, you're gonna get destroyed.
It's definitely, we're seeing a lot of trouble for Starscream right now, and the damage is almost there, but they either get split up, like right there. They got split up, right? And Starscream able to really heavily impact in the back line. He does take out Florista on the Lunox and is able to make a play, but then Deuce Knight's able to bring everyone back together to whereas Xavier and Dusk are kind of separated from the pack. So it doesn't help Starscream. He needs a little bit of support there to really be able to output some damage, to really be able to make a play. And if Vec Fantasy Main keeps getting split up like this, there's no way that they're going to be able to take this game.
Unfortunately, yeah, it does seem like there is a little bit of a split here. We do know that there are they don't always, these characters or these players don't always play together, but it does look like they're having a little bit of fun here with these whole comps and all. They are It is coming down to the back line, and you do see that the Xavier is able to output enough. He's not really getting caught. He's doing very well with his positioning here, but this is where like a lot of those games can be lost here when you're coming into the core, especially with this Lord barreling down the middle here, and you're gonna force all of these teams to kind of you're gonna force this entire team clash to happen down the mid unless you can sync up these lanes.
Yeah,
and we
it's
do
not
see
gonna be
Lord.
easy. Lord is coming now private. Can the Decepticons survive one last push from the Autobots here?
Yeah, we do see Hendrix Laval coming in with that all reckless, actually taking a little bit low. Dawning Light comes in, not able to do too much damage there. We do see Smiley Face actually getting a decent chunk of his health taken out there. We are able to protect the top tower. It looks like Rose is going down very quickly. Does activate that immortality. A Bumblebee is okay, so we do have a 1-for-1 trade here. Right now, we do see Bumblebee gets that immortality taken out. Dawning Light comes in, helps with Floor, and Bumblebee is on the run. Drive, buddy, drive. He gets taken down as well, and we might have a last push here. I think that they can go ahead and take this with these minions here as long as Godburn isn't able to take out the wave.
Yeah, these are very long death counters. Starscream making the revenge play, able to wipe out several members along with Xavier. This looks bad for the Autobots. Another tower down. They may, like you said, just take this game private.
Yeah, Esmeralda unfortunately tries to protect, but this might be the end. They are pushing. Only thing left is the core. Are they going to be able to put enough damage before the next counter? Oh, it looks like it is. There's nothing that can be done here. And we have game 1 going to VFM on the Decepticons.
I did not expect that. I felt like the deal was sealed. I felt like it was over for the Decepticons, but they were able to rise up, strike back, and strike back hard just when it mattered. Starscream comes online and is able to just burst people down, and that, with the Dawning Light, just made such a huge difference. Look at the hero damage from Xavier right now, 36%.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. And it's so integral that not just to get the Lord, not just to be able to protect the Lord, but you have to sync up the rest of those lanes, especially against a hero like Xavier, because if you're all funneling down into the same lane, he's just gonna sit there and just start firing off those Dawning Lights and all the damage that he can do, and you're basically kind of screwing your own team. When you're all trying to go down that one single lane and not getting the rest of the towers taken care of.
Yeah, definitely. You know what was interesting looking at some of those stats there, right? I'm looking at the side of the Autobots, Deuce Knights, and it was just kind of weird because they had the whole game, but all of them didn't have the greatest stats.
No.
Hendrix on Optimus Prime was like 0 and 10. Esmeralda was like 1 and 11 or something. But like I said, Deuce Knights played a wonderful objective game. You know, they didn't they weren't just smashing, they weren't super flashy, but they definitely were controlling the game for such a long time. I think they just needed to seal the deal maybe one Lord sooner. You know, maybe one team fight a few minutes sooner. They probably could have won that, because you gotta be careful when you're going up against that in the Decepticons. They're waiting for that late game, like I mentioned at the beginning. I think that's going to be the story of this Ultimate Clash tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, the objectives only work for so long until you're in the end game, and then when you get so far to the end of the game, that it's decided by a fight. It's decided by which team gets wiped. It doesn't matter what type of objectives you have. You saw that they still had like 2 or 3 towers up. I mean, it doesn't matter when you've got that long of death counters. The enemy team can just push in after one successful fight. So it is important to make those objectives count, to turn it into something, and then to be able to capitalize at the end.
Most definitely. To those that don't know, to anyone new coming in, we are just in the first series of the Ultimate Clash Tournament, a Mobile Legends and Transformers collaborative event where teams are forced to be on the side of either the Decepticons or the Autobots. And we're just getting started, so make sure you stay tuned in. If you haven't, make sure you share the stream wherever you're watching from: YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. We do have some big giveaways planned for tonight. Not only that, but we have some viewer-based giveaways. So if we can break 5,000 viewers on a combined effort of all 3 streaming platforms, we have some even bigger giveaways that we'll be giving out. We do already have some definite ones that are coming, some future pop quiz questions to test you on your Transformers knowledge, and the people who get those right will be sent codes to win something as well. So make sure you stay tuned and share and like the stream wherever you're watching from. Leave some comments. Let us know who you root for, Autobots or Decepticons. G, what do you think about that game?
The game was it was definitely, it was funny. It was funny. I loved the Optimus Prime. I was really hoping we could have caught Starscream flying, but we only seen him fly a couple times. But overall, man, both teams are like battling it out. I mean, it was like true down to the core of Transformers, you know, Autobots versus Decepticons. So it was a great fight, but I think the teams are ready. So let's hop into game number 2 here.
Yeah, definitely true to it. You couldn't have said it better. Definitely true to its form. Autobots just really prevailing. But I guess, you know, in the world of the Transformers, normally the Autobots, the good guys, always win, right, Private? But tonight, it seems like the bad guys may just reign victorious.
That was because of a dastardly sneak attack by the Decepticons, but the good guys will prevail at some point here tonight. I'm wondering if I was about to say, I'm wondering if that Masha, there's such a menace. Like there really wasn't. She wasn't even doing too much, just runs in there, tanks pretty much all the damage from like maybe 3 players. It was just, it's something that needed to go out of there. I did see a comment that Johnson out of gas in this economy.
Let's not get too political here.
Savage.
Bro.
We did have an oil change halfway through, you know.
Yeah,
we needed a quick pause.
Oh, these guys. So we do see
You
the
know,
typical Valentina ban here coming out. We're gonna see how they manage with the rest of these picks now. G.
I feel like they need to ban Xavier first and foremost.
Yeah.
or Prio him.
Yeah, War Prio him. Exactly. There it is.
Yeah, there's
There
your
it
answer.
is.
I think this being first pick in this draft is super important, like in the way you, like what you're going to let that person have for first pick, you know, because the Esmeralda, even though they lost, the Esmeralda I feel like is going to be crucial. Yes, the Dyroth can be open, and I guess that's always important, but it's even more important because you only have really 2 options. Each team only really has 2 picks, and essentially they're forced to 3 other heroes. So what you let open in this first phase of drafting, what you let the other team get their hands on, is really what changes the game here.
Interesting. We do see that Eve gets picked up here on the side of Deuce Knights. And then we have the typical Esmeralda first pick here. Want to see what we're going to be countering that with, or is it just going to be with the X-Borg?
Yeah, the Esmeralda does come in, and with the Dyroth ban, there's not much. I mean, yes, the X-Borg, I guess, can deal with the Esmeralda, but it's still tough. It still takes a while for him to really be the nuisance to her that he should be.
Yep, and then the typical pickup for the Popol and Ban on the side of VFM, taking up the Decepticons banner here.
Yes. Rise, Soundwave.
Jesus. Dude, I'm ready to see a good driver, you know? Oh!
Okay.
We're going Retribution Johnson? We're pulling out new metas here.
It's not unheard of. It's not something that's completely crazy. Tank meta's in. We are seeing Bumblebee also get snatched up. I think I want to see nice. The thing is you're forcing this Johnson pick, right? So maybe pick something, pick one of those old gimmicky picks that you all see in Epic and in Legend, and bring in some, bring in the Eudora or something like that really just like every time he smashes into someone, it is a kill.
Well, Johnson does scale with magic damage, and so does his ult, which might actually meld well with that jungle emblem, the cursed helmet and ancestral helmet. I guess I don't know, because like his ult, the amount of shield he gets from his passive scales off of how much physical defense that he has. So he doesn't always meld well with physical health. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually work it, or if they're just messing with us and they're just going to pick a normal tank Johnson here. It's interesting, but I mean, this is what we're here for. They're going to be trying different things here right now to see what can work into these comps.
I mean, they could always, instead of like X-Board being side lane, or X-Board could go gold, and they could put like maybe a fighter in the side lane or something like that. You never know. Someone else besides X-Board. You never know. I want to see a Hanzo.
No, just because I just want to see a Hanzo. I mean, it feels like like we could see anything, right?
Instead of an Esmeralda, throw a Hanzo out there,
VFM though, bringing in even more late game potential. Like, listen, it's all or nothing. We already got the Aldos. Let's just bring in the Sicilian too. And if we get past 15 minutes, it's a GG.
Yeah, we're probably going to be looking at something for a little bit of early game here on this side of Deuce Knights here. Because we did see last game, they didn't have the damage to kind of be able to push in until that late game, which then started giving VFM the advantage. Okay. So it looks like this is definitely going to be a Jungle Johnson. With the Rafaela to go ahead and try to give them that added mobility as well. So this gonna be an interesting pick, interesting comp here to see how these things work into each other.
Megatron. I love.
Oh man, I
love the voice acting, and
yes,
the voice acting is crisp.
I was digging the like the intro video, the music that they played. They made this whole, I don't know if you guys saw the banners and posts for it and stuff, but how they got they got these like they got some really big composers and stuff to revive the song and make this new version of it. So I've been jamming out to it personally.
Just on your Spotify playlist.
Yeah, totally. I'm at work with the headphone in, jamming out to Robots in Disguise, man. Just really going in like.
Don't tell your coworkers.
No, it's. All right, so we are jumping into game 2 of the first series of the night. Deuce Knights representing the Autobots up against Vec Fantasy Main on the Decepticons. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit that like button. Let us know who you think is going to win. Decepticons is up 1 game right now. If they can win this, they seal the deal, and Vec Fantasy Main goes into the semifinals. We are going to see Bumblebee down in this EXP lane this time up against Esmeralda. We'll see how it does. Popo, or Soundwave should I say, will be running tank this time. He is going to be putting a little bit of early game pressure, but nothing too major. Once again, I think what we want to see from the side of the Decepticons is play for the late game and try not to lose too much of a gold lead in these early minutes. Private.
Yeah, pretty. I'm actually quite surprised how fast Johnson was able to clean out his jungle and get to that Litho Wanderer. He might not actually, might want to take some notes and maybe bring this out in the normal match. He actually clears his jungle quite quickly. We do see a little bit of engagements going on at mid, but mostly just poking around, kind of letting each other know that they are there.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too major. And last game was a pretty slow start. I think a lot of these games may just be slow starts, though I would like to see some possible, Grimlock in the jungle popping off super early, but it might not be something we see, at least in this matchup. Maybe later on the night. We are seeing Johnson already rotate, like you mentioned, rotating very fast, melting down this crab, checking out on the enemy camp, seeing if he can steal something from them. A lot of pressure coming into Esmeralda. Hendrik Lovzal has picked up this Rafaela, and she just wants to really help Xborg out here, make sure he can get a nice early game advantage, make sure that he has no problems with Jules Cutie on this Esmeralda. You don't want a late farmed Esmeralda, but a little bit of engage onto Reckless here, Private.
Reckless turned on the smoke and got the heck out of there. 0608 coming down here while they're going on the Natura. Fleur might actually be in trouble, but it looks like the rest of VFM is none the wiser to this turtle take on the side of Deuce Knights. Jules Cutie coming up here around the back end, but a Retribution able to secure that for Deuce Knights. Pretty clean, not real much engagements going on here right now. We're still 0-0.
No, I got to give it up to Multi-Rose on this Grimlock in the gold lane. This is the second time we've seen her do so well. Even though they did lose last game, she really makes this Roger gold lane work. Yes, I guess you're going up against a Granger who also isn't much of a gold lane marksman, but still, Multi-Rose always known to do a good job of just playing it safe. It is getting locked up here, though.
Yeah, might be in trouble here trying to turn around, but not able to put any damage on. Does get ganked by 3 of them, and we do see that Popal stun come on to Fleur. Oh man, just a big surprise there. And then Jules Cutie actually goes down here. I guess got caught up here, cutting wave at the back end of Deuce Knights' area here. And kind of very much the start we saw last time, where Deuce Knights were very much in control in the early game. We're just gonna have to see if they can control it. We do see a real world manipulation come down and is able to make short work of Dawn and just kind of hanging out in that ult.
Yeah, I think, VFM had a nice pick on the top up against Grimlock, but wait, another big engage onto the top. This could be
Dusk
bad
might
for
be in
Dusk.
trouble. Is able to dash away there. We see Reckless coming up here to go ahead and provide some support onto this tower. 0608 is locked on, but decides better of actually completing that ult and just gonna go ahead and finish this minion while his team disengages.
Dude, I wanna say something real fast. Like, Soundwave's like dog is so stiff. I don't know if you guys have like just watched it, but it just like literally hovers along. Like, look at him. Like, oh no, he's not actually. He's running now. He has these moments where you look at him. Look how stiff he gets.
I think it's just from this higher view it happens sometimes. I saw earlier when I was looking at some MSC, I saw somebody running Popo, or in some tournament game, I saw someone running Popo and I saw the dog kind of roll like that a little bit. I beat on to Reckless there. As we're talking about him, he gets taken off. It seems like we're really cursing some of these players. I bring up Multi-Rose, Grimlock gets taken out. Now we're talking about Soundwave, he's taken out. Definitely some big fights happening in the Land of Dawn between these Transformers right now, Private.
Yeah, we do see real world manipulation come down onto Dusky. Is he going to be able to go ahead and safely dash away? Hendrik Laval has not given up the chase, but not actually going to be able to make anything happen out of that. Reckless and Dawn are coming in here to try to provide some support so that this tower doesn't get too low. Still a little bit of gold left on that tower, while Deuce Knights are forced to disengage.
Yeah, nice play from both sides still. Deuce Knights holding the lead once again, a bit more than last time, I would say. Definitely doing a little bit of a slightly better job. I think earlier when we saw Grimlock go down in the gold lane, VFM really had a nice start, but in comes Optimus Prime.
Yeah, big boy damage going on to Popal and Koopa there. Eventually is able to take him down, and you've seen this. I know anybody who has played rank has seen that Johnson that refuses to tank and starts building the magic items, and then you realize it after he crashes into you and does heaps of damage to you, and you're like, what was that? And that's exactly what you're seeing here. But this, but now we do see a tower up at top in the favor of Deuce Knights, where they're starting to make their way here, being a little bit more aggressive than they were in the last game, possibly learning that they cannot let this go to a late game.
Yeah, I mean, especially this one. This one's even worse than last time with the Sicilian added to it now. You have two stack-based heroes up against you. Deuce Knights, Autobots need to make the play very quick, and they are. Like you mentioned, they've already taken a tower in the top. They're putting heavy pressure on the map, really controlling things comparative to last game. So if they can keep this up, there's definitely a chance we see this go to game 3. But there's always that looming worry of Decepticons coming back in the late game, and we are seeing a bit of an engage here, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Optimus not able to land that ult, and a little bit wide there. We do see that VFM is going for this turtle here. Ooh, we do have a pause here. Unfortunately,
Oil
right
check.
at the turtle.
Oil check. There's quite a few.
A little bit of an oil check here. We're going to let those Autobots get back into it. Let those Decepticons prepare their weapons for this turtle fight. So
They
the
had to
question
bring
is
out the
private.
microfiber rags, you know. They had to, like, you know, clean off their windshields.
Clean out
you
the
know?
window shields. Yeah, there's a little bit of
They can't
rain
see
in
me right
the
now.
land of dawn right now.
Pit crew going at
Right. Oh, Jesus.
That's a good one. That's a good one. A bunch of little miniature Decepticons are running onto the land of dawn right now to switch them out.
I love
Make
it.
sure they're good to go.
Oof.
But, you know, the question is, right, are we going to see another big late game smash? Like I mentioned after the first game, I felt like the Autobots should have came out on top there. They just didn't seal the deal fast enough. This time it seems like they're making work of the map a little bit quicker. We're only about, what, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. So if they can keep putting this pressure, I feel like Deuce Knights definitely have a chance to win this. They just can't make any big mistakes. And there's no Xavier this time. There's no, like, you know, every time they got grouped up last time, they were just getting smashed by that Dawning Light, and the Lightning Truncheon just echoes onto everyone to add even more damage. So it just made things very hard for them when you're trying to get through those inhibitor tower slots and finish off the base. This time they don't have that. Yes, there's a Sicilian who's still a worry, but I got a feeling that Autobots may just come out on top.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to come down to a big part of this is going to come down to the driving. Like you saw already, he's hit 2 of his ults already on Johnson, and the team was able to capitalize on it. But the moment he misses it and forces his team to kind of like rethink their engagement, that's when VFM was able to take control, and you see that they were able to push them back and then actually get onto this turtle faster. So we're going to see how well that actually plays into it, because like we were saying, like this early game, it's all about pushing and making your waves to kind of secure that mid-game finish, because the later this goes, the more problems you're going to have, possibly more with those sanguine claws and the damage that the Sicilian can do. But it looks like we're about to get right back into it here at this turtle. Will the Autobots be able to prevail here while they
They do not get the steal.
Yeah. Looks like Turtle did go down to VFM here. They are engaging on Hendrix Love. All gets taken down. And unfortunately, not much that can be done. Multi-Rose kind of just banging out here, just wanted to annoy them. A little bit of damage there before disengaging back to the tower. But I don't think that this tower is actually going to be able to make it through this little push here. We do have 4 members of VFM coming up here. Multi-Rose hanging out in this bush here. Yep,
yeah,
just
this is
a
not a good
here.
spot for the side of the Autobots right now. Gold at a dead even standstill. Decepticons feeling strong at the 7.5 minutes mark. Just when we were talking up the Autobots, how they were striking so precisely, they're now hitting the backslide of this match. They need to do something here. Maybe get a little more aggressive on the stop screen, but a big holy baptism, and Ton goes down. So a nice play coming from the Autobots there, but still, they need to do something a little more. I think they really need to maybe focus on Aldos, try to invade, and stop him in his tracks, Private.
Hendrix gets caught again down there, and Fleur not able to help with the support of that real-world manipulation coming down here. I mean, they've got a good plan. If we can line up these ults from I can't even say his name, but if we can line up these ults from Johnson, we do see a mid tower that just went down there. If we can line up these ults from Johnson with a real world manipulation, you're going to have a hard time being able to get out of that on the side of VFM. And we do have a dinosaur riding on Optimus here, trying to look for an opening.
That is all I've ever wanted in my life of casting Mobile Legends. This right here, a dinosaur on a truck driving directly to the land of Dawn. How? I'm good now, but now Hendrick was all dust, missed the whole baptism onto Reckless there.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. Doesn't look like Reckless is actually going to be able to get out of the way here. Jules Cutie trying to provide some type of damage on here, but not doing much here. We do see that Dusk is able to dash out of the way of Rose here, but up at the top, we see that 0608 is going to go ahead and continue on to pushing that lane, and things are getting a little bit more hectic here. We do have a Lord up, so it's going to be we're going to be looking for the first team to go ahead and push their way out and be able to secure this Lord for that just a little bit of early breathing room.
Yeah, and I mean at this point, VFM or the Decepticons have a lot more breathing room than what they had last game. They were really, stuck against the wall the whole time, and this time we're already into very heavy mid game, and they're doing a wonderful job. Almost, you could even say maybe they're ahead right now as this engage does push them up against the Lord Private.
Yeah, we do see a real world manipulation come down there. Did have to disengage there as Jules Cutie was right up into their face. A lot of damage coming down. The Rose is taken down, and this might actually be the wiggle room they needed to go ahead and try to get onto this Lord. We do see Optimus being chased away by Jules Cutie and Reckless, and Dawn actually starting to hit pretty hard now. And this Lord is going to go over to the side of Vec Fantasy main.
That is huge for them. I was worried that they had too much late game with the Sicilian and the Aldos, and that it was going to be very similar to last game. But one thing you don't want to see when you're going up against a team with a composition like the Decepticons have right now is them getting first Lord, is them having a gold laid on you at only 10 minutes. This is a very rough spot for the Autobots, and personally, as a Decepticons fan, I feel good right now, Private.
Well, we still have a little bit of the game left to go. We do see that the Lord is barreling down up at top. I will say one thing for VFM is they are doing a good... little moving in place, little dance and dance. He was moving on Optimus Prime. Yeah, he was. There's the thing is right now. Oh, and does get 0608 here. I'm not sure if this is gonna be enough damage to actually take him down here. Oh, putting the deeps onto Optimus. He's forced to run away, running right into the to the hands of 4 other members of VFM, and he is gonna go down, unfortunately. While the rest of the team
will not roll out tonight.
Definitely
they are getting
not
pushed up against their base, and this is definitely a bad spot for them. Florista probably going to get taken out here, Private.
Oh yeah, big damage coming down on the Florista from that Jules Cutie, and able to go ahead and take down that tower. Just the inhibitor left on the side lanes here. It looks like they're going to go ahead and move their attention onto the mid lane and pick up this blue from the side of Deuce Knights.
We do see at this point, if they can, nothing
a little bit of
major.
engagement there. Jules Cutie coming in there.
Hold themselves open a little bit here. If they can, you mentioned some breathing room. Maybe they can make a play before it gets too late. Maybe they can bait them in, but it just looks like the Decepticons are being so intelligent right now, just being so smart, not trying to overpress. They know that they're winning right now, and they're going to win if the game keeps on moving forward because of the amount of damage they're going to have in another 5 or so minutes. They don't need to press this game. They can play as safe as they want and just chip away at the Autobots piece by piece right now, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's not really much that they do have the squishy members. We do see that Jules Cutie does go in on and might actually be getting away, is able to get safely away, while the rest of the team, Dawn and Reckless, are coming in here to kind of provide that backup while the rest of the team escapes. We do see a stun go on to Reckless, is able to get the stun on him, but not able to make anything more happen there. While the top inhibitor does go down, and does look like we do have a immortality popped. Godburn going down as Jules Cutie gives chase with Reckless and Dawn, but it looks like they might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. We do see real world manipulation come down here, does take down Jules Cutie, and Dawn is trying to get away. Not sure if Hendrix is actually going to be able to make something happen. Is putting on the damage there. We do see Optimus going to go ahead and land that ult and does take down Dawn.
Yeah, that is huge for the side of Autobots, honestly, making a slight comeback there, being able to take out Dawn, being able to take out Jules, taking out some of that front line. This is a point where I think they need to lay down some pressure. Grimlock sitting at 1-2-2, hasn't fallen too far behind, can possibly still make some big plays. The problem is without having that killing spree, it's so hard for Roger to really fully engage. You're never getting any health back when you're getting a kill, so that's what kind of makes it hard for him when you put him in this gold lane. It's what's giving, I think, Multi-Rose such a tough time on this Roger. Now they're starting to give some of the buffs over to Grimlock here, so maybe this makes a difference in some of these upcoming fights. Lord is in the hands of the Decepticons right now, and again, I don't think they're going to play too aggressive. I think they're just going to kind of chip away piece by piece, Private.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to sync up the lanes here, not trying to make any mistakes this time with this Lord push, or the same mistakes that we saw that Deuce Knights made. And we do have only the inhibitor left for the mid and bottom lane. Top is just completely naked. We do see an ult come on here. Real world manipulation comes down with a holy baptism. What a combo! Takes them down so quickly. We do see Jules Cootie coming in here, is able to take down Optimus Prime, and it's all going to come down to this fight, how these people can manage this. And unfortunately, it looks like VFM is going to go ahead and disengage. 3 people taken down there. Just poetry with those 3 ults, those wombo combos coming in there for that engagement.
Yeah. They're gonna need to be careful. Decepticons need to not be too aggressive here. Vec Fantasy main, like I said, don't put yourself in a box. You don't want to get caught up with that last insanity, and then Grimlock just comes in and clean things up. And like you said, they just timed up all of those ultimates so well. The Holy Baptism able to get a big stun on several members. So VFM maybe needs to think about how they're going to approach these final moments pretty carefully. It seems like they're grouping up a lot like what we saw from Deuce Knights last time. And it is tough getting that finish when you have CC, when you have some of these things looming over you, trying to get through that bottleneck of the inhibitor turrets, trying to get that final touch to get to the Nexus and finish the game. It's not something that is always easy, especially up against the Eve. That real manipulation comes out, and it just makes it even harder to engage on the enemy team.
Yeah, it's real interesting. But you know that there's no way they were expecting an Optimus Prime to come from the rear during that engagement. It's just one of those things with having a Johnson on the enemy team. You always got to be wary of where you are. Do you see a little bit of engagement happening down at mid? Just misses Johnson, kind of threading the needle here.
Steal the gold crab there. He just ran over his gold crab. That was nice. I gotta say, he's like, yep, I'm taking this drive-by.
Oh no, he does miss the ult, but the rest of the team is ready to go ahead and engage here. Not sure if this is a wise idea without that CC and the damage that comes along with that ult, but he does get Godbird out of there. Picks him up, he's like, we're gone.
Let's be honest here. I got a feeling that Smiley here is doing a bit of a better job on the Optimus Prime than Hendrik Levsal was. I think it was a nice switch putting that Johnson into the jungle, especially with the current meta, right? It just works. He was able to do some nice early game damage with that jungle emblem on, and now he's just more of that tanky frontline. We're seeing them use that ultimate so well. Lord will go to Multi-Rose there.
That Lord, like, that was so quick, the amount of damage that they were putting onto it.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. I know that VFM was surprised. Oh God, we do see Jules Cutie might be in a little bit of trouble here. A lot of damage coming on there, trying to get away with that sprint, but not able to get out of the way of the real world manipulation and the damage coming from Godburn on that Bumblebee.
Yeah, maybe a little overkill there. The world manipulation came out. Every single ult in the team popped off except for Roger, which his ult doesn't do all that much. Godburn does have the immortality. Will he get away, Private?
Yeah, he's trying to, but not able to. Did pop that immortality, but not able to save him. And it looks like this Lord actually might be a free one. We do see Smiley coming in, hitting. I forgot what the name of the little thing, the little bot on Soundwave is. The little cat, but it actually stood in the way. Actually being pretty smart there to have that in the way of the Johnson. Multi-Rose putting on a lot of damage here. We do have another tower here, almost tied with towers. We just need 2 more on the side of Deuce Knights here. They are trying to put a little bit of damage here. A lot of damage coming on the floor. Able to get away there. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to disengage this. Not very smart to stay there. Oh, Smiley is taken out of that. All Jules Cutie coming in here onto Hendrix Love all, but not able to make much happen here. They're a pretty decent push there by Deuce Knights.
You know, Hendrik Lazal has been doing a wonderful job with these holy baptisms, and it's definitely not an easy skill to make count. It's a very small area of effect, and you really got to know when to use it, when you're going to get as much as you can out of it. And Hendrik Lazal just seems to have that down. Almost every time he uses that holy baptism, it lands, and sometimes it's landing on multiple moments. The patience of him right now in these team fights on when he wants to activate that ultimate is key, and he is doing it very well. We're at 19 minutes now, and Autobot's hanging in there against the damage of that Sicilian. We just saw Dawn burst that Rafaela down to about 25% health in one shot. So we know that the damage is there for the side of the Decepticons. Can Autobots prevail, though, in this fight and turn this into a win?
It's just the scariness. It's like a horror movie while you're sitting in lane and you hear that drive through. as a Smiley here, just making his lanes there, making his ways, looking for an opportunity to go ahead and crash. He's just basically doing a big old figure eight here in the mid lane, waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. And at this point, his ultimate is already re-queued up. The cooldown's already down. So once he crashes, if he needs to, he can get right back into it and make another engage. We are seeing a little bit of something in the mid lane here, Private.
Yeah, it looks like Jules Cutie did try to get on the E, but they were able to go ahead and disengage here. Just like you said, we do have the ult coming back out again, but it does go on to Koopa or Popol. I forgot which one it is. We do see that VFM is going to go ahead and use this opportunity to go ahead and get onto the Lord, but they're not doing too much damage. And I do think that Deuce Knights have realized what's going on, so there is going to be an engagement here. There is going to be a counter for this Lord. Not sure if this is the fight that they wanted. VFM already lost. Nope. We did have a immortality get popped by Reckless, but he does go down shortly after. We do see a real world manipulation come down here. Jules Cutie trying to put enough damage on, but not able to put enough. We do see that 0608 does go down here. Lord might be going over to Deuce Knights as VFM kind of powerless to stop, coming in here with some damage onto Hendrix and Smiley. Lord ticking down very slowly here. They're trying to get it to work here. Jules Cutie comes in with that ult.
Whoa.
We have a retreat. We do, and it looks like Smiley and the rest of Deuce Knights are able to take it down. We do have a little bit of stun come on to VFM. He's in trouble here, looking for it. I don't know if he's gonna be able to land this. Oh, yeah. Just misses to the side. Jules Cutie coming in with an ult. Hendrix Love all is sitting here to try to support. We do see Rose coming up from the top, going to try to probably put some damage on here, but I'm not sure how smart it is to go ahead and chase onto an Esmeralda. And yeah, they're going to go ahead and disengage and accompany this Lord up to mid. It is a 3v5 right now. Looks like Aldous is going to be up pretty soon here, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get more than just this inhibitor tower. We do see a lot of damage coming on to Jules Cutie. Made short work of Reckless, Dusk, and 0608 here, sitting here trying to defend this tour. Real manipulation does come down. 0608 might be in trouble here. Reckless trying to come in and kite a little bit of damage here. This Lord still dangerously close to full health. We do see 0608 does go down along with Dusk, and this is game for the side of Deuce Knights. Autobots prevail.
Roll out.
Autobots do roll out. Autobots do come out on top in game 2. We're going to roll into game 3 after this. It's a 1-1 for both sides. Deuce Knights able to take that game into their hands, which the insane part of that is they were losing throughout most of the mid game and then just able to really come back in that last Lord fight. Multi-Rose on Grimlock right now, I definitely got to say carried that. Really split up VFM and just caused havoc into the back line of Vec Fantasy Main, into the back line of the Decepticons, and the only person that could try to help contest Lord at that point was Jules Cutie, so there was no retry close to the Lord. Multi-Rose really making a huge play in a fight that mattered so much.
Yeah, and just the forethought to have that Johnson in the jungle position to make it was the mental gymnastics that you have to think of what is going on there on the enemy team, sitting there wondering, when is the Johnson going to be crashing in here? Not only do you have to engage, you have to be aware of all of the surroundings, and that mini map is not enough to cover where this Johnson is. He can go so fast when he chooses to accelerate.
Listening for him. Where is he? Where is he?
Aliens when you're inside that little hallway and you just see the monster running through all the different halls. You're like, where is he? But yeah, it made it good. It was a really interesting match to see, especially with the Johnson, because when he did land, there was an immense amount of damage put onto that person who got crashed into, and it was basically GG as soon as he crashed into somebody.
It was nice to actually see Johnson actually go jungle this time. I'm not gonna lie. And then the best thing, like T-Rex said, the T-Rex was on the back of Johnson.
That was it right there. Quick
Dude,
shout out to
was...
all the people watching on TikTok right now. We broke 2,000 viewers earlier, sitting at around 1.7. So thank you guys. Again, if we hit 5,000 viewers all around, that means on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok, we have a big giveaway involved. We do have some more giveaways coming in after this series, so make sure you stay tuned. But I'm pretty sure these teams are ready. This will be the final match of this series. Vec Fantasy Main representing the Decepticons up against Deuce Knights, the Autobots. At this point, I mean, after that second game, I feel like it could go either way. Maybe the problem with Vec Fantasy Main there is they just put too much into their end game with the Sicilian and the Aldos. It just seemed like maybe it was a little bit too much private.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is Deuce Knights kind of covering that hole that they made, that mistake that they made in the first game, where they still had the ability to kind of keep up, but that you need to be able to kind of capitalize. You need to be able to bring that damage as well, and that's what they did with these picks and what they did for the into the second match. They were able to bring damage, able to push towers, and then able to win the team fights instead of just like surviving the team fights and allowing VFM to capitalize toward that late game. And then yeah, taking Xavier off the field. And you do see that Yves does get a ban today right now because of that real world manipulation, which was such a clutch, especially combined with the Johnson ults. There was just way too much damage raining down onto VFM in that second match.
I want to give a huge shout out. Like the Johnson coming from behind multiple times was so clutch. So clutch.
Most definitely. And even the saves, when he saved Bumblebee the one time, he like comes in, crashes in, Bumblebee jumps in the whip, and they just drive off to safety. It was real Transformers fashion right there. You know, real like movie-esque. You really couldn't ask for any more here. The Raphael does get banned out here. I think, Hendrix played a wonderful Raph that game. They kind of gave the side of Deuce Knights a little bit more movement speed, a little bit of heal here and there, made them last against the burst damage of what was VFM at the moment, what was the Decepticons. It really helped them survive. So this time, we're seeing things come down. We're seeing drafts change up. And this is what I was talking about. Meta is kind of out the door when you're forced into picking these Transformers picks. You got to kind of switch things up to what you're normally used to, though. Valentina is let onto the field. We never see this in League. We never see this big tournament. She is like perma banned. So I'm excited to see this up against one of the other most meta mages in the game, Xavier Private. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, and these are the priorities, especially since most of the Transformer skins that the teams have to pick do deal with physical heroes. So the priority does go to these higher damage mages, and two of the most sought after mages being Xavier and Valentina here. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes because we still do have that Dyroth open for the side lane. We're going to see if that becomes a factor here. But I mean, it was pretty much obvious when they weren't banned, you were obviously going to be seeing a Valentina and an Xavier as these first picks here.
I'm excited for it. I think I almost, honestly, when it comes down to those two, I kind of like the Xavier more. I think this is the CC that he applies to the enemy team just becomes so clutch. Not to mention, a rangeless ultimate that can get kills at any moment in the game, steal objectives, things of that nature. He is always valid. Valentina, yes, she is still constantly banned, but I'm just wondering how valid she still is. Reckless bringing in this Lolita.
I feel like it's almost a double-edged sword here, because you do have an Xavier and a Johnson on the enemy team, but you also have to think that these are two ults that Valentina can steal as well, and do just as have just as much as a disruption on your team as you would onto her. That Dawning Light, she's going to be able to do just as much damage as Xavier does, and probably even more damage with the Johnson ult than he can do, and then stun them as well. So it's gonna be interesting too, especially with how hard Valentina scales. And then we do see the typical Granger pickup for the side of a VFM, but this time added along with a Lolita, which will be interesting. Probably a pretty decent counter to try to stand in front of those Xavier abilities.
Yeah, and you just brought, with Valentina being able to steal these ultimates, she has quite the choices. We might just see an Optimus Prime switch over to Decepticons this game, driving around. Not only that, but, it's almost rough picking Xavier into that because you're surrendering over that Dawning Light. And like you mentioned, it's going to be bursty in the hands of Valentina as well. So this could be the game-changing thing for the Decepticons here. Diggy now getting banned out along with Nana. Maybe questionable, but still, I do like the comp from Decepticons right now. It does look pretty solid, but I just can't seem to completely give up on Autobots when they have that Xavier locked in.
The one thing for me is going to be the matchups here. With the first of all, in the mid lane, you're going to have the Valentina versus that Xavier. For 1 point, I do believe that Valentina does beat out an Xavier in 1v1. Also, she does get that ult before he does. And then we're going to be seeing that the Roger here, the Roger does have a good matchup against Dusk, and we've seen this time and time again for this series, is that Multi-Rose has been kind of like been able to hold the line against Dusk and kind of push into it and be pretty dominant in that lane. But it depends on what we're going to be doing here for a roam. I believe that is what Hendrix is going to be playing the roam, so we're going to be going another Jungle Johnson here. They had such success with it in the last match. I don't know, I kind of while I do like the Decepticons comp here a little, that Optimus here and the rest of the Autobots here for Deuce Knights, I'm gonna have to give it to them, especially with how disruptive that ult was for last game. But will Valentina, I feel like Valentina is going to be the person to watch out for here, depending on how dominant she can be with her fluidity into all these different ults. That's going to be the big spot for VFM here.
Yeah, the Decepticons have definitely recruited a nice member to their numbers. This is game 3. Vec Fantasy main representing the Decepticons up against Deuce Knights on the Autobots. And after game 1 and 2, I definitely feel like it could go any way private. I'm wondering if we're going to see the side of the Autobots play very aggressive in the early once again. If we're going to see the side of the Decepticons hold out for the late game. We are seeing a slight change than what we have seen before. We're seeing Starscream go into the EXP lane up against Bumblebee, and we are going to see Megatron take his place in the jungle, ready to cause some mayhem private.
Yeah, pretty interesting here. Haven't seen a Granger jungle. Haven't been a fan of it myself, even though I do love the character. Just the meta right now just doesn't favor him. So we're going to see how well and how fast we can build into those damage items to where he can actually be striking down from afar here. We do see a decent amount of damage coming down onto Dusk here. Godburn actually might be in trouble, is able to safely flicker away. Reckless might be caught out here a little bit. Does try to teleport a little close, a little too far from his tower. Does get caught, and yeah, it looks like just a little bit of damage coming down there. Multi-Rose actually putting on a decent amount of damage, is able to take down Jules Cutie here into the side lane, and first blood, or actually two kills going on to the side of Deuce Knights.
Oh, I mean, this is something I keep on bringing attention to her, and every time she does such a great job. Multi-Rose, it doesn't matter if you put Doesn't matter if you put Megatron in the gold lane. Doesn't matter if you put Soundwave. Multi-Rose is going to handle business on this Grimlock right now. Already getting a kill in the early game. And just like if Roger was in the jungle, you want to feed him. So this is a great start for Deuce Knights right now.
Yeah, we do see a bit of a engagement down here at the bottom. Reckless safely dashes out of the way of that Johnson kind of barreling through the lane. And we do see that 0608 is going to go ahead and start on this turtle. Dawning Light does come in down here. Do see Johnson with an ult. Does land. Is it going to be enough damage to take down 0608? It is. And it looks like this turtle, Reckless, actually in trouble here too. They're going to go ahead and secure that kill and then turn their attention to the turtle.
What a beautiful engage from the side of the Autobots right there. Not to mention the Dawning Light to help start business, and then they just immediately capitalize on that moment. Deuce Knights definitely taking a strong start. 4-0, 3K gold lead at only 3 minutes. I feel like this is how most of the games should have gone. Last game, they fell behind a little bit in the early, but this is a wonderful start for Deuce Knights. As they can keep this up, they can definitely try to seal the deal very quickly here.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of aggression on them, and they have the space for it too, especially with this Matilda. They're able to get in and get out in the early game here and kind of press their advantage here. Look at them just kind of like standing here at the the bottom lane here for VFM, kind of powerless to kind of stop this push here. Would you see a little bit of support coming down here from Dawn? Is it going to be enough? Nope. Looks like they saw it, and they're going to go ahead and kind of like hide and take a little safe spot.
You know, they have picked up this Matilda, and I'm wondering if it's going to make a huge difference, especially maybe for Bumblebee on these engages. A little bit of pressure happening in the XP lane.
Yeah, ult comes down here onto Reckless. Might be in trouble here. You see Optimus coming out there. Luminous Blast does come down onto them and does take down Bumblebee. Sacrificed. And take it down here. Fleur does go ahead and get a stun onto Reckless, and Hendrix Loves All is going to go ahead and get away. Not really sure that Smiley actually wants something. Just kind of taking a cruise through the neighborhood. Does catch himself onto 0608. Lot of damage coming down. Might be rethinking this jungle Granger right about now.
Yeah, and you know, it's definitely a hard spot, but I gotta give it to the side of VFM there. Reckless on that Lolita earlier with that play was beautiful, but it's still just not enough. When only one player is making big plays, you will go down there, because Deuce Knights are playing probably a better game than what we've seen them do in the past two. Really finding their grips on these compositions and handling business, Private.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming on there. We do see that this ult does come on to Dusk, takes him incredibly low. Do see a Dawning Light there. Yeah, Dawning Light does miss just wide. Godburn actually might be in trouble here. A lot of damage coming down from 0608. Dusk is able to safely go ahead and teleport to safety, but the turtle does go to the side of Deuce Knights.
So another turtle for Deuce Knights, doing very, very well right now. I'm wondering if the Decepticons can even come back from this. It's a 3K gold lead. Yes, we saw in the first game they did a wonderful job at Sunshine Balloon. Luckily, no towers have been taken yet. Nothing too major, but they need to be careful. They need to make sure they don't let the Autobots in too early.
Yeah, it could go either way. Right now, we do see a very strong map presence by the side of Deuce Knights and the rest of these Autobots. Godburn actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, taking an immense amount of damage from Dusk, and he might be in trouble. Is able to get to his tower, but the Hendrix is going to come down here with a little bit of support. We do see a lot of damage coming down. Is able to take him down. Circling Eagle does capture onto Dusk. Might be able to be enough to take him down. We do see Optimus coming down here. Oh, he does miss. But Dawn is caught in the middle of it, does go down. Luminous Blast coming down, does catch two members, but it's not going to be enough, as Reckless does have to disengage from that. We do have an ult. Oh, but Dusk thinks twice about going all in on 3 members of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a Luckily, still, the game is at a standstill. But they are finally losing their first tower. Look at multi-rose, though. Grimlock coming into the bottom onto Dust. Reckless able to get the stun to stop that. But they do get a tower into the hands of the Autobots here. So this is a start. We're at the 6-minute mark. This is around the same time they took their first tower last time. Deuce Knights doing about the same amount of presence and pressure, the same amount of map control that we saw in the last game, and that was the game that they won. So I think if they keep up this pace, if they're able to keep this movement, these rotations down, capturing the objectives, they may be able to take this big damage onto Reckless here, Private.
Yeah, Reckless unfortunately went ahead and face-checked the wrong bush. Does get taken down low and does allow Deuce Knights the chance to go ahead and get onto this turtle. Looks like there was a little bit of a counter attempted on the side of VFM, but not enough. We do have Multi-Rose and Optimus here looking for a target, cruising through the road, but he does jump off, gets a... no time, just tuck and roll there. We do see that 0608 might be in trouble here. Just misses wide. We do see a circling eagle goes on to 0608. Is going to be enough to take him down. He does dash. Oh, but still caught by Optimus. Guiding Dawning Light comes down, takes him out with the help of Optimus, and another kill goes on the side of Deuce Knights. They are really pushing this aggression, this early game aggression that they have.
Yeah, that Dawning Light has come into clutch recently. And not only that, but I think it was such a great swap putting Johnson on this jungle, and now he's just causing mayhem, crashing into Reckless. We'll get stunned up here, maybe take a bit too much damage.
Luminous Blast does come out there, but Multi-Rose able to come in and finish off the job there. Jules Cutie trying to disengage, might not be enough, does get the shield from his dog, and is able to counter that tower dive there with a very quick thinking by Jules Cutie here.
Yeah, Juice Cody does do a wonderful job at defending. And we've seen how well Multi-Rose has done on this Grimlock, so to be able to defend the way that Jules is, it's definitely a statement in itself. But is it going to be enough? We need to see the side of Decepticons maybe step it all up a little bit. We're now looking at a 4K gold deficit, 2 towers down. You don't want to let the Autobots roll out so soon. You need to try to hold them at bay a little bit longer, buy a bit more time for Starscream to get these stacks up. I'm wondering how big of a difference it is also having Starscream in this EXP lane, getting targeted right now.
Yeah, I do see Dusk going, trying to escape with that ult. Is taken down to about 1/3 health. Not sure if he's actually going to be enough for him to get away. We do see an ult coming in by Godburn, is able to take him down. Luminous Blast does come down, does cost the immortality. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Godburn able to roll out to safety. Reckless pays with it with his life. And we have a 2-0 in that fight. And they're going to go ahead and jump onto this Lord. Our Deuce Knights.
Yeah, that immortality came in such clutch for Godburn on this Bumblebee right now. I mean, I thought he was a goner. He comes back up, and the rest of the team is able to buy him enough space for him to get out of that fight, and they lose no members. Just when Reckless makes another beautiful Numenon Blast play, it's just not enough to help the team fight. Look at Rose in the mid lane causing some huge damage onto Dawn, but they're able to spawn quickly. Multi-Rose now getting the upper hand.
And Dusk just could not get away. CC after CC, and just when you think you're safe, there comes a Johnson barreling from the back of your jungle, and they're gonna go ahead and press onto this mid tower. VFM trying their best to go ahead and defend, but there are a lot of members here, and this tower is just ticking down. Does look like Deuce Knights are gonna have to go ahead and disengage here. Hendrix Love all might not be enough to save. Is he gonna get a dash there? Dawning Light. Oh, I don't even know whose Dawning Light that was. I'm pretty sure that was Valentina's. Oh, we do see Reckless get taken down from the side, a flank by Godburn, able to surprise them enough. We do see an ult coming out here from all this. He does come in, gets a lot of damage put onto him, and he might be in trouble here. Is not able to make it to his tower. And Deuce Knights and the rest of Autobots just putting on a show here as the Lord is barreling down to this bottom lane onto this inhibitor.
Yeah, this is definitely rough for the Decepticons. I mentioned in the very start of this stream, I'm definitely Decepticons fans, but
Dino Rider.
Autobots are definitely standing tall, and they are prevailing. Johnson and Grimlock doing the right around. The pressure is on for the Decepticons right now as they barrel into their towers. Here comes Johnson, keeping that ever-looming presence. You've been talking about it all night, Private, and it's definitely something that just keeps you on your toes. Multi-Rose, though, coming in with some huge damage, followed up by this last Insanity. Members are dropping down, Private.
Yeah, big ups to Multi-Rose, able to come in with that Lycan Pounce and take out 2 members of the... Oh my God! Snipes down Valentina to seal the deal. Autobots win this match. Deuce Knights move on.
Wow. Autobots roll out.
That is huge. That was that final snipe really just to like rub it in, like, yeah, you're in the base, but
She was midway into the base. She was already getting heals.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, after game 1, I really had this feeling that Vec Fantasy Main were just gonna take game 2 and come back, but Deuce Knights, they take a loss in the very beginning, but they're able to do a beautiful reverse sweep and take the series, making sure that Autobots do not lose any street cred here. Autobots are gonna reign victorious over the Decepticons in pure movie fashion. What a wonderful game. Look at Florista here once again on this Xavier. 37% hero damage, 85% team fight participation. What I gotta also give up to the side of Deuce Knights here is almost 3 of their heroes all sitting at over 60% team fight participation. And then when we look at the side of VFM, they're all kind of on the lower. It seems like they were just split up a lot. And I mentioned that from game 1 to game 2 to game 3, VFM always seemed to not play too tight. They always got caught off, split up in these team fights, you know, discarded across the map, and they just weren't able to pull it together when it mattered. And I think that's what ended up being their downfall here.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that is what has been coming from these compositions here. Granger, Popol, and Koopa, depending on what type of role he is playing, aren't the thickest of heroes to be playing, and especially when playing them in the jungle role, such an integral role right now in this meta, that if he gets taken out, especially quite quickly with the damage that can be output from a jungle Johnson or from Matilda being able to lock him down. It just there's things that you have to consider when you're playing the jungle, and that's kind of why Granger has fallen out of that jungle role. He's too squishy, and he doesn't build up the damage he needs fast enough to be able to do enough, especially against a team that was as tanky as Deuce Knights were.
Yeah, definitely they did a good job. Deuce Knights able to come back, seal the deal. Up next, we do have Team Sexy going against Team First Blood. Now, me and Private have definitely grew a liking to Team First Blood. They are a newer NA team that have come into the league that we host and are doing very well right now. They are a newer team that is entering some events and really proving a name for themselves. Team Sexy, on the other hand, kind of getting their grips back onto reality as they come into this new roster. Team Sexy will be representing the Autobots this game up against the Decepticons, which are First Blood's. Private, do you think we'll see similar to last time, or do you think this time we'll see the Decepticons reign victory?
What we said, Team Sexy is playing the Autobots here. Like we have said before, that Team Sexy is going through a bit of an adjustment period right now, where there's some members coming in and learning and still building up that synergy right now, and then against a team of First Blood who's been quite impressive in the past games that I've cast for. Just it's one, they come in, they look like they're veterans. They look like they've been doing this for years now. So it's going to be interesting to see how Team Sexy can deal with that. And then you have to add in the maybe this Autobots and Decepticons, the heroes that they are forced to play might come into play, especially First Blood. I believe I know that R is a pretty decent marksman. I'm not sure how well his Popol and Koopa is, but that's going to be the thing. We did see with the last series that we had a little problem in the first game with I forgot who it was that was playing Johnson at first, having a little trouble driving. Yeah, Hendrix having a little trouble with that. Yeah, having a little trouble controlling the gas in that wheel. Yeah, but once that went on, once we went ahead and switched that into somebody who could better manage the Johnson, and in the jungle, we saw that it worked out a lot better. So this first game might be a little bit of an adjustment period for both teams to see who they like, who they want to play, and where they want to put them. And then the second game, I expect things to kind of take off, where people are like, all right, now we've seen, let's go ahead and try. We've got something that we're going to go ahead and try here. But man, I'm going to tell you right now, Xavier's still a menace, and I feel like that just needs to be taken off the board. There's so much that he can be doing right now that he's just been a problem for these teams.
Most definitely. Before we get into this next series, though, we do have our first giveaway of the night. So in a second here, you're going to see a code pop up on screen. You're going to go to the link in the description on the YouTube or Facebook page, and make sure you type in that code. We have several possible skins, an event package with the Dark Rose skin, Professor of Hell skin, Glass Blade skin, Space Time Shadow, and several other opportunities for you to win. So make sure you check out the description. It's on the Facebook or YouTube stream. So if you're watching on TikTok, the only way you can be part of these giveaways is by getting to the link in those descriptions, as we can't put a description link in the TikTok because there's no description. So yeah, make sure you tune in on YouTube or Facebook if you want to be part of these giveaways. The code is on screen, all capitals, MLBB Transformers. For your chance to win, you do have to be a North American viewer. There's 200 people that can win this, over 65.8 thousand diamonds involved in this giveaway, so make sure you check it out.
Just gonna need somebody to go ahead and put my code in for me.
Yeah, who's ever logged in on a private's account right now, make sure you hit that code in.
Make sure to know the link is in the description of the YouTube and the Facebook, stream. So if you guys need the link, it is there. Just make sure to input that code.
Do it now. Where do I type the code? Wait a second.
I need T-Rex to roar.
Private in the background, slowly mumbling to himself. Man, how do I get this code in? What's going on here?
How do I get this code in? If only I had hands.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Potatoes don't get to use codes, cause
right. Better
where's your person that does things for you?
Type it
your
in with
little
my
potato.
I saw some questions. I'm pretty sure it's only for NA. I mean, of course, if you're watching from another location, you can always try. I'd give it to you for that. I personally believe that all viewers matter, and yeah. So make sure if you're watching, give it a try. The worst that's gonna happen is you don't get anything from it. But we will have another giveaway. We are creeping. You know, earlier we were on the 2,000 viewer point over all platforms. We're a little bit lacking right now. We're sitting around the 1.2, 1.3 region. Let's make sure we share this stream, like the stream, leave comments, tell your families, get some people to watch, because the more people that watch this, the more giveaways we're going to do. This is how we boost NA. This is how we get more events and get some more money into the system over here. Let's get back to the Caster's S now, because these teams are ready. G. We know you've been doing the production side of things. We know we haven't really got to hear a whole much about you, but how do you feel about these games so far? Do you think the Autobots are going to just reign dominance over this event?
It's down to the core, man. I told you from the very beginning, I am all Autobots. And we've seen that though they get pushed to their limits and they get put behind the line, they're still the good guys and pulling through.
They are. This is
Said
true.
No compositions can compete with plot armor. according to
Plot armor.
G.
That is me to the T. Team Autobots all the way. But let's get this game going. They're ready. The cars are hot. They're gonna truck it along here. So let's get it.
Oh,
Your team is banning.
I'm excited for this. I'm definitely excited for this. It's going to be the side of Team Sexy with first ban, first pick, and they are representing the Autobots, wondering exactly how they're going to start this.
probably an off ban on the side of Team Sexy here. Minotaur, you don't really see him too often in professional play. Does provide a decent amount of CC, especially with that ult with when Minotaur has all those stacks up. Kind of curious as to why they did that. Maybe just trying to off ban because they don't want. There's certain picks that they do want that are priority bans.
All right, so we did actually have some
Caster desk.
technical difficulties, so we're going to jump back to the caster's desk, and we're just going to run through this draft real quick.
And here I am
get
trying
these
to
teams ready to go. I
rationalize
love
these.
how it's like searching for a way to describe this Minnow band. He's like, man, yeah, we got Minnow band up front from Team Sexy. Definitely a crazy band. It must be a hard counter for their composition. Autobots just really don't like giant bull men, from what we
Oh my
hear.
God.
Rex just said, just let him go. Let him keep going.
I was waiting for the
They're a
other
little
to jump in.
sus. A little sus. Definitely a little sus, but hey, it's all right. They're gonna use this opportunity to get an oil check, get a wipe their windshials.
Oh.
A
We can
little
only
bit of
keep using that
pregame.
joke so many times.
And
We
listen.
gotta come up with something new, G.
It's a pre-gamer, like they gotta get it going. They
Flat
gotta get it
tire,
going.
something.
Nah.
I got a question. That's something that we never really touched up on, or that I never really got info on when I watched Transformers as a child. Like,
Jeez.
do they have to change their tires?
I've never seen them change their tires.
Like, don't they get wear and tear, man? Like, I just feel like driving around for 20 plus years. Eventually, you gotta
Their
change your
tires are made out of
Bumblebee.
alien tech. Alien tech
So-
all day, man. It's just infinite life tires.
Microbots, nanobots,
Yep.
nanobot tires. That's the answer.
Yeah, their tires don't wear. Now they're innards. They're innards.
I need some tires like that, G. I need some tires like that. Because I'm tired of spending money on new tires. It's rough.
Listen, you just might have to go to Pluto to find them.
Find Bumblebee, find that Camaro.
Yeah. You never
Man, I wish I
know.
was Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
I'm trying, guys. I got one-liners for days, but
I don't even know if their tires actually really move. It could just be a bunch of like nano little robots that
Nanobots,
just
little legs just
Yeah.
crawling them around. That is a scary sight to think about, honestly.
Maybe that's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe it's not even it's a metal tire,
Just
Like-
little nanobots with their little legs crawling across the streets of LA. That's
who
frightening.
knows?
That is so frightening.
It definitely
Anyways,
could
we are
be.
going to be jumping into this soon. I'm wondering, right recently, I feel like at this point, as we move through this, it's we're really gonna start seeing these mage bands comes out, because essentially, like we've been seeing, it's a mage band and maybe an XP laner. Those have been the picks. Those have been the fills. Those have been the two picks that always come in. So I think, Valentina, Xavier, the Eve. I think that's what those first bands should be focused on. What do you think, Private?
Yeah, well, like we were talking about before, it is the physical damage heroes that have gotten the skin from the Transformers event. So you do have those mages open, all those magic damage heroes open. So that it seems the most logical place to go is to go ahead and start with the bans on people you don't want to see. The two, of course, that come to mind would be the Xavier and the Valentina, but we have seen the Eve get banned now too. She is still a formidable mage in that mid, and just provides so much cohesiveness to a team fight to be able to kind of like block off areas of escape and to rain down damage and slows.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the giveaway link for the TikTok people because I feel bad for them, guys.
Yeah,
I just feel bad
TikTok
for
won't
them.
let you post links.
What?
Yeah, you can't post links in the chat.
I'm so sorry, guys. I tried for you, man. I'm really trying for you. I feel bad, you know. We got all these viewers on TikTok, and but you know what the answer to this could be? You can come over to YouTube and watch there.
Yeah, honestly, you can Google Mobile Legends Bang Bang giveaway code link, and it will come up. I mean, it's it'll come up, and you can enter the codes in there. It's not too hard to find it, because I had to do it. I had to do it for my giveaways just to be able to find that.
So, like the man just said, make sure you just Google giveaway link Mobile Legends Bang Bang giveaway link Bang Bang link Bang.
Jesus.
We are
too many bangs in the link, and it might put
too
you
many
to a different
links.
site.
I drank
So
too
just
many
be
bangs,
careful.
and now we're getting hyped up.
How many bangs? 7, you said?
All right, so we are into the actual band, actual draft now with Team Sexy, aka the Autobots, up first. Are we gonna see Mage picks off?
I mean, we've seen it for quite a while now, so I feel like, yeah. Xavier Valentina, just do it, boys.
I am.
Oh, Julian's getting taken out of there.
I mean, he's a problem.
He is.
I think he
I
can be.
think we got a little T-Rex going crazy in the background.
That's Grimlock.
That's Grimlock.
Grimlock's upstairs right now.
Dude, I'm telling you.
He's hungry.
Roar.
He's hungry right now.
I love it. I love it. I'm excited to see this next game. Like, we've seen some crazy plays by Grimlock, by a lot of these Autobots. It's gonna be absolutely nasty. I want to see some Johnson plays. Dude, I can't wait.
They have been. It has been exciting. And that is what you get from events like this. Is just something different that might not be completely along with the meta. Those Johnson, we get to watch Johnson rolling around. The especially Aldous coming in with those ults. It's just stuff you don't get to see every day, and that you're forced into on these teams, so that they have to kind of think outside the box. It's one thing to deal with a meta that we've all been dealing with for the last, I don't know, 2.5 months now, but then it's another thing when you have certain characters that are adding another dimension to it that you have to pick and you have to make useful out of them. And we've been seeing that here, especially in the first series, where we're seeing these heroes be made useful. Whoever thought, like, I mean, Johnson, like, having a huge effect in those last 2 matches of the last series. And then of course the normal Valentina ban, wondering what the second ban here is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, man, like, Johnson in the jungle in unorthodox team plays, like, is nice. You know, like, he absolutely puts the damage down. And then I think paired with Grimlock, like, it's just you can't stop it. You can't stop it. So I'm interested to see what's going on here. They banned Clint. So
yeah, pretty interesting. I do
know to do that.
Yeah, and that goes ahead and passes into the immediate Xavier pickup for the side of Team Sexy here. So we're gonna see what, and then we have the Eve pickup. We have, I believe, Xavier has been super successful so far in this. So gonna see how First Blood goes ahead and deals with that.
It's because of his Xavier's the savior.
Xavier the savior.
Xavier
with
the
the
savior.
split. I'm telling you.
I mean, he's definitely a carrier, and I think he's definitely a, like, with all your options, you know, like with all you can have right now, it needs to be like you need something, and Xavier has been the answer time and time again so far in the matches I've been seeing.
Your team is picking.
A Kai. Interesting.
Kai pick up for the side of First Blood, who are playing the Decepticons, if I remember correctly. So I mean, they do have space for it. Then you do still have the Aldous Granger and Popol and Koopa. So I'm going to be interested to see how Popol and Koopa and Granger are played here. I'm going to assume Popol and Koopa is going to be the tank for, or the roamer for this team for First Blood.
Hoot hoot.
Oh,
For all
and
you
there's the
black rats,
Diggy.
Diggy is my name.
I think the Diggy will could really be helpful. I mean, you got to think you're going up against or no, they are Autobots. So
they have Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
But it's still against the Akai, right?
Yeah,
Against the Akai.
Yep.
It's the Akai. And you have to worry about the stun from the Popo and Diggy, so it could definitely I mean the Popo and Koopa from the sound wave, I should say. So I think the Diggy could come in clutch. Also, you get the pullback. You have even more CC layered on top of this Xavier and this Johnson. So I even though the Diggy's kind of, you know, out, we don't see it all the time, I think it fits very well here.
Your
I took the first time. I took Minotaur. You guys can explain this, Layla, man.
I mean, they
So
don't have
Layla
anything else to
ban.
ban. An Alucard. they have to pick all of the set characters right now, so it's I mean,
they do. So okay.
I mean, it's troll bans at this point.
Cue the chat people. Oh my god, NA so noob. Layla ban.
Well, you see, the golden
peanut
locks
gallery.
of her.
What is going on here?
I don't know. I got we're a little behind. We're a little behind in the draft right now.
Maybe was just going in ham.
So with the lineup, though, I mean, we have the Akai and the Eve picked up for the side of the Decepticons, and the Xavier and the Diggy. I think that Diggy's gonna really be a lifesaver for the side of the Autobots right now.
Yeah, interesting here. We have another Granger jungle here. Not too sure how well this can work out for, but with the amount of CC that is on the side of First Blood here, if they space out their stuns and their abilities far enough, they could just go ahead and bait out this Diggy's ults. Even if he catches one of the CCs, you're gonna have like 3 or 4 other ones to have to combat with. So we're gonna see how well that works out. But man, you're going up against, like, especially this Xavier, just so, especially with the Diggy being able to I believe it's the reverse time it's called, that puts them back into the center of that ability. That could come in handy, especially for an Xavier with all the damage that he can put on with those with his ults, the Dawning Light and his second ability.
Yeah.
So we are jumping now into the second series of the night. Another story told of Autobots up against Decepticons. This time, Team Sexy will be representing the Autobots up against Team First Blood representing the Decepticons. I'm definitely excited for this match. Not only do we get to see another amazing engage, but I get to see Nicolette on this Xavier, something I don't think I've gotten to see since the hero came out. Nicolette being probably one of the top mages out there, but look at Joy Boy already being aggressive. They have opted to put best player on Bumblebee into the jungle. I'm wondering exactly if they're going to be able to make some early game aggression like what we knew Deuce Knights needed to do.
Yeah, we do see 8's going ahead and disengaging a bit, putting some damage onto that Popol or the Koopa there. Joy Boy actually putting on some damage of his own to Churro, who has to disengage quickly. Just unfortunately, Diggy just is so squishy, especially in the early thralls of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good for I'm wondering, my eyes keep pulling to this EXP lane. They opted to put Johnson down there. So, and this is I think one of the most interesting things about this whole event is we're seeing all these teams take different approaches to the compositions that they're forced into, and we've seen Johnson go from jungle to tank and now to EXP lane. We've seen Aldo. Some teams opt to put Starscream in the jungle. Some teams opt to put him into the XP lane. So it's just been so interesting seeing all the different possibilities, but a lot of damage onto gold there will be taken out from Soundwave Private.
Yeah, unfortunately baited into engaging on the prophecy while Memory was hiding in that bush waiting to gank. And yeah, the rest is history right there, unfortunately for Gold. And we do see that the rest of Team Sexy is going to go ahead and start on this turtle. Not sure if it's something that they want to. We do see Green Tea coming in with an ult. Dawning Light does come in, puts on some damage. Joy Boy taken dangerously low. And I didn't even see who got that turtle. Was it First Blood who was able to get it?
Team Sexy gets it.
Okay, and yeah.
Shield on him.
Oh yeah. So yeah, a good engagement on the side of Team Sexy there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, game's still pretty even. I do like the fact that they're able to secure that Lord. We know Best Player's got a nice retro game, so I don't think it should be too hard for him on this Xborg. He has had some rough games running Xborg in the past that I've seen him in some competitive play, but I got a feeling they're looking good right now. Churro sitting on this Diggy, and you mentioned earlier about trying to bait the ult out. So I think one of the major game plans for a lot of these team fights for Team First Blood is timing those CCs correctly. Don't blow everything right at the beginning of the fight. You know, let maybe a Kai use his ultimate and make sure you save the reeled manipulation, or use the reeled manipulation and then save the Akai ult. They're going to really need to time these things correctly if they want to make sure they prevail in these team fights, because if they use everything at once, Diggy is going to cancel it and it's going to be a hard rollover for the Autobots.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a pickup here in the early game. Joy Boy actually getting taken very low, able to dash away. Did bait out that ult. Guiding Dawning Light does come in and snipe him away with the help of Best Player there, providing a little bit of suppressive fire with that Last Insanity ult.
A good play. Definitely looking great on this Bumblebee jungle right now. Memory, though, trying to come in with steal. Will get caught up here.
Does go down there. Memory actually trying to disengage here. Gold on the chase here. We just see that ult from Diggy come out.
Oh my God.
Another Dawning Light picks off a low hero from the side of First Blood, and they are just having trouble dealing with that guiding light. You have to zigzag at every moment. Nope, doesn't look like R wants any part of it. He's gonna go ahead and run back down to mid lane.
We thought it was cool watching Optimus Prime drive around. We never even got to see Starscream flying through the air like that. That was definitely a solid TV moment there. But those Dawning Lights coming from Nicolette Private.
Yeah, Prophecy actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have to pop his shield, but does get taken down. It's just you are never safe with it, especially in Nicolette, who has just such a map presence and just a control and just the vision that she provides for her team. It's ridiculous, and probably not. You're not going to find a better player on that Xavier right now.
Yeah, she's been doing, and just knowing exactly when to use it. I always love watching people time those Dawning Lights correctly, and Nicolette is definitely showing that she's been practicing.
Another Dawning Light takes down a Kai, and we do have a real world manipulation coming down. Memory is going to go ahead and have to disengage, while the rest of Team Sexy is going to go ahead and start on this turtle. Doesn't really look like there's going to be much of a counter here from First Blood, and they are just having trouble in this early game.
Yeah,
which is what we expected from
the tank for Autobots here. A little bit of an engage in the bottle. On the bottom, might lose this tower, Private.
Yeah, he does. Gold is able to protect it. Does look like they went ahead and changed up the lanes here to kind of go ahead and help out Gold here a little bit. But yeah, he's able to protect that tower. But we do see both members here. I'm going to see if they're actually going to be able to get something off here. Another Dawning Light does come down and put some damage on the R, takes him down to halfway health. And we do see that Lycan Pounce does go on and a bit of damage, but not able to protect his tower. We do see Green Tea coming in, does get the crash, but doesn't actually get the damage on the Memory. But the rest of the team is there to capitalize on it. Joy Boy spinning his way to safety as unfortunately Memory gets taken down.
Yeah, the CC right now from the side of Team Sexy has just been crucial. Diggy, anytime someone tries to escape, Diggy's gonna pull you back in, you know, and it's just so tough. And not to mention, you also have this Johnson driving around, the ever seen threat that could land at any moment, plus the CC from his hammer. I mean, definitely wonderful combinations coming from the side of the Autobots right now, Private.
Yeah, there's just so much you have to watch out for right now, whether it's the Dawning Light or the ult from Johnson or Aldis's ult. I mean, there's so much on the map going on right now. It's like nowhere is safe. You always have to be vigilant. You see Joyboy getting a lot of damage. Last Insanity is popped on him. Joyboy does spin his way to safety. Prophecy's going to go ahead and engage. Is it going to be enough? We do see Green Tea coming in. Oh, just over, and does crash behind them. We do see a Dawning Light comes in, takes memory to about 10% health. Restart is going to go ahead and back up a bit so that she can go ahead and he can go ahead and teleport to safety. A little bit of an engagement coming on here. R is going to go ahead and disengage to his tower, while while this minion is going to be taken care of by Joyboy. Just a lot of back and forth here, and now both teams kind of respecting each other, not really wanting to get into these engagements unless the rest of their team is ready. We do see Restart does have a little bit of problem here. Oh, Dawning Light comes in. Is he going to be protected? He does have the real world manipulation come down. The Churro with that ult is able to help his team get away and helps with best player to go ahead and capture that turtle.
Both teams doing a wonderful job. You mentioned how it's been, they've been pacing this, but also there has been a lot of action. Both teams just doing a wonderful job at disengaging and not losing too much in these team fights. There's been a lot of battles all over the map, but every time, not much is taken. No one really dies. They're able to do some damage, do a little bit of poke, but also not lose anything major. Something that I have to point some eyes to are on this star screen right now, or Aldos, as some would like to say, has not taken a single death yet. He's been working away. He's been building these stacks. We're coming in on the 9-minute mark, and I'm wondering where those stacks are at right now, because that damage is going to start becoming a problem for the Autobots if they don't slow him down, don't get a death or two onto him. He's now rotating up to the top to get even more stacks. Bit of an engage in the middle, though, onto Joyboy.
Ooh, Joyboy. But a Dawning Light gets that sniper. Honestly, if you get low health in this match and you are on the side of First Blood, I'm just going to assume you're going to die. We just might as well pan over to another fight, because Nicolette is going to go ahead and clean that up for sure. Just
no
always
escape.
what I want. Yeah, there's not
The
unless you're
all-seeing eye of
zigzagging and
Nicolette.
rolling.
She's like Sauron, just looking for you, ready to make a move. Yes, that was a Lord of the Rings quote.
Ooh, we do
Seen a
see
bit more here from Acha.
Yeah, R is in a little bit of trouble here. Dawning Light comes in to finish them off. It's just, I don't even know why I started on that. We knew that was going to happen. The great thing about it too is Nicolette isn't just kind of standing there. She's actually around the map, pushing her lane, doing all this stuff, but just has such great map awareness, knows when this stuff is coming. Heck, I mean, I wouldn't even doubt that her team is just like, hey, Nicolette, up here, and then just goes ahead and cleans it up. Yeah,
Over here?
we got
Hey,
one.
Up here. Closing in. We're about to have one. Nicolette, get those weapons out. Prepare for the nuke. We're about to land, and it comes in. They got the walkie-talkies out.
Oh, the walkie-talkies. Listen, this is the age of Transformers. You got better than walkie-talkies.
You know what I mean.
Good job of zoning out First Blood here, and Sexy able to go ahead and take down that Lord. Unfortunately, it does look like Team First Blood is on their back foot here. Are doing a decent amount of damage onto that tower, but Green Tea coming in to go ahead and save the rest of it. Towers are not looking too good for First Blood, but I mean, we're still early in the match. We're going to see how well this works out. And we do expect the Autobots, the teams that has the Autobots, to be able to take on, to be able to do a lot more in the early game. And we do see that the late game has been favoring the Decepticons at First Blood here. So we're going to see how well that can help. It can work, and if they can hold the line until the lateness there. Another Dawning Light just has that on cooldown right now.
Come on, Jet for me.
Yeah, it's just always there.
Jet for me.
We did finally see the side of the Decepticons apply some pressure. You know, they were able to take that mid tower, and there wasn't much the Autobots can do. So maybe we're finally hitting that turning point. But I love the way that the Autobots right now are responding. It's like, fine, we're not going to meet you in the field exactly. We're going to split push. We're going to take towers across the map. We don't want to force this fight as R comes in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, oh man, and then our Dawning Light comes in there. Unfortunately, we do have Churro always ready there with that ult to go ahead and protect his team and help with the disengagement as they retreat to safety. Oh, and then we do see a Lost Insanity does come on, but does miss a little bit of wide. Real world manipulation comes down, does pop that immortality. Is he going to be able to get away? It doesn't look like it. But we do have Green Tea coming in, and he might have lost himself too. But we do have the pushing on the mid tower that also goes down, and we are in trouble. We are only left to the inhibitors for the side of First Blood.
Yeah, definitely some problems. Something that has been an ongoing problem, I feel like, for a lot of the teams playing the Decepticons is, you know, you have this Aldos, and he just wants to ult in. He wants to cause some mayhem. He wants to do something. But the thing is every time he does, he's getting split up from the rest of this team. And I feel like in the state of the current compositions and what we're seeing, he needs a little bit more support with him. So I think what the Decepticons need to do is pick and choose their targets a bit better. Maybe instead of going to the back line, you know, go wherever that Akai is, go wherever the rest of your team is, and cause damage there, and kind of stick more as a unit, kind of use that oob strat, as one would say.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does become a problem. Maybe you could start using that the ult from that Starscream skin on that Aldous as a finisher, rather like the Dawning Light. Once you get somebody low, just let him know, hey, this guy's low. You can go ahead and ult in. Dawning Light does connect onto memory. Does about a good chunk of health. It's just Xavier at this point is just kind of enforcing his will on most of these matches, and namely this one now.
Yeah, now Lord is up. 14 minutes in. Team Sexy holding a strong lead. Nothing too major. Dawning Light's always coming in at the nick of time. It's, you know, we thought Johnson was a looming threat driving around, but right now Nicolette on this Xavier is a looming threat, but she's caught up.
Yeah, he did get caught in there by Joy Boy and Memory, and then we do see Last Insanity does take down Memory, but he actually might be in trouble there. It does get taken out by Prophecy. R coming in onto gold, and we do see that Churro is taken down. That is a 4-for-1 in the side of First Blood, so they are starting to mount their comeback, possibly that late game that we were talking about. Green Tea is not going to be able to stop this push. We're going to have to hope that these cooldowns are enough for the rest of Sexy to kind of get up here. That's a lot of damage. Oh,
and Joy Boy pushes him away.
What a play.
What a I don't know if that was climatic or anticlimactic, honestly. It just happened so fast.
It's interesting.
They were able to come in
and just end it right there.
Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm like, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, they're getting closer. They're going, okay. They're already at the core. Like, I don't think that they're not going to get this, are they? Okay, they just pushed it all the way. All it took was looked like restart, or no, not restart. Nicolette got caught out right at the beginning, and that allowed Memory and Joy Boy to go ahead and capitalize that. And once Nicolette went down, and the rest of the team was trying to kind of clamor in to try to help, they each went down one by one with only Green Tea surviving, and then they quickly realized what they had to do, pushed down the middle, and pretty much sealed the deal for Team Sexy.
Yeah, things just seemed to perfectly line up for them there. They had a wave of minions ready to go. They were able to get the team wipe right at the right spot. Normally, you know, yes, it was pretty late in the game, but the death counters weren't that high. They were like, what, 30 seconds? But everything was just, the stars were aligned for the side of Team First Bloods there, and they got that wipe and capitalized on it immediately. One thing I can say that I think from the side of Team Sexy is maybe focus on that Aldos a bit more in the early game, especially if he's going to be in the XP lane where he's easily gankable. They need to kind of, only one death. They never really got anything onto Aldos throughout the whole game, and he's going to be a major threat as you creep into the late game, as you creep into dangerous territory, one might say. So I think in the next game, if Team Sexy wants to come out on top of this, they need to put a bit more focus on Starscream.
Well, it's for me, it's interesting though, because it's hard to say that was a bad match or that Team Sexy did something wrong. Like you said earlier, the stars aligned. They happened to get 4 players down with a wave coming. And were able to very quickly, like that was they went 3 towers and then a core, like in the matter of like sub 30 seconds. And then you had that Akai to kind of provide that little bit of a bump with his ults to kind of like stave off anybody coming in at the late. But I mean, they were playing up until that span of 15 seconds. Up until then, it was all Team Sexy. So I mean, it's hard to say that they actually did something like that there was a problem with the game plan as much as it was they got caught once, and First Blood was able to capitalize on that like immensely.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Akai play at the end, which I love the fact like they're hammering in, but like we just gotta make sure. We're gonna pin you back into your fountain and just make sure you do not interrupt us destroying your base. So Akai definitely, and it's those little things that I always like to see. It's those little plays. Sometimes when Grok's in the field, the little walls, when Akai's in the field, the way that someone decides to use their ult for a second, it always just. It's fun to watch. It makes me happy to see. But now it's going to be time for game 2. So Team Sexy did a wonderful job that game. You mentioned Private, and I totally agree. I think that game was in their hands, and just the stars aligned, like we said, and there wasn't really anything they could do about that. I guess the only thing you can do is don't let that happen again, right? Don't get a full team wipe whenever the minions are coming towards you. Do we think, though, that Sexy can come out on top in game 2?
Honestly, I think they can, especially if you give Nicolette that freaking Xavier, bro. Xavier is just he's so rewarding to those people with that map awareness who just have that can spot out those low players. And even if Nicolette wasn't able to spot them out, if you're in a team like this and somebody's letting you know, hey, he's low, I wipe my hands of this situation, and then you just have Nicolette going ahead and throwing that dawning light in there. I don't even know. Every single time I saw that the dawning light, it was always picture perfect, on target, didn't miss. There were a few of those ones where I feel like she was kind of like sending out feelers to the to the enemy team, but like every single time yeah, the radar. Dude, every single
radar.
time.
Wow.
I'm killing it tonight, guys.
You're
I'm on fire.
You're a meme, that's for sure.
This should have been my position all along, guys.
But yeah, we do see that that Xavier is going to get taken out since they don't have first pick. Team Sexy is going to wait. Do they have? They do have first pick. So they're going to go ahead and take out the Xavier. Obviously, there's something else that they probably have in mind that they want here. Valentina is still up. So we're going to see what this last ban is. Not anymore.
Team Sexy understands that, like, we're not first pick. We're going to ban these heroes because Xavier is broken right now, and so is Valentina. The only thing I think that deals with Valentina is Xavier. So it's like it's not even worth leaving them both open so that you can get the Valentina pick or something, like they understand it's not even worth that. So I'm glad that we're seeing some smart second pick bans from the side of Team Sexy, because it's something we've been seeing a lot of teams lacking on, I think, like knowing how you need to ban whether you're first or second pick.
Yeah, well, Unfortunately,
Oh.
there's just so much that sorry, unfortunately there is so much that is left open with a lot of these picks, and we do see them going to go ahead and looks like they want to save those open picks for a counter. They want to see what First Blood is going to do before they go ahead and go in with those open picks. So they're going to go ahead and lock down the Exborg Bumblebee and the Roger Grimlock.
Looks like they're saving those, maybe saving those clutch picks for the last two possible counters. And I guess without any big pryos on the map, it's not a terrible idea. They will pick up the Brody here for the gold lane, meaning we're going to see Roger in the jungle with best player this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's well, unfortunately for First Blood, I feel I do like best player's always been very technically sound on these heroes that require it. So this might be a bit of a problem for First Blood if they can't come up with something that can stop that early game. I believe First Blood, yeah, they are Decepticons. Yeah, especially since they are. Yeah, Cyclops fan, obviously.
Interesting.
So meta.
So meta. Listen, are we doing Star Wars next?
Oh, yeah. That one, hey man, Mountain, lay it out for us.
I don't even know if we have enough.
Walker coming in for the kill.
They only need 3 more. It'll be interesting. The Popo, you know, is there always a Popo? Yeah. No.
Looks like they may actually be swapping. Nicolette's going to pick up this Optimus Prime this time, and this is something we've been seeing from the new Team Sexy. We've been seeing some role changes here and there. Nicolette has been falling into this tank role every once in a while, and Churro goes into the mage role. Maybe it's a bit of an agreement. It's like, let's not mage this time, you tank next time. And I'm still wondering if it's going to play to their to something that's good for the team or something that's negative.
Well, I mean, Nicolette has shown that they do specialize in more role than just that mage, and we have at least for the matches that I've cast, I've seen Nicolette handle themselves in a roam. I've seen them with the Franco as well, so they can handle themselves in a roam, and we have seen that this Johnson pick can be just a monster depending on how it's played. So if anybody can play Johnson into something that is intimidating, I would bet that it would be Nicolette. We're just gonna have to see how that driving holds up once we get into the game.
I think she'll be a good driver. She's too underage to drink, so
wow.
I think she should be able to handle it.
T-Rex tonight, man. Sheesh. It's just sus.
We are going to see how things go. This is game 2. We are having Team First Blood up 1 game right now, up against the Autobots. Decepticons are proving they're victorious. But the thing is this is what we saw in the first series of the night. Decepticons won game 1, Autobots with a reverse sweep in pure theatrical fashion. So the question is that what we're going to see again this time, Private?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if they have changed anything as they come into the second one. Like we were saying before, like it does take them a little bit of time to kind of like get adjusted to the heroes that they have to use and how they want to use it. So, and like I said, like Nicolette is no slouch in this roam position. So if anybody knows how to use a Johnson properly, it's gonna be them. Enjoy play, able to flicker out there. I'm not sure if they were just trying to be a little bit harassing there, but there really wasn't a way that they were going to be getting that that over them. We do see Sanguine Claws does come in with a little bit of damage coming out there from restart. Unfortunately, Joy Boy is going to go ahead and give away that first blood to the side of Team Sexy.
And look at Nicolette just knowing immediately, like, all right, we have a slight advantage. I'm going to play aggressive now. I'm going to invade. I'm going to try to slow down memory as much as possible. And this is something, even though Team Sexy has gone under some new roster changes, it's something that I still am glad we're seeing from them. You know, we talk about it all the time, me and you, Private, and G along with it. When a good team smells blood in the water, they capitalize on it. And just that, it doesn't seem like a lot coming into that red buff jungle right there, but any amount of slowing down the enemy team matters. These games go quick sometimes. They're games of seconds and minutes, so every little bit counts.
Ooh, a stun coming down here on the Prophecy. Actually might be in trouble. Is able to use the shield from their ability to go ahead and get away. Nicolette actually getting in trouble there, trying to teleport a little close to base. We do see Joyboy coming in with a Jeet Kune Do. Is he going to be able to connect there, put some damage down, and Nicolette able to sprint to safety.
Wow.
Yeah, that was definitely a close call. Luckily, Joybo did not have that Way of the Dragon just yet, so he wasn't able to really seal the deal, but we're already seeing some aggression come from them.
Oh, best player got caught with the Sanguine Claws, thinking they're a little stronger than they were. Memory's going to be going down as well. Oh, man, just a lot of good, nice give and take here and answering, especially when they get the kills. Not letting these kills be unanswered or unspoken for.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action down in the gold lane, but once again, are just chilling up in the XP lane quite peacefully. It could be a problem. I really feel like this could be an issue for the side of the Autobots. They need to make sure they get Megatron off the map at least once or twice. Don't let him build up. One thing I am seeing that's similar to something we saw earlier, we're seeing the Sicilian on the side of the Decepticons once again. So heavy endgame, heavy endgame for them. The thing is, will they be able to do something in the late game if Team Sexy does not let it happen? Because right now Team Sexy is coming in hot.
Yeah, they're pushing. They're doing what they need to as that with that early game that they get with those players from the Autobots. So they need to keep that early game. They need to come in hot and they need to keep on the pressure to and hopefully maintain it. We do see Joyboy does connect onto Nicolette, is able to separate them and get the kill, separating them from the rest of their team. R actually might be in trouble here. Green Tea and Best Player able to make short work of him, and a lot of damage going onto that tower there. So both teams actually getting kills for each other here. 2 and 3 we're sitting at in favor of Team Sexy.
Yeah, very similar to last game. Team Sexy holding a strong lead in the early spot. Oh,
Wow.
That was
like
close.
threading the needle right there. Jeez.
It really was. But look at Joyboy onto Nicolette Private.
Yeah, I do see that does get separated again. Joyboy does go down this time, while Nicolette's passive is able to protect him. Gold actually in trouble here, does go down at the hands of Prophecy. Nicolette running for safety. Oh, a little bit of damage there, but it's not going to be enough to go ahead and take her down. She is going to go ahead and teleport to safety. And then we have the fight up here at top. R and Green Tea. Oh, looks like a little bit of damage here. Green Tea thinks twice about going in there, but actually R actually might be in trouble. It's
just do it. Just do it. Just take the death. Kill him.
Oh God!
Destroy Megatron.
You're not allowed to let those go.
Bumblebee would have sacrificed his life to take out Megatron. They're not staying in character, Private.
Oh God. Sure, actually might be walking into a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, it does. It doesn't look like Joyboy had his ult up there. Or Churro might have been in a little bit of trouble there. It does look like Team Sexy is going to go ahead and jump onto this turtle. Not really sure that that First Blood actually has something that can counter it. Joyboy in a little bit of trouble here. For Restart trying to put some damage down to suppress a fire, but it's not going to be enough. This turtle's going to be going over to the side of Team Sexy. Another dominating early game performance, and we're just going to see if Team Sexy can hold on to this as we start moving on to mid game. Ooh, a lot of damage on the gold.
It's definitely going to be careful.
Memory. Ooh! Oh, Flicker does not save him. Churro coming down with the feathered airstrike, while Memory's taking some damage from Best Player. We do see that Joyboy comes in, does able to separate onto Best Player. Might be in trouble. He does go down, unfortunately. And yeah, just bit off a little bit more than he wanted there. Got separated and then taken down quite quickly.
Yeah, they're just back and forth right now. 5-5 on the board. A very small gold lead into the hands of the Autobots here. Both teams always seem to come in at the nick of time. You know, game one, I was talking about the ability of these teams to engage and disengage and get out of team fights without dying and make sure they're making trades when they do lose someone. And that is exactly what both teams are doing. A bit more of a fight back down to the gold lane as always.
Yeah, Nicolette trying to come in there for the support of gold here. We do see Joyboy coming in, gonna separate Nicolette. There's gonna be a lot of damage put on that. I miss Nicolette's passive, gonna be enough. We do see Nicolette goes down. Gold might be next there, but the feathered airstrike from Churro able to distance the rest of First Blood from going in on that tower. When we do see R, looks like a little bit just kind of biding his time, like you were saying, just trying to get these minions, get his stacks up, not really trying to push the lane, just gonna go ahead and ignore Xborg and go for these minions.
You know, Churro on this Farza just locked in that Lightning Chargeon, already been doing some insane burst damage in some of these fights, always coming in at the nick of time, using those wing by wings to position, and then using that feathered airstrike to either help her team get away or steal a kill, really showing the prominence on Farza right now. I gotta give it up to him. 1, 0, and 2 items, whole core set essentially already locked in and ready to cause some havoc, but a little bit of a fight down in the gold lane.
Yeah, we do see Torn Apart Memories coming down and does take out Joyboy, and I have to say, Joyboy coming in looking for that ult, and you did see that that best player was able to Lycan Pounce out of it right at the moment, which is what set up the rest of the players to go ahead and take advantage of that. That was actually just beautiful kill onto Joyboy there. And we do see that the final Lord does go onto the side of First Blood. Oh, Memory taken down. I don't know, was he riding on Nicolette there with that Johnson? Oh, we do see Joyboy going a little deep there into a 1v3. Not sure if that's what they want. You see Ari hiding in the bush there, but not really going to be able to do anything to a Nicolette who is kind of running through and going back to the mid here. And we are just starting to see the towers go down here. Restart gets taken down as well by best player, and we are starting to see this slip more and more into Team Sexy's favor here.
Okay, so all the Autobots need to do right now is not get team wiped with the wave of minions coming towards you. You got a strong map present. You've taken 2 towers. You've gotten a nice goal lead, 3K. We're 9 minutes in, but you do need to seal the deal soon. You still have R on this star screen building stacks. Matcha doing that last insanity, not quite able to get a finish, but they are continuing to apply pressure.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure going on here, and Joyboy is just being a complete menace. R actually might be in trouble here. Might want to start looking at an exit plan for this for the amount of damage that is coming in here. Oh, but it's not going to be able to do it there. Does get taken down by best player, and unfortunately, they're taking this lead and they are running with it now, expanding their lead to about a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, it's huge, and they're just eating up at these towers, moving to the bottom here, Private.
Oh, Restart actually might be in trouble here. We do see best player coming on there. Festive airstrike does come down. Memory does go down for his efforts. Joyboy powerless to stop. It looks like he's going to try to separate Churro, but does not get the kick in the direction that he wants it. Prompts he's coming in with a stun onto it. Is able to take away Churro, and we do see Green Tea going dangerously low. Does pop that immortality. Nicolette is going to go ahead and try to disengage there. See that last insanity coming down on the Prophecy. Is able to take him down. Joyboy coming in here onto Green Tea. Is he going to be able to capitalize? He is, but not going to go ahead and try to get on the Nicolette. Going back to the safety of his tower, going to go ahead and take out these minions before they can put any more damage onto it. Just Joyboy and just both teams just answering back and forth here right now.
Yeah, you know, Joyboy's made a few weird plays, maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew, but you can just tell he has a lot of confidence on this Cho right now. He's able to make plays, move in, bob and weave in and out, and like we just saw, able to get a kill onto Matcha and then escape unscathed. So I like the fact that we're seeing on someone he's comfortable with, making plays when he needs to. If he can keep doing that, keep on buying more time, there's definitely a chance for the Decepticons to come out on top in this game.
Yeah, and it looks like First Blood has eked their way to within a 2K gold lead from what was about 4 or 5K. So we do see Joyboy coming in on to putting some damage on the Nicolette, thinking twice about trying that ult. And we do see the Litho Wanderer picked up by Green Tea. And we're going to go ahead and start on this Lord as Nicolette's going to go ahead and drive her way to go ahead and start zoning out here. She does crash, though. So we're kind of waiting to see what the rest of First Blood is going to get. Oh, here, Sanguine Claws does connect on there. there. They're going to go ahead and try to engage onto restart, but it might be a mistake. Nicolette goes down there, and we do see Prophecy going down as well. Memory taken down Joy Boy as well, and it looks like First Blood might be in trouble as a 3-for-1 trade here. Oh, but restart taken down by Best Player as well. That is almost a full team wipe. We do have all this coming in and locking onto gold. Or where do we go?
We flew away.
We flew away.
A good try from Starscream there, trying to come in and clean things up. They do thin out the playing field a little bit. They take out 3 members, but overall, the Autobots are able to take that Lord. 12 minutes in, Team Sexy continues to remain dominant. For a second, I really thought that Team First Blood was going to be able to steal that Lord. I love the split push that came from Starscream in that top lane, able to take another tower. This is definitely not the end, but they're going to need to be careful of gold in this Brody. We saw him just completely decimate 3 members of Team First Blood with 1 first skill and a torn apart memories. So they're going to need to watch out for that, watch how they group up, and make sure they take these team fights correctly.
Yeah, it's and we do see a little bit of hesitation there. It seems like Sexy isn't trying to push their lead here. The Best Player might be caught out here and a little bit of trouble here. Does get kicked out. Is going to get a little bit of damage. It looks like he actually might be in trouble here unless Nicolette can answer. Oh my God, Best Player trying his best. Feather Airstrike comes down, but is just a little bit too late, and down goes Best Player on that Roger.
You know,
Called Joy Boy's bluff in that bush. There wasn't even. I don't even know what you could have done.
I'm wondering if Nicolette should have engaged there or not. I think her patience was actually key. I think she knew, like, all right, like, Best Player's done for. If I go in against 4 of them, I'll probably be taken out. And a lot of people may disagree with that play. And even there, not engaging on a Joy Boy, Nicolette made the last decision. Like,
a lot of damage and torn apart memories is able to finish off Joy Boy. Just a lot of damage with that feathered airstrike and torn apart memories right now. It is. If you get caught by the feathered airstrike, the amount of stacks that gold is able to get onto this on with this Brody. We do have Best Player trying to go in on the R. R is going to go ahead and ult away, going on to just going to go ahead and get himself to safety now. Nicolette goes ahead and cruises through, taking the little scenic view while the team reestablishes itself on the map. Yeah.
You in the mountains.
Definitely. I mean, so looking at the game right now, it's 4K gold, 3K gold lead at this point, 3 or 4K. Lord is going to be up in about 25 seconds. I would not count Team First Blood out, especially after last game. They were able to make a huge play, team wipe, finish the game. So Team Sexy still needs to be on their P's and Q's during this. They need to make sure they're playing this smart. They need to make sure they're playing this like it's a textbook, just to the T, trying to come through, play it safe, control your victory. The thing is we are creeping in the late game. 47K gold on one side, 50K gold on the other side, another 10K, and everyone is maxed out on their items. So they need to maybe wrap this up with this Lord. If they creep along any farther, Sicilian and Starscream are going to be causing too much damage for them to deal with, Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did see that Restart got caught there, or was a Restart? It was Memory who got caught there by a feathered airstrike, got taken low, and then you saw that Team Sexy knew that he was going to have to back, so they immediately used that opportunity to go ahead and push away from the push the enemy away from the Lord. R is going to be trying to disengage here. I wonder if he's actually going to go ahead and try to finish this. Nope. That's been the story of all this. Yeah, just an escape tactic here. Joy Boy actually in a little bit of trouble here. Not going to be able to, is able to Jeet Kune do away. We do see that Best Player goes down to the Popol and Koopa there. But we do have a Luminous Lord. It is barreling its way down to the bottom lane here. And wondering if there can be a good defense here mounted. And I think they can, especially with a Sicilian here. You've got a lot of very quick wave clear that can happen here. So this is where it's really going to count. Now that you've taken the mid and the early game here, can you continue that? We do see that Joe goes ahead and stops the car. Nicolette there. The Lord crashing here at the bottom. Feathered Airstrike comes down, but Churro goes ahead and thinks twice of it, especially with that Sicilian there. And then we have the mid lane here crashing, but we don't have the lanes synced up that you would want to with this push. There's not really much going to be made of this.
Yeah, I mean, they really put a thorn in the side of Team Sexy when they took best player off the map during that Lord push. It gave them they already have a nice Lord clear, but now Team Sexy is down a member during this push. I think it was just good that they were even able to take that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So they at least get something out of it. Not exactly what they want, but this is what I mean to where they need to be methodical in their attacks. They need to really think these through, because one wrong mistake from the Autobots here, and you're going to get cleaned up from restart on the Sicilian. You're going to get cleaned up from R. You can tell that Team First Blood is just waiting. They're waiting for their moment to make a play and turn the game into their hands. Look at that burst damage from restart right now. Joy Boy with the way of the Dragon Private.
Yeah, he does come on there, and we do see that best player is actually in trouble here. Gets down really low, but does pop the immortality onto him. But Ari does go down. Joy Boy actually going to come in here, kind of try to clean up this green tea. Does pop that immortality. The rest of the Team Sexy is trying to engage as for Team First Blood have to disengage again. Unfortunately, just a kill on the side of Team First Blood, as R kind of bit off a little bit more than you could chew. Even with the amount of stacks that he has right now, just not able to kind of like take advantage of that ult from Aldous.
Yeah, I mean, Matcha's doing a wonderful job on Xborg right now, zoning out Restart. Even what we just saw, Restart wasn't really able to help out in that fight close to the Lord Pit. He got pushed back from Matcha and just couldn't do anything about it. Joy Boy now all alone, getting a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, he unfortunately he wanted to go ahead and stop that ult from Nicolette, so he kind of dove in there and then dealt with the consequences of it, but was able to safely disengage there. We do have a feathered airstrike coming down, does take Restart down to half health. He does still have that immortality there for himself there, and you do see Joy Boy sitting here waiting for his time to strike. Looks like the rest of the team is out of position there. Joy Boy does come out. We do see this Lord is getting down to half health, but the rest of the team is not really ready to go ahead and counter this. We do have Aldous up at the top, split pushing. Restart comes in with pops off his ult. We do see some damage comes down. No, best player is able to secure it with his retry game is strong, and we see the rest of the team going ahead and returning home to go ahead and stop R from the solo push. Actually got a lot of damage down onto that, was able to push down the tower and put a decent amount of damage onto that inhibitor, but at the cost of yeah, I'm a little questionable. I like the split push from this Aldos, but I'm just starting to question it. But look at this damage onto Gold, forcing him back. Lord still coming. And, you know, how long are you going to keep on pushing the split push? Because now you have a huge Lord coming in. Gold is taken out here, Private. Yeah.
Can they defend this push?
They should. I do think that they should be able to get this push as long. Oh, Prophecy actually might be in trouble here. We do see Churro able to wings by wings away. Does look like Ari actually might be in trouble here. Best player goes down. That might be the reprieve that they are looking for. Still a bunch of damage on the side of First Plus. Nicolette sitting here with the Lord. So they are going to shut down this Lord before it gets to the tower there. A lot of sanguine claws there. Does bring them closer. Green Tea's going to go ahead and disengage. We do still have Churro there to go ahead and go with the slowdown. Prophecy kind of giving chase, but not able to chase them down. Nicolette's going to go ahead and drive away while Churro teleports, and I believe, Green Tea's going to go ahead and teleport home too. So they are doing well in these fights, but it just seems like they're too far ahead. We're starting to even out as far as items now, because there's only you can only get 6 items, so the teams are starting to even out. There's only so much that you can do here at the end game when it's going to come down to how you engage.
Yeah, but the thing is everyone's maxed out items, but you know who's going to keep on getting stronger? Restart on the Sicilian. You know, Aldos on, or are on this Aldos. And yes, we haven't really seen any huge plays from Starscream yet, but at 20 minutes now, I think we're going to start seeing something. It's definitely going to be tough for the side of Autobots to continue on their dominance. A big pick onto Matcha Green Tea.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of there. He does going to be able to pop that immortality. We do see that the feather airstrike does come down. Masha is able to get away to safety. So, man, there's so much that you're trying to do here, and those players that are kind of reaching out there do have that immortality. So it does create that, like, I mean, you can go in there, you pop the immortality, but you really haven't kind of gained any space or any ground yet on this on these engagements.
Yeah, Farza seems to really be the problem, honestly. Churro, anytime that they want to engage, Churro is ready with that feathered airstrike, and everyone just kind of stops in their tracks like, oh, I guess we can't do this now, you know, and they're just not able to finish it. And the immortality helps Nicolette come back, helps Matcha Green Tea come back, and the feathered airstrike just helps extend that team fight to where the side of the Decepticons can't really make the play that they want to. Churro just doing such a wonderful job. I mentioned in the beginning, and now mentioning again 20 minutes later, 4-4-10, the man is definitely carrying his team this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like, even especially end game with all her items, what, as far as his ult is like, what, 17 seconds? So like, I mean, she's gonna keep on being able to siege them in. We do see Joy Boy putting a little decent amount of damage. Nicolette actually might be caught out here. Passive is activated, does still have the immortality. Joy Boy, it looks like they're gonna go ahead and trade immortalities here. Joy Boy trying to get out of the way. Feather airstrike does come down. Both teams not really gaining an inch. R is making the great escape. It does pop that ultimate to go ahead and get away. And honestly, I don't really think any team came out on top of that. It's just even. Both teams just kind of just. Yeah.
They popped all their immortalities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to see. You know, we're late in the game. We got some big tanky boys on the side of Team Sexy, but also some heavy damage on the side of Team First Blood. With this Lord up, I have a feeling that Team First Blood really has to fight for this. They cannot just let this one go into the hands of Team Sexy because it could be bad. R continue to split push in a bad situation here.
Yeah, actually going to go ahead and get taken down, but it does look like the rest of Team First Blood is going to go ahead and try to exchange this for a Lord. It looks like they immediately had to plan there. As soon as the rest of the team went ahead and go and tried to engage on R, you saw that First Blood went ahead and go for this Lord, but we do have an ult coming in from Nicolette. Are they going to be able to get it? Gold takes the Lord, but we do have Sanguine Claws going in. A lot of damage coming on to the side of Team Sexy, but unfortunately, still the Lord goes over to the side of Team Sexy, and this, I have to wonder if they're going to be able to stop this.
MVP Brody.
Yeah. Oh my god. And they had Retry still.
Yeah.
Memory whisks the Retry. Gold able to steal the Lord. Now Lord crashing. 25 seconds on the death counter for Starscream. Can he come back in time? Can they stall this Lord? Or will the Autobots bring this to game 3? This could be a huge finish right here, Private.
Yeah, we have the Lord stomping his way on the top lane here. Memory trying to put up a little bit of defense. Nicolette goes ahead and crashes her way into the mid lane there. We see an ult from Granger coming out there. Lord is at the core, and it looks like there might be anything to stop him. And this one goes over to Team Decepticons. We are going to a game 3 here for this series.
Those Autobots.
Yeah, Autobots.
Team Autobots.
Oh my god.
Listen, don't be doubting my Autobots. Don't be giving false hope to Decepticons.
Unfortunately, that even though that plan went out and you saw R, as soon as R, it was a good plan in mind. R had the entire team go up there to try to stop him, and then that's when Team First Blood decided to go for the Lord. However, Memory did not have the Retry up for it. So that's unfortunately what allowed Gold to go ahead and capture that. So maybe, I mean, a good plan in mind, but maybe something should have been said on the side, like, yo, I'm not ready, I don't have Retry. You know, something to let these guys know that because like that's always, you're basically flipping a coin. If you don't have Retry up, you're basically flipping a coin as to who gets that last shot on the Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it was a I don't know what happened with Team First Blood there. Like, by paper, they should have taken that. I really think the problem was like, listen, we're at 25 minutes now or so. We're in the late game. It's time for Aldos to stop split pushing. It's time to bring him into the Lord fights. It's time to use him a bit more. And that was kind of a downfall there from Team First Blood. They lost the second Lord due to Starscream split pushing the top lane, and the split push didn't work. Like, I understand the strategy, I understand what you were trying to do, but you never were able to get that inhibitor. Team Sexy was also always there ready to stop you. So I think you kind of have to, you know, when something isn't working, you maybe need to switch gears a little bit, you know, and sometimes it's hard for teams to do that. It's hard to switch up what you've been planning to do. So hopefully we see something a little bit different this game.
Well, I'm not sure, like, because technically speaking, it was working in that they used it once and successfully got to the inhibitor and got the inhibitor to like 5% health. However, I mean, so it was successful, and it was successful 100% of the time until that second time, and that's basically just dipping into the same well. You've basically shown your cards. If you didn't make something happen there, you need to change it up. With what you said, like, you can't keep on doing that. Unfortunately, I'm not really sure what else you can be doing as an Aldous if you're not ahead, and that's the problem with a lane Aldous, is if you're not ahead, there's really not much that you can do against it. You can dive in, you can give vision maybe, but you're not going to be diving in, initiating, and like 100 to zeroing somebody there. And you saw, like, there was the very few times that he actually did go ahead and complete that ult. It just didn't really do the damage he wanted to be able to take a hero down. So I mean, unfortunately, I'm not sure what else you could be doing. Maybe just give your team some vision for the right before an engagement, find out where the squishies are, and then like have the rest of your team kind of charge in there with you. It's kind of hard, especially, like I said, this does add a new dynamic with these heroes that you do have to pick. So we'll see how they play it out here in the third and final match of this series.
We do see the Xavier ban this time from the side of Team First Blood. They don't want to give that to Nicolette. And you know, we saw the Starscream ult being used more as an escape mechanism instead of an engage a lot that game. And I've been saying it the past few games, the past few series, I would really like to see Starscream a bit more engaged in the battles, instead of kind of off doing his own thing, instead of just attacking the backline or doing what every team thinks you should be using him for. You know, sometimes you got to think a little bit different. You have to, you know, try something different. Aldos, even outside of this, he's been used in competitive play. Blacklist used to use him. They've won tournaments with him, won games with him overseas. And yes, he's not super meta anymore, but I think you got to kind of bring it back a little bit and maybe use him as more of your team fighter. You know, use him with the team. I mentioned it in previous series. It's what I keep seeing as pulling the team Decepticons apart. Him not really being involved in these battles.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, unfortunately, especially there at the end, without Aldous there, it was basically you were kind of making a decision. You were trying to distract them from what your team was doing, but like if you weren't capitalizing that, and we saw like he only was able to make it to the inhibitor, then that's pretty much you've used that card, so you're going to need to try to pick something else there. And I mean, actually having him in the fight, maybe flanking around as the fight starts, because those fights, they weren't quick, so it does give Aldous enough time to kind of survey the surroundings, find out where some of the people are that he wants to go in on, and then maybe ult and charge in on them, or even just flank. He doesn't even have to ult, because I mean, ulting, you basically are telling them like, all right, this dude is about to come for us. So I mean, it's hard. It's easy to when you're not in the fight to be able to kind of think of these things, but while you're in it, I mean, there's just it can be kind of frustrating. And I do think that Aldous probably is one of the more frustrating heroes to play with people this caliber. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Especially somebody who
you're stooping down to something you really don't want to do. You're like, you're forced, and it's something that I think makes this event hard on these teams. You know, it's like, man, how are we gonna make this work? And then you're like, you lose a game and it's like, man, I still have to use the same 3 heroes. I can't adapt in any way. I can't change my composition. It is really just coming down to how you run your in-game strategy. You know, the draft phase isn't super important. Speaking of drafts, though, we are gonna see Nicolette on this Johnson again. Gold feeling comfortable, like I don't need to play Brody this time. This time I'll just bring in the Clint. So we know he's having a little bit of fun here, enjoying some different gold lanes. Hate, though, once again deciding to put this Roger in the jungle. I think he did a wonderful job last game, and excited to see how he does this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a dominating performance. He was very great on that Roger. We do see Restart went ahead and picked up the Farja here, going to add that suppression, that suppressive fire of that feathered airstrike to their team, and hopefully be able to siege on those engagements that are going to be coming from the side of Team Sexy here.
Yeah, I mean, Farza did a wonderful job on Team Sexy last time, so this time with the side of Team First Blood picking it up, let's hope it does something as well. They also have the Grok, and we know how powerful Grok can be. We know the sets he can make. We know the type of plays that can be done here, so maybe these are the choices that Team First Bloods, aka the Decepticons, need to do to get a win here. Already seen a little bit of aggression from Joy Boy coming in, maybe trying to force out a retry on the best player, but Johnson, Nicolette is ready to stop him.
Yeah, it's really interesting here too, and especially since Churro basically has to watch out for 3 members. You've got R, you've got Joy Boy, and then you've got Restart on heroes that are made to be able to like take down long distance heroes and pop her out of that ult. So we're gonna see how well those Eve ults can be placed when you have a wild charge coming out. Oh, Restart putting a decent amount of damage onto Churro there, and then gonna go ahead and wings by wings down to this Litho Wanderer. Memory is going to go ahead and pick up quickly.
Yeah, the wing by wings on that Farza, I think, just really helps with the early game pressure for a team. It's like I think it's one of the things that just makes Farza. Not only does she have great zoning capabilities, but her mobility in the early game to make plays. That, along with the CC that she gets after level 2, just makes her, I think, a big threat in the early game. I think her mid game is a little off, but then in late game she comes back with some huge power spikes. So I mean, I'm surprised. Of course, there's other picks like Xavier right now in the current meta, but Farza to me will always be a decent mage pick for the mid lane.
Yeah, and she can be played very well. It's just that the problem just comes with her ult and having to stand still. And you're having oh god, R actually might be in trouble here. He does have his team is surrounded here at the tower. He's going to be trying to get away. Does not. Is quickly picked up by best player, and it looks like they're actually going to turn their attention to this turtle instead of the tower. A lot of damage coming down here. Memory's going to go ahead and put some... Oh, Joyboy goes down there. Memory is going to have to distance himself as it looks like Team Sexy is going to go ahead and engage on the Restart. So they go ahead and clean that up with 2 more kill, or with another kill there. And a great engagement on the side of Team Sexy here. And unfortunately, this is going the same way as many of the other games here, where Autobots and Team Sexy are just basically wiping that early game.
Nicolette did not hit the brakes when she saw the bird in the road. She just went straight through, and that is good driving. That is what you're supposed to do. I think we just saw some roadkill.
Oh,
she
dude.
is able to take out Farza well in the air, and look at best player, the confidence on this Roger right now. You know, we haven't gotten to see him play some of the heroes he loves to play because of the current meta, but an event like this, he is thriving.
Ooh.
Oh, Feathered Airstrike does come down and is able to take down best player Nicolette going in. Real world manipulation does come down, but Restart able to get away to safety. Nicolette going to go ahead and try to protect Churro while he's in that ult, and we do just have one person go down, that being best player.
Yeah, I mean, a good pick, you're taking out the jungle, you're slowing down best player a little bit on this Roger, so it does help, but still a lot of presence from the side of Team Sexy right now, a lot of presence from the Autobots. Decepticons need to do something here to slow them down. Because last game, I mean, we got to end game and they still weren't able to do something, which is when they're supposed to thrive. So we need to see something a little bit different here from the side of the Decepticons if they want to take this win.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down. Feathered Airstrike is, yeah, it's just going ahead and zoning them out and sieging onto this tower. A lot of damage coming down. They're not going to be able to protect it, or they are. Another batch of minions comes in and does help them take it down. Joy Boy coming in. Gold able to flicker away to safely, but Nicolette actually might be in trouble. Is able to get is able to get away, as I was saying. R might be in trouble here. Last Insanity coming out is going to be enough to take him down. R is taken down with the help of Best Player down at the bottom, and unfortunately 6-1. This game is not looking too hot for the Decepticons.
Definitely not. The Autobots are fully revved up, ready to go, causing pressure all over the map. Luckily, at least Team First Blood able to take that top tier tower, you know, apply some pressure. Even when they're behind, they're still able to make moves on the map. Now working on this turtle and making quick work of it. So not falling too far behind. Yes, the death counter does look good for Team Sexy, but the gold isn't too much. It's 2K at 5 minutes, not completely a death sentence. Hopefully, they can continue to make some moves, maybe take a couple more towers, but it seems like Nicolette does not want to stop a beautiful flicker from Prophecy there.
Yeah, it did bait Nicolette into having to miss, and actually might be caught out here. It does activate that passive there with the shield, and is trapped. R coming in, but only gets about halfway down. We do see Johnson go down on Nicolette there. Joy Boy with a stun. We do see Robot Manipulation coming down. Joy Boy taken down there. Prophecy might be next. Takes a heap of damage from Best Player, who was able to go ahead and clean that up.
Man, every time I see Team First Blood make a wonderful play, like that wall from Joy Boy right there, every time I think they're about to come out on top, in comes Best Player, in comes somebody.
Oh,
Wow.
A beautifully timed Lycan Pounce it went ahead and kind of rope-a-doped R into that immense amount of damage there. And unfortunately, not much is able to withstand this push by Sexy.
Yeah, he just outskill animationed him right there. He just outskill animationed him, man. Skill animation gap right there. Man was in the air, like and pounce, boom, you're dead, game over. I for a second I thought it was both of them died at the same time.
Yeah.
I thought it was like an equal trade of blows and it was just a double wipe. But no, they do come out on top, but a nice play onto Matcha Green Tea. Still not able to finish though. Team Sexy definitely looking very strong in this game right now, Private.
Nicolette and Gold are going ahead and zooming here for that car right there. Gold actually putting down a lot of damage onto Memory, where Johnson is able to go ahead and pick up that final bit of damage to go ahead and close it up. We do have them onto this turtle here now, and this might actually be where we are turning things around. They're giving chase onto Joy Boy, but I'm not sure how much damage they're actually going to be able to put onto him. Prophecy's actually Prophecy's able to get away, and we do have Restart going ahead and resetting here. Probably going to go ahead and try to protect this blue.
R is able to at least secure a tower in the bot. Make a slight play.
This might be a little bit of trouble here.
May go down here.
Insanity is able to take down R. Nicolette zooming past the last tower in mid as Memory and Restart go ahead and make short work of the minions and split to the other bushes there. But it does look like Roger actually latching onto Farja, going to be putting out a little bit of damage, but the flame shot is able to push him away. Feathered Airstrike comes down, but not enough damage. Real world manipulation comes down, but very smartly does Restart go ahead and exit the barriers of the map.
And not only do they almost get a kill onto Farza there, they also steal the tower. So they're zoning her back. They get another piece of material off the map. Team Sexy really just doing a wonderful job at map control right now. And even if it just looks like they're trying to get a kill, they're also making other plays happen. Team First Blood also trying to respond. You have R doing this split push again on the Starscream, taking some towers here and there, you know, making sure that they're not just completely rolling over to the oppression of Team Sexy. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're getting pushed back more and more and more. It's only 8.5 minutes into the game. Last game, you know, they were hanging on the whole time. Yes, they were getting pushed back, but they were at least also trading blow for blow in a lot of those fights. And it was the same with the first game. It was never just a complete steamroll of what we're watching right now, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not really seeing too many. Like, I feel like we're always catching First Blood out. We do see Nicolette here is going to be getting a little bit of trouble here. We do have the Feather Airstrike that does come down with the Wild Charge. Nicolette definitely going down here. And this is what they need to make happen. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if that was actually something that they weren't anticipating, Team Sexy, because they went ahead and captured up, grabbed up that Lord in the meantime.
Yeah, a nice wall placed, and they are going to try to slow down this lore as much as possible. Are once again going back to base here. No, they cut off. This is bad for R.
Yeah,
Will get taken out.
unfortunately, best player called R's bluff. The other one, I forgot who else was teleporting, but they kept continuing with their teleport. R got scared, stopped their teleport, tried to dodge, and then realized that they were in a bad way, trapped up there with Roger. And unfortunately, we do still
First Blood. You're down 2 members. Lord coming in. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this push here, Private.
Yeah, the Lord is coming down here. It isn't a Luminous Lord, so it's not going to be putting as much damage, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to capture up this mid tower, which it looks like that's where their priorities are going to be lying. We do see R up at the top here. Yeah, there's really not much that can be done. You are so far behind in the opening 10 minutes. Real World Manipulation comes down here. Johnson crashes in, and Restart is taken down quickly. Prophecy is down. Gets taken down very close. Green Tea is going to have to disengage here, but man, all of these towers pretty low on the side of First Blood.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough. Luckily, they do defend the push. One thing I got to point out in that team fight right there, you know, I was really commending Churro last game when he was playing the Farza and his timing with the ult, and once again, Churro, just his skill timing is so on point. The patience he has. He waits for Restart on the Farza to use the Feather Airstrike and then brings out the Real World Manipulation as a counter. Like, I'm just going to wait for you to use your skill, then I'm going to use mine and force you to run away. And he's not trigger happy. He knows exactly when he needs to use his skills, and he always does them at the exact correct time. And I'm just, every time I watch these team fights unfold and I see him make a play, it always shines out to me.
Yeah, and I was worried about when they were going to be using that real world manipulation with people like Grok or Aldous or a Farza, but they've been doing a very good job of baiting out those abilities. We do have a little bit of engagement coming down at the bottom. R had to get out of the way. He looks like he's going to be teaming up here against Roger, but then we do have a Johnson coming in here to clean it up, and unfortunately, this has been the story of that Aldous, but we do see that First Blood is pushing a little bit on the mid, not able to make such a huge difference here, but they were, it does seem like we are starting to follow a little bit of a trend here where R will be on a split push. As soon as the team dispatches the heroes needed to take R down, Joe actually might be in trouble here, and does get taken down. As soon as these fights look like they're going to turn into the side of the First Blood, Team Sexy just goes ahead and capitalizes and cleans up to another objective.
Yeah, they really need to stop putting
Memory
R in
just
that
stole
offlane,
that.
I feel like. Memory steals?
He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
I'm sorry. I missed it.
You can kill me, but I've already won.
I don't know. This could be.
I don't know.
Oh, man, look at this push coming in, though.
Joyboy going ahead in with that wild charge. R actually gets taken down very quickly. Real world manipulation comes down to siege up this tower up here at the top. We do see the Luminous Lord is going to start barreling down at the bottom, but is this going to be enough time for to give First Blood enough breathing room? It does look like Green Tea is going to go ahead and put on the damage to it. And then we do have the
they're
mid
gonna make quick
Luminous
work
Lord.
of this Lord. You got Matcha Green Tea just melting away at it. Passive is proc, doing some nice true damage. Yes.
Oh my god.
Team First Blood does buy a little bit of time here,
God.
but look at the engage. Big Blast Insanity.
Yeah, and then Farza just got creamed. And they're doing their best here. We do see Nicolette coming in, does land it on the Prophecy, who gets taken down very quickly. R onto Gold, and Gold does get taken out. Real world manipulation onto Memory, who's not going to be able to do much. Has to stand there, does get taken down. Green Tea's immortality pop, but Joy Boy alone at at the base, he just decides he wants to live somewhere else. He doesn't care about the score. He is done. This game is over.
GG's to the Autobots.
Congratulations to Team Sexy.
I swear it's not scripted, guys. I swear it's not scripted. Another reverse sweep for the Autobots. Listen, guys, listen. We thought these were going to be 2-0 sweeps. We're at 6 games right now. We're 3 or 4 hours in. I promise you, these games were not planned. Another reverse sweep for the side of the Autobots. Team Sexy really picking it up. And Hate. I mean, best player. Best player on that Roger. What is it? 10-1 and 9 or something? The 10-1 and 2. 10-1 and 2. Not 10-1, but
12.
Still an insane 12-1 and 2. Anyways,
Auto armor OP.
definitely doing a wonderful job.
We're not here for our smarts. I'll tell you that.
I just know how to talk well. That's it.
Law. I'm wearing off on these boys.
Oh man, unfortunately, yeah, it was just the story that these Team Sexy absolutely capitalizing on the early game dominance that they have with those Autobot picks, and unfortunately not enough that First Blood could be doing to kind of stave off the amount of damage and pressure that was being provided there. I mean, and unfortunately I mean, I know them as, I'm not really sure what their experience is on an Aldous. I mean, Aldous already in my mind, it can be a high risk, high reward type of character. I think that's the tactful way to put it.
Yeah.
Is that it is especially because you are basically telegraphing your most dangerous move. You're like, hey guys, just letting you know,
I'm coming.
I'm coming. In case you didn't realize it.
Pure Decepticon fashion, you know? Really evil doer. Expose my whole plan before I murder you.
Exactly.
You know?
So it can be a little frustrating to play that. So we're gonna see how these next teams can.
Listen, I told you the Autobots were gonna win. It is how it was happening.
Up next, we do have a pretty big game. You know, Decepticons and Autobots aside, we also have not only do we have a grudge match of Autobots versus Decepticons, we have a grudge match of Area 77 up against Insomniacs. A lot of people consider these two teams, you know, top 3 all day. Top 4. Me and Private were actually debating on Discord last night about some of the top teams, and Area 77 and Insomniacs are definitely up there in a lot of people's eyes. So I'm excited for that. Before we get to that, we do have another giveaway. This one is not in the form of a code. It is a quick pop quiz question for all of the chat.
Whoa.
If you answer this correctly, we will message you after and send you a code to get your giveaway. This is for several people, whoever can answer it correctly. So make sure you have your brain ready. It will be Transformers related. By brain, I mean Google.
Oh, Jesus. My God.
So we're gonna ask a quick question. All right, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys, G and Private. Do we make it an easy question, a hard question?
Let's get a medium.
An easy question. There's no medium.
There's
Easy
no
or hard.
medium. What?
Listen, I don't make the questions up.
Let's
They
get
were
an
given to
easy.
me.
Let's get an easy. Let's get an easy.
All right. This one's kind of, honestly, this one's kind of hard, but it's still an easy section. At least to me it is. I feel like the other questions are like really easy, but this one's, I feel like this is a medium question. All right, so prepare yourselves. Make sure you put the answer in the chat. Grimlock, the Transformer, the Autobot Grimlock is the leader of which Autobots subgroup? Grimlock is the leader of which Autobots subgroup? In a second, I'll give you guys a couple options to choose from. Oh,
Okay.
we already have some answers popping off on TikTok.
Jesus.
Listen, they are ahead of the
YouTube is
game
crickets right now.
on TikTok right now. Shame Wrangler TV, make sure you shoot us a message. Your answer is correct. The answer to this question is the Dinobots. Donut King and Whale along with it. Make sure you guys
Dinobots.
reach out in the MLBB Discord or send us a message. We will supply you with the giveaway code. Shame, Wrangler TV, and Donut King on the side of YouTube. We'll also pick a Facebook person, but I don't think anybody answered the question correctly on Facebook.
I didn't get anybody on Facebook. Nah.
So
Send the
Donut
answers.
King on the side of YouTube and Shame Wrangler on the side of TikTok. Shame
say
Wrangler,
the
Donut
answer.
King. I've written down your names. Make sure you send us a message, and after this stream, we will send you the giveaway code. You guys are the winners of this. Are those teams ready, G?
The teams are not ready.
We could ask another question.
I mean, if you got another question, I definitely
just
throw out
make
a
sure-
hard one this time.
You want a hard one? 'Cause they
Yeah,
were
give me a
quick.
hard.
I
Give me
honestly
they
was
were too
surprised.
easy on that one.
That
Too
was
easy
way
on
too
that
easy.
one.
That was way too easy.
Yeah, no.
All right, so again,
way
the
too
first
easy.
person to answer on YouTube and the first person to answer on TikTok is who will win these. Make sure you message us after, and we'll get to you. Donut King, I have your name written down. Shame Wrangler, I have your name written down. So we will be expecting messages from you guys so we can give you guys the giveaway codes to win your prize. All right, so we want a hard one.
Yes.
This one's
Hard.
This one is this one's hard because I did not know this. What is Soundwave's special power? What is Soundwave's special power?
Music? I don't know.
What
I
is
would suspect.
Soundwave's special power? Google has come out.
Google has come out.
It's more of like the thing
Have they
about this is
really?
it's not like a superpower. Like a lot of people are putting like Sonic Boom. That's actually
Sonic
not
Boom.
it. It's like think of like a power, like if you were a superhero. That's what I have to say. Think of like if you were a superhero.
That narrows it right down.
Like super strength.
I don't know. That's
All right, we're gonna give a couple options.
I'm gonna say sound.
It's either A, teleportation,
Oh.
B, invisibility, or C, telepathy.
I'm gonna say C. I feel like C. Am I
We
wrong?
have a couple answers coming on the TikTok side.
I'm so confused. I didn't know this.
I didn't know this either. This one actually got me. I knew some of the other ones. The answer is telepathy. Telepathy. So Sharadaz1523 on the side of TikTok. Make sure you shoot us a message. We will give you the giveaway link after this stream. And I don't really feel any of you guys deserved it on YouTube. Nothing.
Savagery has come out on T-Rex here.
We're gonna give it to Enu. You know, we're gonna give it to Enu.
Enu.
Because Donut King won the last one. Enu did say, "Isn't it like telepathy?" Question mark. So we'll count that as a win. Enu, on the side of YouTube, make sure you reach out to us. We will supply you with the giveaway code for this win. And then it was Sharadas1523. If you send us a message on TikTok, we will give you the giveaway code. I like how involved everyone got with that. That was actually a lot of fun.
I would never have guessed that in a million years. Google actually betrayed me because Google said sound manipulation.
I mean,
is,
technically.
Listen, man, I
that.
just got the answers from Moonton. They're the ones hooked up with Transformers.
make
so-
sure any and all hate mail is addressed to t.rex on Discord. for these
If you
questions.
dispute this, I'm just a caster, man.
If
I'm
you
just a caster.
dispute this. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. How many questions do we have?
I have like 10 or 15 of them.
Let's do another one. Let's get another hard
Another
one.
one?
Yeah, let's get a
Another
hard,
one.
Yeah, let's see what we got with a hard one.
That last one was too hard.
That one was good.
All right.
I mean, at the end of the day, when you're thinking about it, he controls like sound. So I mean,
In 1847, the original artist of Transformers lived on what
Jeez.
street? It's like, what?
wow, wow.
All right, here we go. Here we
Uh,
go. This is the last question on the list. Last question on the list. Ready? Drum roll, please. All right. So which Transformer has joined both the Autobots and the Decepticons side? Which Transformer has joined both the Autobots and the Decepticons side?
Interesting. I'm gonna say Optimus Prime.
All right, so it's A, Optimus Prime, B, Starscream, or C, Grimlock. A, Optimus Prime, B, Starscream, or C, Grimlock. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that did it, like people that aren't on the Mobile Legends game or something. But these are options, because I'm seeing like
These
a lot
are
of
the
answers
options.
that, like Jetfire and this and that.
Jetfire.
I swipe.
All right, we do have a correct answer on the side of TikTok. Bucko Fan 4. The answer is Starscream.
Whoa, I guess that I do remember that. I do remember that.
Bucko Fan 4 is the first correct answer on the side of TikTok and on
I didn't see
YouTube.
anybody.
Ashura Gale. Ashura Gale.
Oh yeah, I do. Okay, I see. I see.
Ashura Gale with the
yeah.
correct
Through
answer.
the sea of Grimlocks, it seems that
Sea
one
of
person in there.
I feel like that's what when I first read that, I was like, oh, it's got to be Grimlock. He's like a dinosaur. Dinosaurs aren't good guys.
Oh jeez.
Well, it just
Honestly,
seems
Like
like
a lot of hate here.
To me, it's because Grimlock looks too cool, and all the cool bots always went to the bad guys. Tanks and jet fighters, and you got the cars and trucks went to the Autobots. I'm like, Grimlock's way too cool to be a good guy.
Savagery.
Savagery is definitely real.
Wait,
I know
why
the
can't a
teams
T-Rex
are-
be good?
Why can't? I mean, I'm a T-Rex, so
Oh.
my name is literally Trex, so I'm a good guy, right, guys?
I don't know. I said you voted for
Crickets? Wow.
Decepticons,
The
so you know.
Decepticons.
Yeah. You're wearing off on me, T-Rex. Now the teams are almost there, so.
Private.
who's-
We heard some yawns creeping out of you earlier. Are you
Uh-oh.
doing all right?
He's a sleepy
Oh no,
potato.
I'm fine now.
Do potatoes sleep?
Do potatoes sleep?
We do not sleep, we lurk.
Oh,
They
whoa,
lurk.
whoa. So who on Insomniac versus Area 77? Who's Autobots and who's Decepticons here?
1 second. Oh, Area 77 is the Autobots. Area 77 is the Autobots.
Alrighty. We're looking, I want to see some more Johnson gameplays, man. We've seen some craziness, craziness coming from them. So I feel like it's gonna be an interesting night. Insomniacs, like T-Rex was saying, like both these teams are some high-level teams. They should know how to play pretty much every character they get thrown at. So, seeing a Roger, seeing a Granger, I'm wondering if they're gonna do like the first game. We had them just throw us for a loop. Johnson was in the jungle for 2 times. Are we gonna see something like that come through?
Yeah, most of it. I had a couple. We got a couple questions for some of the winners on YouTube. The cool thing about TikTok is you can actually DM. For YouTube, if you guys message me in the MLBBNA Discord, that's actually the best bet. Just ping T-Rex or just say, hey, I won the giveaway. I'm a shirt. Assure Gale, and I'll just find a way to prove it or whatever. But just ping me to Assure Gale and Enu, since you guys won those questions, and I'll give you guys the giveaway codes. But it looks like the teams are getting ready. Private. Any opinion? Do you all Autobots and Decepticons aside? I mean, no matter what, I guess we can't put them aside because they're involved. Who do you think takes this game?
It's interesting. I think the Autobots have a stronger comp when it comes to these things right now. They have the early game, and especially for if you're gonna have Area 77 on it, I think that you would be hard pressed to vote against them, because they're not a team who's really gonna let that early game kind of slip through their fingers. They're not gonna be a team that does not take advantage of that. But I would really like to see how they mix up these plays here. We did see that a big reason for the advantage and the Autobots comp of the last game that we just watched was because of best player on Team Sexy, is because he's just a menace on that Roger. So unless they have something like this on for Area 77, you can expect to see some different uses of these comps. Maybe something, especially because Insomniacs aren't any slouches. If they already know what you're going to do, they're going to have something to counter it. So we'll see how these drafts go, and especially if the priorities are going to go to these mages in the opening, which have been such a clutch pick for in all of these series.
Yeah, no, for sure. Dude, I mean, the Eve was nasty, and the Farz has been absolutely nasty. So it's like kind of hard when you're target banning mages left and right. But then we even seen a Brody sneak in and just absolutely clobber multiple people with his ultimate. So I mean, it could go any way here. I just want to see what they can actually do with the heroes that they actually have to play.
Definitely going to be interesting. The Julian ban has been like on and off recently. I definitely think he can be a threat. We still haven't really gotten to see his full power yet here in NA. We have seen some crazy plays with him, but it looks like Insomniacs is something they don't want to deal with. And also, it's a decent ban because they're not going to want to ban the Xavier. They're not going to want to ban the Valentina. They're going to force that out of Area 77 right now since they have first pick.
Yeah, and especially I think both of these teams respectfully understand that both of them are pretty on top of meta heroes. That I think both of these teams probably have the biggest pools of any entrance that we have for hero pools. So if anybody would know how to use Julian to his fullest potential, it would be Area 77 or Insomniac. So I would take that out too. Like I feel like right now Julian's at kind of a spot where people are kind of sloppy with him, still learning the ropes with him, still learning where he fits in. But for these two teams, I feel like they play enough, they are skilled enough to the point where they would have probably mastered something with that in there.
Is banned.
Well, it's definitely Wan ban also coming in. And I think one of the most interesting things too has been like the variety of some of the bans we've been seeing. And I think that's something we're going to get and continue to see with such a limited amount of bans. It's really going to kind of come down to just what the teams don't want to deal with no matter what. I'm excited to see what these teams prio here. In the prelims, when it was top 16, both teams did like the Esmeralda and the EXP lane. We have not gotten to see the side of Insomniacs play Autobots yet. They've been on Decepticons now for both rounds. Towards Area 77, in the first round they were Decepticons, and now they're representing the Autobots. So I'm excited to see what approach they take here. First pick is up for Insomniacs. What do they choose to go with? I got a feeling it may be that Esmeralda.
Yeah, Esmeralda or maybe one of the mages. Yve is still up as well. Esmeralda does have her counters up as well. Dyroth and Thamus are still up there. So I feel like, Esmeralda, I feel like that pick would have led you into a counter right away. And then we're going to have to see if something's, I think Yve has been really dominant so far in these last few series. So it's going to be really eager to see how Area 77 answers that, maybe get something that can go ahead and dive back there to go ahead and shut down that real world manipulation. before she can get too many ticks of that damage off.
Yeah, they definitely need something to get in the back. But what's the limits is normally you would like pick up the Yuzong, you know, something like that. But you're stuck with this X-Borg. So unless they want to put X-Borg in the jungle, which honestly I feel like works for Area 77 because we've literally see them in the current meta pick up the X-Borg jungle sometimes. Like that's not something completely out of realm for them. It's not something they're uncomfortable with. They've used the X-Borg jungle in literal huge tournaments like the NACT. It's how they beat Team Sexy in the finals of the last NACT. So I think there's some comfortability with them on the side of the Autobots that maybe some other teams don't quite have. A bit more flexibility, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we do see that the Beatrix does get picked up, which will mean that that Popol and Koopa will most likely be in the roaming position. And then on the side of Insomniacs, you do see the Esmeralda and Aldous picked up there, which is going to be pretty interesting here because on Insomniac's side, there really isn't much that we can do to counter that from Area 77 because, like you were saying, they do have to pick up the X-Borg. So it's going to be interesting to see where this X-Borg is going to go, or if he's just going to stay on the X lane or the XP lane and just kind of toughen it out. Okay. We do still have
At
one
this point,
pick.
it doesn't matter what the last scan is, right? They have to pick the,
Those are just for
the
show.
Popo
Your team is
and
picking.
the Granger. I don't know. I still think that they could pick up the Dyroth if they wanted to counter the Esmeralda and stick X-Borg in the jungle. Gals
Well, you
has
can't
picked
because
up
they
the
have to
Optimus
pick.
Prime now.
They have to pick.
Oh yeah,
what's it
yeah,
called?
you're right. They're stuck.
Is picking.
We're stuck.
They're stuck. My bad.
I think
I mean, I'm
Private's
sure
gonna laugh
Merciless is
himself
still
out.
comfortable. Yeah.
No.
Out of nowhere, Private laughs, and then we just don't hear him again for the rest of the stream.
The potato passes out.
We go back to Caster Desk, and it's just a potato sideways on the screen.
With X's on his eyes.
Do you call a paramedic for a potato? Like, what do we do? Or do I call a chef? Like, I
Oh,
don't know, how
chef.
do we help
Oh,
you?
geez.
Definitely don't call us chef. Jesus.
Call an air fryer.
Somebody get an air fryer. This potato's down.
Oh
Man, that's a good one.
Aw.
Next time, make your background like a big oven or something. Private.
Oh gosh.
So like a pot of hot oil.
Oh my.
All right, we are jumping in to the first game of the third series tonight, and it is not going to hold any punches. I think we have a super grudge match, not only between the Decepticons and the Autobots, but a grudge match between Insomniacs and Area 77, two of what some consider the top teams in all of North America. Gals Cutie will be on Optimus Prime, Merciless on Bumblebee in the XP lane. Popo and Koopa are Soundwave, will be going up against Beatrix in the gold lane. So also not really a horrible matchup there. No one going for any invades right now, just taking it slow. I'm wondering how Yeho is going to be able to handle this Granger jungle up against Pogi on Roger jungle.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage going on to Gal's Cutie, dropping him to about mid health there. But you did see that Insomniacs were able to pick up that Litho Wanderer, and not too much surprising happened here in the early game. I do expect that we are going to see a little bit more aggression start coming out from the side of Area 77, as they do feature those Autobots, which we have seen in these last series, do really favor that early game and that aggression that can happen.
Yeah, it's hard to take a Litho Wander from a Roger. It's hard to take like early objectives from. No, I mean, it sounds silly, but like really, it's like he's good at stealing those early objectives, at taking those early objectives with that Lycan pounce and things like that. And if he really wants to add the retribution to it, he can. So it's why Roger, I think, dominated so much. Like in that early game farm, his rotation, his movement, his mobility does so well. And we're already seeing a bit of a push up in the top. Pogi taking a lot of damage from that Desinata.
Oh my.
Wow, yeah, a decent amount of damage there. Kind of getting a little outplayed there by Yeo. Unfortunately, Roger not able to actually kind of negate a lot of that with his pounces and his abilities. Gal's Cutie getting slowed down here at mid, and we do have the turtle coming up, and it looks like Area 77 is going to go ahead and set up for this. And I don't know that they're going to be able. Oh, yep, they're going to be answered here right now. Looks like Area 77 setting up for a counter. But a nicely placed axe, but not enough. We do have a real world manipulation that does come down to Gal's Cutie. Actually might be in trouble here. Does get cleaned up by Galaxy on a first blood and a turtle going on the side of Insomniacs here. Oh, we do see Ooga Booga here coming down onto Mark Cutie here. Decent amount of damage, does get taken down. He might actually be in some trouble here. Lycan pounce on the Ooga Booga, who are trying to make their escape here. Ooh. Nice little, yeah, nice little. Oh, I don't know if this is safe. You don't want it.
He left him. Oh my god.
He was still able to get away there. Ghost who regrets does not look like he's going to be able to sustain here. Does get taken down. And then it looks like Yeho might be in trouble here as well. Is not able to get to the tower in time.
What an onslaught that was. From one tower to the next tower, back and forth. A fight that lasted probably about 40 seconds, a whole minute there. And Autobots did not want to give up. They were going to secure. They are going to push through. And they come out on top of that team fight. I mean, I know to the average viewer, like, it's just one kill. It's just 2 kills. But all of the things that happened in that match was huge. Gal's Cutie coming in on the Optimus Prime in the last second there to help slow down Yeho as he pushes forward. Just wonderful plays from both sides. Mark Cutie with a nice snipe on to Ghost Regrets, already doing some big burst damage private.
Yeah, a ton of damage going on there. That fight was just immense there. They both, and I feel like it might have been a little bit of, I don't want to say laziness, but like when you're outside the tower that much, kind of showing yourself that you're teleporting, you do give kind of an opening, especially for a team like, against a team like Area 77. Oh, and we do have Gal's Cutie going ahead and landing in on the Ashley, who's going to go ahead and boots away with that sprint. So nothing really coming out of that, but she did burn it, which means that they are going to have an opening for the next time they go ahead and engage, which might be soon as this turtle is up. And Area 77 going ahead and trying to capitalize on it. We see Galaxy and Ashley over here trying to come in there, but the turtle does get taken down. Goes through regrets, goes ahead and throws a stun onto Gal's Cutie. Real world manipulation does come down, and they are able to ward the rest of them down. Merciless might actually be in trouble here. Ooh, but the real world manipulation comes down and does not stop Merciless from getting out of there. So really well played by both teams there, even though a lot of abilities going off there, just nobody actually taken down, and really good disengagements there. And I say that, and then Mark Cutie gets caught down here at the bottom.
I gotta point something out. Merciless picked up Sprint instead of Flicker, which it's been so common for Xborgs to always use the Flicker because it combos so well with the Last Insanity. But we just saw something, and I think with Xborg in the current meta, like, he needs to have the speed boost I've talked about. I think the only way he works as a jungle currently is if he picks up the Hunter Strike, because it gives him that nice speed boost. Big slam coming in.
Dodge by both players there to be able to get out of the way of that ult from Gal's Cutie. Oh no, yeah. Honestly, I've tired of having my heart broken by these Zalduses who are coming in. Yeah, Starscream. They get us all hyped up, and then they just kind of think twice, and they're like, nah. Gal's Cutie looks like Merciless with that Last Insanity does drop Galaxy down pretty low, trying to keep up the damage, but is getting taken down. Doesn't look like Ashley and Ooga Booga are going to be able to answer that here.
They're going to try.
The name.
Oh, dude, they're just making you bite your words.
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
every time. He's like, they didn't get anything, and then boom.
We do see the real world.
I feel like,
yeah.
like we'll be talking about a hero, like pushing him up. We'll be like, oh man, he's doing so good, and then boom, Rose is dead, and then boom, this person's dead. We're curse casters. We're curse casters.
I was like that Wan that one time.
Yeah. We do see a fight up here at top, and Poggy is able to go ahead and roll out of the way. Okay, Starscream. Galsky does get stopped from the teleportation as the Galaxy is going to go in and throw a little bit of hands on him. Yeho is going to go ahead and take up this turtle, and looks like Merciless actually might be in trouble here. A lot of damage coming onto him from Galaxy, but looks like they are going to go ahead and disengage and get a tower for their troubles.
Yeah, you definitely see the heat in this battle. I think there's been a lot of clashes here, a lot more than what we've been seeing, and both teams really just trading up back and forth. 4-4, big take on Yato, and a little bit of an overkill just to secure it, but Gal's immediately re-engaging here, Private.
Oh my god.
Yeah, big engagement on the Gal's actually able to get away there. Pogi and Mark Hudi actually put some pretty decent amount of damage on there, is able to take down Regrets and protect this tower, and unfortunately, yeah, it looked like things were going their way, and then finally we saw that Gal's Cutie landed on that ult with that Johnson, and really kind of surprised Insomniacs there.
And every time I see, we just saw Gal's Cutie also with the sprint running to get out of there. Sprint is just really taking over and is doing so well. Mark Cutie though almost getting outplayed, but they come in for a huge hit on a Galaxy there. Not quite able to get the finish. Starscream with another fake engage. No, he will commit.
There we go. He goes in, but pays for it with his life.
Finally.
Finally
True
landed on
Starscream
somebody.
fashion.
Right?
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to see all game. Come
Just
on.
be real to your character. Jeez.
Ooh, Merciless getting away by the hair on his chin there, able to run away with like about a with yeah, fast. So we do see Yeho is actually trying to go in here on Poggy. Poggy gets away with just a little bit of help there. Yato coming to his support. We do see Merciless does go wide with Gal's Cutie, but they do clean up Yeho, but at the cost of another tower as Ashley and Galaxy go ahead and push the bottom lane. And this is honestly the opposite of what I thought I would see here. I thought we would see some early game domination by the Autobots in Area 77.
Oh my gosh, come on.
Yeah, it just goes to show that, I think that some of those other picks, Galaxy's been doing a great job on this Esmeralda. And not only that, but we know Insomniacs are very skilled players, and so are Area 77. So it's definitely just a bloodbath right now. Insomniacs holding the gold lead. One thing I got to say is I've been enjoying this Optimus Prime, I think, more than any other Optimus Prime we've seen tonight. They've really been using the combination to a T. Of course, as I'm talking him up, he runs right into a wall. But I just feel like for once we're actually seeing the Johnson combo with someone else. A lot of teams have just been kind of running Johnson around and using him for vision and the occasional engage. But Area 77 really throwing Yato or someone on there with him to make the attack.
Yeah, and that's kind of where Johnson does kind of shine. It's because you get that stun, and then you have another player there to kind of start putting on the damage, putting on the pressure, while Johnson disengages there. And we do, oh, nope, no, just kind of a little bit of a testing the waters here by both teams here. Johnson does crash.
The water. He's in
Last Insanity does come on there and does do a decent amount of damage. Goes through Regrets, actually might be in trouble here. Lycan Pop does take him down. Ooga Booga going to go ahead and try to close in on him. Galaxy taking Merciless, and Gal's Cutie very, very low, is able to get away. And both teams, man, just kind of showing that how well they are with these exchanges back and forth that they do here.
Yeah, watching these two teams fight out like that, there's something different than like what we saw in the last series. Last series, we saw some great engagements and disengagements, but the way, like Galaxy coming around the back, he's not only helping his team disengage, but he's attacking. Like there's a whole different method to their madness and the way they approach these team fights. Instead of just running away to disengage, they're gonna have someone jump into your back line like Galaxy with that falling star moon, apply a lot of damage, possibly even pick up a kill or two, and also help their team retreat. So it's just, when I see some of the team fights between two teams of this high caliber, it's always interesting to see the way they approach things.
Yeah, it is because it's not players kind of scrambling to save somebody. It's a disengage and every player knowing their job during that disengagement or an engagement. Oh, we see it following. You see Esmeralda ult that just popped up at top, and Gal's Cutie again on the road again.
On the road again.
Taking off.
Don't know where I'm going.
On the road again. Sorry, Private. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. There's not really much of Merciless. Both these teams, it's kind of like safe here too. Oh, we do see that he does crash down here. Might be in a little bit of trouble here as the rest of team Insomniacs go ahead and clean up Gal's Cutie. It's interesting too because they like I was saying, they do, when they engage, every person knows what they should be doing. There's no question. There's not two people doing the same thing. And when they disengage, they know which person can help the disengage. We do see a real world manipulation come down here with an ult by Esmeralda. Yato might be in trouble here. We do see Ooga Booga finally does land that ult, goes in there, pays for it with his life. But like, man, a great pickup by him, but only one. And that's what's so great about these teams is like, even with great engagements, you're not going to catch them slipping like that. You're going to get maybe one kill, then you need to disengage because they're going to have a plan, or they're going to be able to kind of like turn that around on you.
I've been waiting 12 and a half minutes for you to say Ooga Booga, and you finally did it.
Ooga Booga.
For that moment, and it did not disappointment. So looking at this, Insomniac's definitely taking a huge lead, and not only that, but they're taking a huge lead with a team that we have referred to as endgame the whole night. So this is definitely rough for the side of Area 77. Can they make a comeback
Look at
here, though?
them
I mean, they
run.
do have the capabilities. Yato is on the Sicilian, so they do have some late game potential. They also have Marcuti on this Beatrix, who's sitting at 0-4 right now. So that is probably a major reason why we're not seeing them do too hot at this 13-minute mark. But you can't count them out just yet. They also have a lot of late game potential, just like the side of Insomniac. So the question is, can they handle Galaxy? I think he's really being the thorn in their side. That Esmeralda is just a brick wall that they can't seem to break through right now, Private.
Yeah, they're having a decent amount of trouble, and I'm wondering how they're going to be able to do this in the late game because it really doesn't favor them. We do see them starting up on this Lord here. We do see Gal's Cutie goes in onto Eve, actually probably the target he would want, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. Ooga Booga trying to do his best to escape there. A lot of damage onto this Lord, and it does. They do get the Lord, but it looks like they're actually going to get cleaned up here. Yeho actually getting is able to, but does get a lot of damage put onto him by Pogi and Merciless, and then they also they also go ahead and clean up Gosu Regrets. Ooga Booga in a little bit of trouble here, might not be able to escape, but we do have the Luminous Lord pushing down the mid while Esmeralda is able to zone out that Sicilian.
I wish we had replay. Did you see the way Merciless on that X-Borg, on that Bumblebee, just like hit the ultimate, then slid through the wall, like just perfect chasing mechanics. Galaxy, though, making some plays himself.
Yeah, going on to Merciless is going to try to escape here. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Getting some shields there from Pogi, but does it get taken down while this Luminous Lord is coming down and barreling down the mid. It looks like they're going to go ahead and clean it up very quickly. And this is where a lot of these teams are going to have some issues here. When you take this Lord, you have to wonder, what is it going to cost your team as well here? Because while Team Insomniacs did pick up that Lord, they picked up some deaths and then picked up almost a complete team wipe there. For it as well, and it didn't really turn out that Lord did too much to actually help them.
Most definitely, but they are, I mean, at this point, we're seeing Area 77 definitely fight back and come out on top of some team fights. Merciless now becoming a bit more tankier, able to handle some of the damage incoming on him. That immortality is locked in along with a few other items, so he's going to be able to kind of sit on the front line, kite a little bit, do some constant damage, maybe even able to get some kills, as we saw him earlier up against Yeho. Ooga Booga, I'm guessing just using this as a definitely not a real engage here, but he does connect on Merciless.
And yeah, we do see that Last Insanity come down, takes him down the halfway health, and then down here at the bottom, Gal's Cutie does land on the Yeho and goes through Regrets. Ashley going ahead and dropping down that real world manipulation while Ooga Booga is being chased. Merciless actually might be in trouble. Does have the immortality popped while the rest of his team is going to help him disengage. It looks like we're looking for a Lycan Pounce from Pogi, who actually might be in trouble. Lycan Pounce does come out, but he does get taken down. Mark Cutie is going to go ahead and try to disengage here, but might be caught in a bad spot. The exit is cut off by Ashley, and they do clean up that Beatrix.
Yeah, just too much, you know. Popo, Ghost Who Regrets on the Soundwave, ended up going damage, I'm pretty sure, if we could take a quick look at the items. So they have Yeho going damage, plus Popo on damage, not tank Popo. And every time we see Gals come into that back line with that Optimus Prime, he's just getting melted down. Yes, you're tanky, but to have to deal with both of those, the output of all of that damage, it's definitely hard. And I'm seeing it in every single team fight. Gals is just getting slaughtered every time he goes in.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that is intentional on the side of Area 77, or because it looks like Area 77 is kind of trying to. Oh wow! And then we do see Pogi and Gals Cutie going here, landing on Galaxy. Galaxy actually putting Gals Cutie in a pretty bad situation here. Gals Cutie's getting a lot of damage put on him. Might have to go ahead and make his escape. Last Insanity does come out merciless. Ooga Booga there is going to be able to clean him up. He is, and this Lord is still being taken down. Pogi is trying to make his escape, but real world manipulation does cut off. Yes, does cut him off. We do see that Gals Cutie is roaming around a bit here, but not able to make much happen. Pogi in trouble.
God,
a decent amount of damage went on to him, and Insomnia. Gals Cutie, I don't.
Gals, what are you doing, bro?
Unfortunately, oh my god, our Cutie tried, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's just the setup by Insomniacs. And this is going to be it. This is going to be the wrap for Area 77. But I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't tell.
Rain
yeah,
Listen,
I can't
reverse
tell
sweep.
if. It seemed like Area 77, it looked like as it was happening, Area 77, Gals Cutie, they were trying to split up and hit them from different angles, especially with Gals Cutie coming in later during those fights. But what I think was happening is Gals Cutie was trying to come around at most of these fights and hit them from the rear, but got caught out by Insomniacs. And that is what was kind of like throwing off the fights, because then he would get burst down because he was separated from his team instead of like actually able to catch the actual main fight that he was aiming for.
Yeah, not to mention he also looked like he was going for a little bit of magic damage in the end there. And maybe that wasn't the best play. Like, I understand it. You maybe want to do that. He went for the time. I always forget the name of that item. That reduces your cooldown every time you help get a kill or you get an assist. But I think like it showed. It definitely showed. And maybe there was a lack of checking items and things like that. But Ghost Who Regrets picking up the damage Popo along with the Aho on the damage Granger was just too much, and he did not have enough defense to just be bursting in like that head first. Optimus Prime, I need you to think a little bit smarter before you make these engages. But that is game one. So can we see Area 77 come back and maybe get the reverse sweep that we've been seeing all night? I don't know, because Insomniacs looked good that game. Like, they looked very, very good that game, even with what so far, technically speaking, has been the underdog team with Decepticons. They made it look easy.
They did.
Yeah, and especially with those comps. I mean, they dominated with what I consider a late game comp. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Area 77 goes with this one. What they're going to want to ban. That real world manipulation, like we were talking, it's just had such a role in these games so far. We also did see finally Starscream start to land some of those alts, but we're beginning to see why most of them have been very light-footed when it comes to landing those, because they're signing their own death warrant. As soon as they go in, they might get that kill, but the enemy team, especially for players at this level, seeing that come in, they're gonna swarm, and they absolutely do. I think Starscream lasts about a second after he kills somebody, and then it gets bamboozled by the rest of the enemy team.
Starscream has not been making the plays I've wanted to see, but it's okay because the rest of the team is doing the job. The rest of the Decepticons, it's almost like they're working together like they're Autobots, you know? They're playing smart. They're doing a great job. I do like the Esmeralda ban here from Area 77. I think it's something that maybe they don't want to prio. I think they really want Yato to get that Xavier. It's like a big deal for them. But the Eve also has been detrimental. So even if the Valentina and the Xavier are banned out, there's still something
Among
for the side of area.
Your team is
Ooh.
banning, which
Good.
I was made for.
Yeah, like I said, Eve was having such a big role in some of those fights that were happening in the last game. So we're gonna see how this kind of works out. I'm expecting probably an Xavier ban here, just because of the prominent role that he's been having, not just in the meta, but in these matches too. Just the ability with that dawning light to be sniping people who are low. Yeah.
Your team is
So now with all
Speak
of
of
them
the devil.
gone, do we see the classic Lilia from Yato, or do we see the Farza? Maybe
We
even
actually
a
haven't
Cog?
seen a Lilia, which is interesting. You know what? Especially with a Johnson combo.
Yeah,
You know?
it's definitely doable.
Yeah.
Oh,
your team is picking.
I think T-Rex
this
just
was
fell
what
out of
was-
his chair.
This is what was banned by
forgot about
Insomniacs
that.
in the first round. This was banned by Insomniac, so let's hope that they. This is what I was saying before too. Is like if any team knows how to master this hero, it would be Area 77 or Insomniacs. And now that he's open, they went ahead and picked him up. Now, that said, right now I'm going to say Julian does not have the best win rate. Right now
In the season.
and. Yeah, in the season for NA right now, he's got a pretty awful win rate. If he's won
yeah,
any
but
matches.
the mid-tier teams have been playing him.
Yeah.
Like, listen real fast. Hear me out. So, honestly, what I'm excited
Give us
about
the
this
statement.
Julian right here, is I'm almost positive it's going to be a mid lane support Julian, a mid lane mage Julian. We've only seen the jungle Julian so far in the league. We've only seen the off lane Julian. I don't know if you guys saw the BTK versus Sybil game, but Zia played an amazing mid lane mage Julian. I'm talking about just crazy plays, 3-man pop-ups, really rotating around the map and just doing a wonderful job. And I've been hearing Area 77 talking about running this. I haven't actually seen it in action in any scrims yet or any of their rank games. I haven't been able to catch it or anything, but I'm excited for this. It's almost disappointing that they're forced to run like Transformers run it, because I've been waiting to see this mid lane Julian from Yato for a while. But even though this is a Transformers event and like it's more of just like, you know, exhibition matches in a sense, I'm still excited to see this.
I personally actually have ran Julian mid lane, and I will tell you that one with his movement, and two just with his ultimate like CCs and just killability, and he's too good, even in mid lane. So I'm definitely down to see this as well. Everybody's using sprint.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely it's a powerful spell right now. I mean, it's what everyone is running right now. Cross seas here, Petrify has been dropped, Sprint's been picked up. It makes some fast boys.
Yeah, well, with the changes and being able to activate sprint in between like stuns and stuff like that, more people have been picking up something that can help them get out of the way rather than something that would just interrupt a stun or a CC. And honestly, I've liked it because it makes the games a little harder for you repositioning yourself, or even for the enemy, or you having to land those skill shots on somebody who's just flying all around you and doing basic circles around you as they get away.
Sure.
Running. Now, Insomniac's picking up this Sicilian,
Breaks through the dark.
really securing more end game. And honestly, Sicilian proves more and more to me to be more of like not, especially with the like what was it, 2 or 3 months ago when he got the patch that helped him build stacks faster. He's almost not even really a late game hero. He's like a mid game hero now. Like I see a lot of teams decimate with him even around the like 7-8 minute mark, you know. So it's almost hard for me just to be, I mean, he has extreme late game potential because his damage is essentially like infinite, but the fact that he gets online even faster now just makes him even more of a threat.
Yet I'm wondering if we're going to have a distance answer. I guess not. So on the side of of Insomniacs, we do have that distance and that sieging potential and that poking ability, and we don't really see that on the side of Area 77. So I'm wondering if they're planning on closing the distance, or if they're really got a lot of faith in Gal's Cutie to be able to land these ults, and then the rest of the team is just going to pounce, because they're going to have to, on the side of Area 77, they're going to have to close the distance on a team that is made for range.
Yeah. Almost too much range. I mean, hold on a second, because what do they have? They have Popo, they have Aldos. They pretty much, Aldos is the only front liner. So yes, they're going to be trying to close a distance, but like, that's kind of scary. They're a little squishy on the side of Insomniacs, at least to my liking. Yes, Pocopo may build a tank. Aldos will probably build tanky, but no. Ghost regrets once again on the Popo with that marksman emblem. So, who? Aldos is going Rome. Aldos Rome.
Yeah, which honestly, because of how that last game went, every single time that he did land his ult, he was killed. So, I mean, this probably makes a little bit more sense. Jump in there, have a decent amount of defensive abilities to maybe like kind of lag the fight on while the rest of your team can try to get into position, hopefully.
I don't know. That's scary. See exactly how it works, and I feel like this Julian may be the key to getting into that back lane. Maybe even paired up with Gals. I think Gals definitely needs to build tanky this time. Like, don't build any magic items until maybe your last 1 or 2 items, because you need something that can defend against. Because this time, like you said, it's all ranged on the side of Insomniacs. It's a lot of damage on the side of Insomniacs, a lot of range damage. So you need something. You need to have that buffiness to get you through and pierce into them.
Well, it almost, I mean, it could be like a double-edged sword there too, because if he does go with a more damage build, if you're looking at teams or characters that are very squishy, so that means if he does land his ability, that's almost a guarantee that he's going to take somebody down with him, instead of giving them a chance to get away, because that's kind of what you're going to need to do here. It's going to be burst, because if you give them some breathing room, if you give them some space, they're going to be able to create that distance and the amount of damage to be able to kite you away. So I guess we're gonna have to see how both of these comps play out here. Both teams kind of still very even opening minutes of the game here. We do have that turtle coming in 26 seconds.
And Galaxy could also be an issue for Area 77 on this Paquito, because he's the pushback that he has, the ability to create space, the CC. If he can run it, ooh, nice first pick on Yeho. That is big for Area 77.
Yeah, Poggy went ahead and dove in with that Lycan pounce, able to take down Yeho very, very quickly. Ooga Booga actually might be in trouble here. Is able to get away very quickly with that sprint. A sprint is just, it's added just a new dynamic to a lot of these matches. It's kind of ridiculous, especially with Esmeralda, somebody who I didn't think that would be helping out as much. She's almost unkillable with sprints. A lot of damage here coming down from Galaxy. Here onto that tower.
Just when you think they slowed down the game, they sped it back up.
Ooga Booga, though, may go down to Yato. Almost gets the pick.
Looks like the side of Area 77 able to go ahead and pick up that first turtle of the game here. And still just a 1-0 game here. Neither team really kind of pressing their advantage too much here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so. Area 77, I feel like they're definitely playing a better. Maybe it's not that they're playing a better game. Maybe the comp's just better. Whatever it is, they're definitely having a better start than what we saw last time. Last time, Insomniacs were really just kind of. It felt like they were just controlling the game throughout all of it. Area 77 feels a bit more comfortable right now in their composition. They feel a bit, their rotations feel like they're a bit more planned and ready to go. And look at Pogi and Gals, the sight that we all love to see with the engage.
Yeah, Regrets does get landed onto. Gal's Cutie does pay for it with his life. Mark Cutie able to clean up Regrets. Yeho is going to throw out a barrage as he gets away. Yato dashes out of the way of some abilities, and unfortunately Sicilian and Aldous are not able to clean that up.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lane swap now too. Galaxy coming down to the gold lane. Popo been getting picked on a little bit. They're gonna have to send Soundwave up to the ADXP lane to try to deal with it. A little bit of an engage down on the bottom. Marcuti with the flick, trying to get the outplay. Galaxy able to get away, and now Starscream coming in.
Yeah, he does come in and is able to take him down and is able to get away. So this is probably a better plan with all that defensive that he does have. Galaxy actually might be in trouble, costing him. Oh.
My gosh.
That's insanity. Pure insanity.
The low
Jesus.
HP.
Pure insanity on the map tonight. Ashley able to get a little bit of pull, and Yayo steals that blue buff away from Pogi. A nice initial take. We're at 4.5 minutes. Gold at a dead even, and the second turtle is up.
Man, we do see Poggy is able to go ahead and pick up that turtle. Unfortunately, Marcutie putting a little damage on it. We do have a pop-up on Ashley, but Ashley and Ooga Booga are going to go ahead and disengage there while this bottom tower is being pushed on. Galaxy looking like he's waiting for his opportunity. Does miss it, so not going to be able to clean up on Marcutie. But just a little bit of timing there. And Ooga Booga coming in again. Nope.
Uh-oh.
Galaxy
Booga going down.
Ooga Booga taken out. Poggy gets that kill. Poggy now sitting at 2-0, right? So this is a good spot for the side of Area 77. This is what you want to be doing. Steamrolling a little bit. You fed some nice gold into the hands of Grimlock. So they need to capitalize on this. They need to do what we always say they do best. Smell blood in the water and attack Yato. Getting a nice knock up. And this is a possible threat. That CC on a mid lane mage is definitely dangerous to have to deal with.
Ooh, nice little skip there by Galaxy, but he is going to be in trouble here. Not really much he's going to be able to do against 5 members of Area 77. Hopefully, the rest of Insomniacs here are going to be able to clean up something. It doesn't look like they're actually able to capitalize on it. They're going to go ahead and pick up this blue, but not much else from it.
Grimlock's like, I don't even need my
playing
blue, bro.
with me,
Let's do
Ooga
this.
Booga. Oh my god.
Zigzag. Ooga Booga able to get away, even in the midst of 5 players from Area 77, playing a lot more, I want to say a lot more freer with that ult coming in, putting himself in harm's way and still... Yeah, Marcutie actually a pretty decent amount of damage going on to him, dropping him real low. He is going to have to go and retreat to the base at the cost of possibly a turtle here for his team.
Man, every time Yato gets a knock-up with that, the knock-up for Julian is so long. Like, I know it's probably only like a second, maybe a second and a half, but like the animation, the amount of time that you're getting knocked up and then in the air and dropping down, it seems like a full CC, you know? It seems like it's a long I don't know, man. It definitely just seems so clutch right now for Area 77, and it's almost like a death sentence, you know? It's not quite a Franco hook, but it's definitely rough. But right as we're talking about him, Yato getting taken off, and Insomniacs continue to keep pressure. They take that mid tower, which should be very helpful in the rest of this fight.
It's interesting because it feels like Area 77 is winning engagements, but they're the ones that when you look at the stats, when you look at this, it looks like they're behind right now. So it's so interesting right now.
I think it's just Insomniacs are great at farming. They're great at the objectives. They're great at, even when they're behind in some of these engagements, they know how to stay ahead when it comes to the game itself.
Ooh. Merciless just gets kited by Yeho on that Granger, man. just wide on that last Insanity, but able to get picked up. And I highly doubt that I was about to say, but that is going to be a completed ult there. Ooga Booga just looking for a quick ride to the mid lane here as Area 77 goes ahead and cleans up the top tower.
Yeah, you know, Insomniac's really just, I mean, like that right there, getting away in those tight situations, and then responding by actually making you pay for it. So Area 77, if they want to win this game, they need to kind of play maybe a bit smarter. Maybe don't play as greedy. Make sure you make your plays count. A nice pick finally onto Ooga Booga there. Hopefully this can be a moment where they make a difference. And I don't really know who, what the exact issue is. Maybe it's Gals with this uncomfortability of running on a Johnson where you're not with your team. Like he's just driving around. He can't really support Yato. He can't really support the rest of his team like we normally see Gals do. He's normally a very tight tank that stays with them.
Ooh, Gals Cutie
my
does
God.
back in a beautiful amount of damage there. Does clean up 2 members of Insomniacs, and they are going to go ahead and set up for this Lord. There is still 3 players left here, but I don't think they're going to be able to do much, especially with the jungler down.
Did we all just see the same thing?
Oh yeah.
That was like an immediate just delete.
Xborg and Johnson right now. Kinda broken.
Yeah. And then Yato with the occasional knock-up, like it's I think if they stick together like this,
Oh my God.
Reverse
Yeah,
sweep.
this is basically waiting for those abilities of Julian to come online with the items. So man, all you need is that one pop-up. And Gals Cutie actually might be in trouble here. Getting taken down while Galaxy in the back is going to take down Yato. Mark Cutie coming in on the Yehao does get the kill. Ashley in trouble here. Galaxy going to come in. I'm not sure he has his abilities left though. Does get taken down while Ashley cleans his clock. We do still have the Lord here barreling down at the back.
Oh, whoa. Holy.
Because they are just brawling right now. I gotta give it up though to Mark Cutie with those Bruno plays, man. Able to take out 2 members on his own in the midst of 3. So definitely playing a good game this time. Much better than his Beatrix game last time. So hopefully he can make a difference here. He is starting to do some nice burst damage, sitting at 7, 3, and 1. So there's some definite opportunity here. Gals, a little sus, does miss, tries to make the call on Ooga Booga, but they're still going to get him stunned up here.
Yeah, Ooga Booga does get taken down there, and he does seem like he is kind of becoming less and less of a factor in a lot of these fights. Now, he's the first one taken out, but it doesn't really seem like it's a huge deal for his team when he gets taken out. So it's just kind of just existing there, doing the little split pushing that he has been there. Galaxy and Poggy here with a little bit of a fight here. Galaxy's going to go ahead and disengage, but runs right into Mark Cutie and does get cleaned up quite quickly with Gals Cutie running around here on this Johnson. And we do see, that immortality is out. Activated. Regrets trying to disengage here as the last insanity does go off, and Merciless is going to go ahead and teleport to base. Ooga Booga comes in. I did hear the wind chant get activated there as Mark Cutie puts putting some damage onto Ooga Booga, and man, unfortunately we do have the rest of the team coming up here.
Mark Cutie.
Yeah, Mark Cutie actually might be in trouble here. He's going closer and closer to that tower, and it does look like Ooga Booga is going to be able to disengage as well. These kind of turning around. This is starting to turn around into Area 77's favor, and I feel like as we start getting a little bit further and further on here, they're just pushing on very slowly, creeping in, even with all of these fights that are happening around the map.
Yeah, and I think that even that death right there onto Mark Cutie, I feel like it was worth it. You get the tower. I think at this point right now, taking an objective, we're at a good point in the game where they just need to try to keep pushing forward, and taking a death for that isn't always a bad play, especially for a tier 2 tower. You're not that close to the inhibitor. Your death counters aren't too high. At 20 minutes, do I think it's worth dying for a tower? I'm not quite sure, but this early on, you'll be right back on the map and ready for this Lord that's about to come up, that everyone is about to go for. Ooga Booga and Merciless having a little bit of a engage up here. Last Insanity does go off. Ooga Booga may just go down here. Merciless gonna get that finish.
That one a little bit. Unfortunately, kind of extended himself a little farther. We do see Gals Cutie and Pogi coming in here, do land onto Ashley, who is able to get away very quickly with that sprint. We do see that Roger is just collapsing onto them while this Lord is still going, while this Lord is still being taken down on the side of Area 77.
Area 77's
reverse
looking good.
Sweep.
Dude, hint, nudge,
3 games all night. 3 games.
Hey, listen. I don't know who told these guys.
Definitely gonna be tough, and he can't. Why is he gonna engage on him? He knows he's got the wind chant. He knows he can't do anything about it.
Do it for the vine.
Do it for the vine. This is great. I could watch this all night. Just this right here.
Just chilling. Special delivery.
Oh,
There it is. Ooh.
Oh!
Yo, that was worth the wait. That was worth the wait. We got the animation to happen. Breathe out some fire. You guys can all log off now. You can all leave. The winner is Grimlock.
The
So
T-Rex
Lord is
lover.
crashing down now. They should make quick work of this. I think they still take at least a tower from it. Make that 2 towers. The tier 2 on the bot and the tier 2 on the mid. And they also take out Ooga Booga. He's continually getting caught off here. And we've seen this time and time again with that. Hold on.
Yeah, big amount of damage coming onto the mid tower as Regrets has to disengage here. Galscutie turning away, but they do get the tower down, and it looks like there's not going to be much that's actually going to be able to stop them. Pogi and Galaxy having a little bit of a fight down here at the bottom to try to get that bottom tower, but it looks like Insomniacs are going to go ahead and protect that. But man, they are being pushed in very quickly and very hard, and there's really not much that they can do to stop it. 77 seconds still left on the Lord, but all lanes are starting to crash in.
Autobots. Autobots.
Best of 3. Best of 3. At this point, you know, it's definitely going to be tough for Insomniacs. We are only at the 15-minute mark. We haven't really gotten to like true endgame fashion, and Ashley is still on the Sicilian. Ooga Booga does still have the Starscream Aldos. So I mean, but I've said this several times with this literal same exact composition, and it has failed my words. It has made me put a shoe in my mouth. So maybe the end game Aldos isn't really true anymore. Yes, the Sicilian does count, but we've seen all night Autobots prevail through that end game damage.
Red team hero has been slain.
Well, all it takes, and then there goes Galaxy coming down. It's just all it takes is just one stun right now. And all it needs is a stun. You got so much burst on the side of Area 77, and then there goes the stun, and a lot of damage coming down onto Ashley as Ooga Booga does come in, trying to skate them away. Is going to get taken down himself, as well as Galaxy going down, and don't really think that there's going to be much. A pop-up on Yeho is getting a lot of damage, does get taken down with a Lycan punch, as Marcutie is putting the damage onto Gosu Regrets, and I'm not really sure that Insomniacs are going to be able to stop this. Pop-up does come onto Ashley, but Ashley's going to be able to disengage and go to the tower and get healed up. We do have a wave coming in here now as Gosu Regrets and Ashley are trying to fend this off. A lot of damage going onto the core. Another pop-up on Ashley. Core is going down, though, and this is a victory for the Autobots.
Reverse sweep. We'll
Reverse.
see exactly what happens. I think after those 2 games, it could definitely go either way. Like watching both teams have good games in their hands, I can't quite give it to Area 77, and I can't quite give it to Insomniacs. We've seen both teams completely dominate in game 1 and then game 2, so it's definitely a toss-up for me on the next game. You got to give it up to Pogi on that. On that Grimlock, just played a wonderful job. I think really earned the MVP, and just really kind of controlled a lot of those fights, made some great ganks. This time Area 77 definitely brought it back together. They played a bit tighter. They didn't split up too much. Gals wasn't just continuously murdering himself right into the back lane. So hopefully that's what we see again from them if we want to see them win game 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of how I expected the first game to go off, whereas the Autobots composition favors more of that early game, and that's what we saw through this one, is that early game, they just kept up the pressure, kept on going, and then eventually just it was too much for Insomniacs. And honestly, that probably with the immense amount of damage that was coming out of Julian, from that as well. He only really getting actually Marcutie doing like 34% of the damage for that last match. So I mean, it was a lot of damage to contend with, especially in the early game. I mean, there's not really much you can do to come back from that if they've got that Julian, if they've got that Bruno as well. It was way too much for them, way too early and way too fast.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, the Bruno was definitely unexpected. The Bruno was, I did not expect his damage to come online so soon. And maybe it's just because we don't see Brunos too often. But Mark Hootie was making some plays. I mean, just outplaying people too. Even in that last Lord, fight, Galaxy tried to get onto him on the bottom of the Lord pit and just wasn't able to get the finish. Mark Hootie once again getting the outplay, dashing just out of distance and continuing to bring the onslaught of damage that he brought that whole game. So we see some of the possibilities that what we can see from Mark Hootie. You know, are we going to see the Bruno pick again game 2? I mean, I wouldn't really count it out completely. Anything could happen here. We just saw them we saw him not do well at all on the Beatrix and then completely slam it home with more of an off-brand pick. So I'm wondering exactly what he brings to the table this time.
Yeah, I mean, you guys might have been sleeping on it, but like the X-Borg, the Bumblebee Johnson Optimus Prime combo deleted almost half the team.
And they were the first time I was wondering like if we saw them using the combination, and I was actually wondering if that's why they lost, because they were taking 2 people off the map. But this time they definitely made it work. So maybe we see it again. Maybe we do see the reverse sweep, or maybe Insomniacs moves on to the semifinals. We are jumping into the last draft of this series now, Private.
Yeah, definitely going to want to see. They're probably going to have to adjust those bans. Either that Bruno or that Julian's going to probably be coming out of here. Julian just had that big boy CC and damage that was coming out of him, and you knew it right away. Just right as the mid game hit, he was just hitting like a truck. So be interesting to see if they're going to leave that out there, or well, they do have first pick, so I guess leave it for the enemy to ban. I just don't know if Insomniacs have somebody who can play him.
Your team is banning.
Yeah. They did sub out Ooga Booga for hate. So we did have a change happen. I'm guessing they just weren't enjoying Starscream's Ooga Booga.
I mean, hate is their usual tank, so this could be the game changer for them. Hate is he's a very good tank. I put him and Gals both on high pedestals. So the fact that they won their first game so well without Hate, second game, yes, they fell off a little bit, but now they definitely have one of their star 5 now entering this battle. So it could be the game changer for the side of Insomniacs here.
And we do see that Julian does get banned out. And that's kind of what I thought. Julian, they did ban it the first time as well. Obviously, it probably knew something that we didn't about Area 77 and their proficiency on that. And we do have so we do have an Xavier and a Yve open here. So it looks like Insomniacs are going to go ahead and pick up the Yve, which means that Xavier is going to go to the side of Area 77. Surprise, surprise. Those two of the strongest mages.
Both picks.
Xavier in the hands of Yato, though, that's... Yes, they get the Yve. I'm really surprised they didn't prio the Xavier. Maybe Ashley's just not super comfortable on it yet, but that is scary. Like, we've seen Xavier... I don't think Xavier's lost a match yet tonight.
I'm wondering if Yve has... I can't remember if Yve has, because I can remember a lot of dominating performances with Yve, and so I'm just wondering, like, have we seen them both face off against each other, or has one of them always been banned? So it'd be interesting to see how this works out. Area 77 does have the Autobot, so they will have that early game. So we'll see how well that plays in for them. We know that Xavier does have a little bit of a slow early game. He does still provide a lot of CC, but that damage really doesn't come online until about mid-game.
I mean, I think we do see Mark Hootie pick up this Claude as well. So once again, flexing his hero pool, bringing in something different. And honestly, like, one thing I've been enjoying, especially with the gold laners, we've seen it from a few people, is they don't really... like, they've just been swapping around. There's no, like, you can tell they're just kind of having fun. Like, there's no reason. It's not like Claude hard counters anything that Cho. I guess he can deal with the Cho a little bit better. Dash around, maybe dodge some of those G-Condos and things of that nature. But honestly, we've seen a lot of the gold laners just kind of, we saw it earlier in the last series. we saw the Brody, we saw the Clint, we saw a couple different options. So I think they're the ones having fun in this tournament right now. So I'm excited to see how this Claude does, though. We just saw him dominate with Bruno. So now with another semi-off-brand pick, you know, not the Beatrix, not the what everyone considers to be meta, but I'm excited to see how Marcuti does on this.
Yeah, we do have, I believe that's going to be the either a Tank Cho or Popol. I'm going to assume it's going to be a Tank Cho, and we're going to have Popol in the side lane, the gold lane there. So I want to see how well these teams can kind of compete, especially with the Julian taken off the table, and we're not going to have that same burst damage that will accompany Area 77 in the early game. But they do have that Xavier, so it's going to be... So we're gonna see. Xavier has been an absolute menace so far, especially with when heroes get low. So we're gonna see how well if Insomniacs can actually or how well Area 77 can deal with that, or Insomniacs. I'm sorry, the name the what do you call it? It's throwing me off.
It's getting late. It's getting late. We didn't expect all best of threes.
Dude, tell me about it.
Area 77 now trying to push in and take this win with a reverse sleep. Of what we've seen all night, we have seen the Autobots come back and take it every time. Will it be the same story told here as pure theatrical fashion would tell us?
Armor.
Just like the show's Pogi, keeping it aggressive per usual, Hate trying to get away there. But again, or will Insomniacs turn the tides and finally give Decepticons a win in this tournament?
Yeah, it's gonna come down to probably these opening minutes, especially when this first turtle comes out, to see how fast or how Area 77 deals with this early game and how aggressive that they can be here.
Yeah, and we're already seeing Ghost Who Regrets and Marcuti exchange some blows in the bottom. Hate coming to help out. Hate will be running the tank Popo. So for once, we're not seeing Insomniacs run damage Popo. We're seeing something a bit different, but Regrets taking a bit of damage there, Private.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it does have that little petrify on. Marcuti is in trouble, does get taken down by Yeho. Gals Cutie's trying to disengage there. I'll kind of baited himself there as Gals Cutie. He went ahead and landed that petrify on the Hate, but then you had Yeho with that surprise ult on that Starscream, able to take down Marcuti quite quickly.
Yeah, and this is something also that might affect Area 77. They're changing up their composition a bit. Instead of having Yeho in the off lane and having Popo in the gold lane, this time they're running Popo as the tank and then Yeho in this jungle position. So Area 77 now having to face something a bit different than what they've been facing the past two games, which could definitely throw the average team off. You know, it's especially when you're always running up against the same three heroes, you expect something, and now a whole wrench is thrown in your plans.
Yeah, we do see that since they weren't able to get the turtle, that it looks like Pogi actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Yeho does get the land the ult on him. Gals Cutie coming around here, does land the stun. Real world manipulation does come down onto Gals Cutie, taking a bit of damage, but that passive able to protect him as he disengages there.
A nice disengagement too at that. We're sitting at 3 minutes now. Area 77 holding the gold lead a little bit, which again, this is typical. Marcuti has taken a death in the gold lane, which I think could be rough for him, especially seeing as Claude isn't already the best early game laner. So that's going to be a possible problem in the near future. Yato keeping himself 0 deaths. We want to see Xavier do that heavy burst damage. So Yato just needs to kind of hang out, and a bit of a G-Con-Do. Galaxy almost getting the kill here.
Yeah, but looks like Merciless wisely able to disengage there while Galaxy does clean up that lane a bit. Looks like he's going to go ahead and try to cut here. While at the bottom, we do see Ashley trying to slow them down, but Pogi and Gals Cutie do put a decent amount of damage on the Hate, who looks like he might be going down, is able to safely flicker away. Real world manipulation comes down. Pogi does go down as Marcuti gets caught up with that ult. Looks like I was about to say powerless to stop it, but he does teleport away to safety, and both members are able to go ahead and recall back to base.
So again, no big No big hits. Nothing super happening. They are trying to steal this blue buff, which is good from the Insomniacs. But look at that big pick onto Yato. Galaxy, though, a little too deep. May get caught off here. Will go down private.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he just narrowly missed where he wanted to land that kick and put him into the tower instead of to the safety of his team there. Hate's going to go ahead and disengage here while the rest of Pogi and Area 77 go ahead and try to push this tower. But you do see up at the turtle, Yeho was able to go ahead and pick that up for his team.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job. Give me 1 second, G. If you could jump on. I'm having some slight headphone issues on my side. I'll be right back on.
All right, we do see that a real-world manipulation does come down onto Gal's Cutie. Does take down a Yato on that Xavier, so they're not going to have that long-distance damage for a little bit. And does seem that things are kind of starting to creep up here a little bit. You do see that Insomniac starting to push their way around here in this early game. Right now, we do see Gal's Cutie on this Johnson coming into the bottom here. Is he going to be able to land on somebody? Comes in, does land it onto Yeho, but is this the target that he wants? You do see not a lot of damage coming down there. Ashley able to go ahead and put some damage on a Pogi as he's going to go ahead and try to disengage there. Lycan pounces onto the minion to go ahead and help him with his escape there. Still not really much being done onto this tower as the lane is being cut. You do see Yeho going on to Mark Cutie. Rest of the team is going to go ahead and engage in there as Mark Cutie tries to ult away there. Yeho goes down. It looks like Hate might be close to follow there if Regrets can't put enough damage onto him. And then we do see that Gal's Cutie does come down with that ult there. Real world manipulation does come down. Gal's Cutie actually might be in trouble here too. Mark Cutie able to get away. Poggy does get that one last auto attack off on him. So we do have a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Insomniacs here. And then we do see Merciless with that last insanity. This action just never stops here. Ashley and Galaxy here trying as Merciless puts on them running shoes and takes off, able to get himself to safety here. And we do have a 5-3 lead in its favor of Insomniacs here. Gosu Regrets holding himself, holding his lane here against Mark Cutie. And the more and more this game keeps on going, it seems like it's going to be in favor of Insomniacs. You do see it.
He said I'm out.
Real road manipulation does come down on here. Looks like it's going to be making short work of Gal's Cutie as the rest of the Insomniacs are going to go ahead and split up and probably try their best to take down this middle lane. Not sure if you're going to be able to do that with Xavier with all the damage that he can do. They are going to go ahead and zone him out here. We do see Hate takes down that tower there, and we do have Mark Cutie thinks better of charging into 4 members of Insomniacs and very quickly teleports out of the way back to his tier 2 bottom tower there. We do have Yeho going ahead and cleaning up that minion there. Gal's Cutie coming down to provide some support, but they're not going to be able to stop Insomniacs from taking this tower. Merciless up at the top, going to go ahead and return the favor with the damage here. He does, oh, I guess that minion,
oh wow,
is going to be able to take it. We do see an ult coming down the Merciless. Is that going to be enough to take him down? Yeho with a dawning light onto him is not going to be able to get away here. Looks like Pogi and Merciless are going to be able to clean him up with the help of Gal's Cutie there.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And an outplay right there. Mark Cutie able to, I guess, break Regrets' ankles there as he teleports up right after getting the kill. And Pogi goes ahead and teleports to safety. 6 and 5 right now in the favor of Insomniacs. Right down at the mid, we do see that the lane is being cleared up by Hate. Gal's Cutie going ahead and I guess looking for an opportunity to go ahead and start driving again there. We do see Yato in the mid going to go ahead and try to clean up these lanes, and both teams have kind of gone into a standstill. 23, no real lead on either side. Just 1 tower for the side of Insomniac, or 2 towers for the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, this is looking like a crazy game, to be honest. Like, Insomniacs being able to swap out that 1 player is kind of just like slightly turn the tides from what I'm seeing here. So, ooh.
Yeah,
Oops,
Gals
did
Cutie
not
and
work.
team, we're gonna go ahead and try to engage there, but they did get caught by a trap, so it did kind of ruin probably a very great place trap there by Hate. Did fend off that invisible attempt at a gank there. We do see that the rest of
Time to
Insomniacs.
get the Lord.
Yeah, the rest of Insomniacs are on there. We do see that Gals Cutie and Roger coming in here. We do see a real world manipulation come down there. Ghost of Regrets is forced to get away there. Mark Cutie on that. Oh, actually forced to run away, and the Lord is still gotten by Yeho. And Merciless does take down Regrets here. Yeho trying to run away for his life. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get away from 4 members of Area 77. A lot of damage going down onto him as this Lord does go down to the bottom lane, but is it worth it? Getting that Lord for 3 kills for on the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Area 77 did that so well. Being able to, you know, surrender the Lord, almost use it as bait, knowing that they're going to be able to take out several members from you. And we see that happen sometimes in those Lord fights. Like, yes, you got Lord, but you lost so much in that reverse attack. So definitely a good play from Area 77 there. We're now sitting at 10 minutes. The gold is almost dead even, and I would say Area 77 maybe has possibly, I mean, they have lost that mid-tier tower in the bottom, so they don't have complete control of the map, but they are starting to bounce back a bit here.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
and
definitely see
unfortunately-
their team fights are looking good.
Yeah, they're catching people off kilter here. You see that every single time. Oh, nice little up play there. Galaxy trying to come in with a with that Jeet Kune Do, and Mark Cutie sees that coming from a mile away. Jesus. And oh god, and then we did just wow, and even a real world manipulation not able to. It does actually help. It does take down Gals Cutie. Puggy is running for his life out of that tower there. Merciless down at the bottom here might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, so to speak, as Hate is on top of him, and Yeho and Galaxy coming here from the rear. Definitely going to be probably popping this immortality. Merciless puts on the Nas and gets out of there.
The legal installed mod on that Camaro.
Perfect timing too, because Galaxy had the Way of the Dragon ready to go, and he hits that ultimate to stop CC, buys himself just enough space to pop that sprint and get away safely. And now they're engaging right away to jump back in. I think one thing about Area 77 is they need to maybe, like you,
yeah, a lot of damage on the Hate, unfortunately, and that's how these fights have been starting. Gals Cutie does take a lot of damage, not going to be getting out of this. Yeho actually in a little bit of trouble. Real world manipulation does come down. Pokey taking a lot of damage, is able to get away, even with the Jeet Kune Do. He thinks better of trying to finish it off there. Dawning Light does come out and finishes off Yeho. And unfortunately, this is, yeah, 1 for 2 trade here in favor of Area 77.
Wow.
yeah, beautiful play from them. And I was just about to say, don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't engage too much. But they completely proved me wrong once again, coming in and making a beautiful play into that mid-tier 3 tower. Lord now back up. Area 77 definitely feeling in control. Mark Cutie getting a beautiful outplay onto Galaxy. Not quite able to get the finish, but will send him back to base there and just picking away now. They've hit a nice spike in the mid game, and they are definitely capitalizing on it, taking away several towers, not even prioritizing this Lord just yet. They want to get a bit more out of Insomniacs before they make them.
We do have Gals Cutie that does crash into here. And a beautiful play along with that conceal. Absolutely surprises the Insomniacs. 4 down now, and it's going to be a pretty hard game for them to go ahead into okay. I was wondering what he was going to go do, but they are going to be pushing on here. I'm not sure if Insomniacs are going to be able to stop this. He does get stopped there. Yeah, this is it. Looks like we have a game in favor of the Autobots. Area 77, go ahead and wrap up the series 2-1.
Autobots.
Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep.
3 times. Yeah,
I'm sorry about that, guys. I had to find a new pair of headphones, and I will tell you something. It's almost like I've never been hearing in the past month because I put in a hair. I guess I didn't even know that my other headphones were so bad because I put in these and I had to turn all of you guys down. And I was like, oh my God, my ears almost bursted from the amount of noise that was coming from my computer. It was insane. I can finally hear again, guys. Let's get back into this. Area 77, take the reverse sweep there. And the Xborg and Johnson combo towards the end game there was just dominating.
Lots of damage, lots of output. I like, even though Marcuti was putting a lot of plays in, I kind of like the Xborg Johnson combo. It was absolutely getting it done.
Yeah, I think, and especially Marcuti, the way he was playing that Claude, just basically baiting in Galaxy to throw out that Jikundo, and every single time he went in for it, Marcuti was just waiting so that he could just teleport right out of the way and then still continue on that DPS. So, I mean, just a really good game and a very solid game played by Area 77, but no real shock there.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely no shock. Autobots continuing to stay on top, almost like it was meant to be, you know? Autobots versus, maybe the Decepticons are just cursed, because the thing is, it's not like they're losing every game. You know, they are winning. They are coming out on top in some of these compositions. So it's not like it's impossible for the Decepticons to come out on top in the series. Maybe they were just meant to lose. And it definitely looks rough for the Decepticons tonight. We are going to be jumping into the last series of the night. I know it's been a long stream, and I appreciate everyone who has stuck around tonight. We've done some great numbers. We did not reach our 5K goal, but we still want to continue to share and like the stream. And if you're going to tune in tomorrow, do the same exact thing. Let's get ready for our last series. This is going to be Team Aether Explicit up against Team Ethereal. You guys ready for this?
I am. This is gonna be a good match. I don't know, best of 3. You know, Autobots. You know, there's a hint, nudge, nudge. Quite possibly. You know, we're the comeback kids. We're the comeback kids, man.
One thing I can say is both of these teams, like, so Aether Explicit and Ethereal, both wanted Decepticons. Like, everyone got to put in who they wanted, especially for the first round.
Yeah.
They were actually a team, and most of the time, a lot of the teams opted for Autobots. There was a few times where the teams got to pick what they actually wanted because they were opposites. And these were both teams that wanted to go Decepticons. Aether Explicit was a team that opted for it, and so were Ethereal. So if there is a series where Decepticons come out on top, this could be the one.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I wonder what was on the Decepticon side that they liked, or if it was just more a, or if it was just they just like the Decepticons.
And the Camaro never loses.
Aether Explicit liked the Popo. They have a really good Popo player on their side. So, and I'm guessing maybe Ethereal, maybe it's the same thing. Maybe.
I like Popo.
I do like the this one did have more skins on the side of the Decepticon, the second batch of Transformers, and I did like the second batch a little bit more. If I'm comparing both Transformer sets, I like the Starscream and the Grimlock and the Soundwave. They were just, I don't know, I really liked those Transformer sets. They just, I don't know, the details on them kind of they were like immediate buys for me.
Hey, listen, there's a Camaro literally like right in the corner of my my frame. That might have been coincidental, but Bumblebee's right here. I'm a winner. He's a winner. Autobots all the way.
Yeah, Decepticon fans are definitely sad right now. Definitely a little down and out. But I mean, that's what happens when you go with the villains, right? That's what happens when you pick the bad guys. You don't always come out on top. We will be seeing Aether Explicit represent the Decepticons this game, towards Ethereal will be going with the Autobots. So will it be the same story we've been seeing all night, or will Aether Explicit finally give Decepticons a win?
It's going to be interesting too because we have seen such a dominating performance by the Autobots, and we're dealing with team who wanted the Decepticons. So I'm really eager to see how well they can perform with it. I mean, we did see the first game of the last series. How Insomniacs were able to use those comps with the Decepticon characters and able to like dominate even the early game, to the point that there really wasn't any choice in the late game. They had already they'd already pretty much closed the window on any type of momentum that Area 77 had in the early game. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams work out with this, or what they've been practicing with it. And I'm not even sure how much time they really had to practice with it. It's just kind of like throwing something together and just like spur of the moment, like, all right, let's see if this works.
Ultimate Clash now.
Yeah.
I will say that it seems like the times that the Decepticons have won is when they immediately get the upper hand. It hasn't been easy for them to, like, it's hard. It's very hard, it seems, to deal with a snowballing Autobots. They kind of have to get the jump immediately, and then they can kind of prolong. But if they start falling off in the very beginning, it seems like there's just nothing they can do against the Autobots. There's no, like, waiting for the deep end game. The few times we have seen Decepticons come back, except for the very first series, which was kind of just different, I feel. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long night. But I definitely feel like if Aether Explicit wants to take this, they need to try to get the advantage right away. You know, either slow down Roger, slow down some of these important heroes on the side of the Autobots. So as we creep in, to those that don't know, we will be streaming again for the semifinals and the finals tomorrow night. It will not be as long. We'll only have three series tomorrow night, thank God. And make sure you help support these events by sharing, liking the stream. We'll have a lot more giveaways tomorrow night, more pop quiz questions like what we did tonight, and a lot more fun. We've seen some of the same teams that we see win tonight go against each other for a prize pool of 2,400 or 2,400 in Amazon gift cards and 156,000 diamonds. So big shout out to Moonton for supplying this event to North America, supplying the prize pool and organizing this event. We really do appreciate it. And we need people like you viewers to help get exposure to these events. We cannot grow in NA if we don't get more views on these streams and on these events. So make sure you click that share button, invite people, share it in the Discord, share it on Facebook groups, whatever you need to do to help push out these viewer numbers.
Yeah.
We are going to be doing a final ping check. So to give Private, me, and G Diego a quick bathroom break and things of that nature, we're going to jump to some of our promotional videos while these teams are doing their ping check. And we will be back in just a moment, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. Don't leave just yet. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Set the power.
All right, we're back for the final series of the night. Team Ethereal representing the Autobots up against Aether Explicit representing the Decepticons. But the question of the night, the question on all of our minds is, will Decepticons get a win? It definitely does not look good for them. Statistically wise, it does not look good for them. They've won one game every series, but they've gotten reverse sweeped every series. So honestly, I feel like their best bet is to throw the first game. Throw the first game and try to win the next two. Because if they win the first one, the guess is, if I was a betting man, that they're going to get beat out by the Autobots in the second two. So Aether Explicit, if you're listening, lose game one and you can win the next two. That's just my guess, guys. I don't know about y'all. What do you think, Private?
It's a T-Rex guarantee right there. So
T-Rex warranty.
Nothing T-Rex says is actually liable for anything that he's saying. The small dark voice comes in.
Yeah. Honestly, it's been pretty interesting. It's kind of been like a little bit of we've noticed that it's the same thing over and over as far as the Autobots getting that early game. It's come down to early game here, honestly, and how they capitalize on that early game really well, especially Decepticons. The compositions with I've been noticing a lot of trouble with that the Starscream Aldous. It's been very hard to make work or make something useful of it. He's one of those all-in heroes that if you're going to be using him to his fullest potential, you're going to be diving in. Unfortunately, at this level of play, when you dive in like that, you're basically putting a target on yourself unless your entire team is there to help during the engagement. And it's interesting to see how people are trying to work around it. We've seen some split pushes with it. We've seen like almost a tank all this with it, but and then mixed in with all the rest of the compositions that we have in here. It can be a little hard, especially because they have the Popol and Koopa and the Granger on their side as well, versus a more tanky and sustained comp that you get with the Autobots, and especially with that early game. So it'll be interesting to see how Ethereal and Aether Explicit go ahead and deal with this. We do see that Valentina is going to go ahead and get banned out first. Will that Xavier and or maybe the Julius be making an appearance here?
I think Aether Explicit has to ban out the Xavier, take out the Savior. If you're not first pick, you gotta pick him off. I'm honestly surprised that Ethereal took out the Valentina when they were first pick. Again, maybe they have something else in mind. We saw the Esmeralda do really good in the hands of the Decepticons. The Ling getting banned out. That is the first time we've seen Ling get banned out tonight. Again, Ethereal does have first pick, so they want to leave some things open for themselves, some possibilities open, leaving AE in a slightly weird situation. Do you ban out the Esmeralda? Do you ban out the Julian? You know, a few options here for them to focus on, making them question. They go for the Julian. Are we going to see the Esmeralda first pick?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Oh, we do get the Eve for the first pick. It's interesting that a Ling was banned out because, especially on the Autobot side, which Ethereal is, they do have those heroes that can kind of negate that Tempest of Blades. You have that Export who can kind of ult out of it, the Roger who can transform and get out of the way there. And it's just it's interesting to see that banned out. Maybe it's just because they don't want maybe there's something on Aether Explicit that plays Ling super well. And we do see Sushi going ahead and picking up this Grok.
It's definitely a solid
for
pick,
this composition. Yeah.
I think the Grok's done well tonight. Even whether he's won or lost games, he's always been a good pick. It seems like his movements have mattered. He's made all of the walls are helpful, especially when you're up against some of the I would say neither side really has super mobile heroes. I guess yes, the Roger can get through the walls, but I think the Grok will be useful against the Johnson and things like that. Pop up that wall, stop the engage happening from Optimus Prime if you're able to time it right. So maybe it could be the game changer in this match.
We do see the Grimlock 1.
I love his sound. I love his voiceover. Grimlock, smartest dinosaur of all. I'd have to disagree. You got another T-Rex in the house right now.
Jesus.
I still got one left, guys. That's my last
We
one.
do see
No more one-liners.
We do see one Transformer pick a piece here for each team. Wondering if we're gonna go ahead and see Boca on the Sicilian. Sicilian actually hasn't had too much luck here tonight that I've seen, so it'll be interesting to see how these picks pair out. Probably about a 50% chance on Farza tonight as well that we've seen. And then Boca showing off that new Farza skin that just came out as well.
You know, the Farza's done great, but it hasn't done amazing against the Eve. I think Eve's distance is just a little bit larger, and just as long as Ash Cutie, kind of like what we saw from Churro earlier in some earlier series, as long as Ash Cutie can hold off on that world manipulation and get a good positioning and wait for Boca to pop that feathered airstrike, he should be okay. The thing is Boca is like a global Farza. It's one of his signature heroes. He just hasn't been playing it as much recently because there's other mages to choose from. But with all the mages off the map right now, this is his choice, and I'm hoping to see some good plays from him.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. Boca is known, he does have a decent Farza to the point where he can get out of the way. His placement is really good. And honestly, Farza's distance, her range is just bigger than Eve. And initially when Eve was out, Farza was the counter for her before you could stun her out of her abilities, because the only choice you had was to rain damage on her and try to get her to get scared of using her ult. And Farza was one of the persons that you could actually hit her from out of range of her real world manipulation here. But we do see both teams have locked in full comps here. We have the Eve and Beatrix for the side of Aether Explicit, and the Grok and Farza for the side of Ethereal has the Eve and Beatrix, and Aether Explicit has the Farza and the Grok. Ethereal, Aether Explicit.
So word on the street is Saba, and I remember mentioning earlier that Saba is also a top Popo. Supposedly he's a top 15 global Popo, so this is one of the reasons Aether Explicit really wanted the Decepticons. I think they feel comfortable with Saba in the gold lane on this Popo. Earlier, we even saw
Wiggle, wiggle.
the we even I love how G just comes in at the most just like wiggle wiggle. Earlier, I think it was a couple series, she's like, oh my god, wow. Just like it's great. It's been making my night, honestly. So I'm wondering how Saba's gonna match up against Bommy on this Beatrix, if he's just gonna dominate. Right now we're already seeing him play patient, waiting for Bommy to make the engage. Boca with an immediate rotation down, pushing Bommy back. Sushi along with it.
Yeah, just a quick rotation, and Boca's known. He uses that Farzit at his maximum, especially that wings by wings. Gets around the map so quick, does not waste a second. You're not going to see him lingering around at mid here, and that's going to be the name of the game, is this early game pressure we were talking about with if you're using the Decepticons. You need to get that early game pressure, and you need to keep it, and keep using it throughout the game, too, if you're going to want to get a chance at a victory here.
Here goes the good old classic dog moonwalk sliding around town. I think it's just whenever we take that second height on the camera angle, the game can't quite process it, but it's definitely a pleasure to watch. A nice wall.
You know what I just realized?
There. What's that?
We're missing the purple skin. Zia's favorite actually in. Yeah, Bommy. They don't have Starscream. Sushi Saba are making short work of this tower here, going ahead and getting that lane there. Bommy actually might be in trouble trying to get some shots off with a tiny bit of health here. A lot of aggression coming from the side of Aether Explicit.
Yeah, definitely a lot of aggression coming from Aether Explicit, and like you mentioned, Boca just clearing that mid wave and immediately rotating either way, and I think it's definitely making a difference in these offlanes. I also really like how they're focusing that gold lane. They want to put Saba at an advantage against Beatrix, and that's definitely going to be a goal I think we see in this early game. Make sure that Popo gets that tower as soon as possible, and maybe even a kill onto Bommy on top of it.
Yeah, and then they're doing just that, and then we do see Zia's favorite coming in here on that Johnson. Chef right in the wave. Moonwalk going of his own there. And we do get on to Tempest. Here's Chef and Zia's fave going on. Tempest going to go ahead and try to disengage there. We do have that last Insanity does take him down with a little help from Flicker.
Wow.
Yeah, good play, and this is something that we saw from Area 77 last game. We saw that Johnson comboed up with the last Insanity, and it's something that I think Aether Explicit is going to have to watch out here for. They need to be careful, they need to keep eyes, and they need to be quick, because if they fall to that, it could definitely take them out.
Yeah, we do see that Sushi was trying to go away. We do have the real world manipulation coming down onto Hina and Sushi. It is knocked out by Grok's wall there, which a very great use of Grok's wall. Boca coming in there. It's going to go ahead and finish off Zia's favorite. And we do see M-Boy is not going to be able to get away. He is able to get to the safety of the tower. Bommy here on the side here. Actually, able to flicker out. We do have an Aldous alt locked onto M-Boy, but it doesn't look like he wants to follow through with it. Feathered Airstrike is coming down onto Bommy, especially with a Boca who has basically a sliver of life left. And both teams, I don't know, a really great presence to not lose too many players during that engagement. Real messy down there, but nobody actually really died down there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're 4 minutes in and only a kill on each side. Tempest should be able to get away from this. Nothing too major, but the next turtle is up. And I think as we move forward, we'll see some more deaths unfold. Both teams doing a great job at the disengagement of what we've been talking about all night long. But eventually, someone has to slip up, and it could be right here.
Yeah, we do see that real world manipulation come down, and Zia's favorite putting on the damage onto Hina and Sushi. Chef over there. Boca goes down as well. Tempest is not going to be able to get away from it. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, walking through all four members of them. Tempest locks on to M-Boy, but he does Lycan pounce away. And basically an outplay there by it. Yeah. Lycan pounces are basically the bane of any type of hero who's going to be latching onto to you. We do see that Saba does come in here onto Ash Cutie. Zia's favorite does latch on to Saba, but able to be disengaged with that Koopa. Sushi putting on some damage here. A slow by Ash Cutie does stop the damage onto Zia's favorite, who is now going to be teleporting home to safety.
Yeah, luckily Saba hasn't taken a death yet. Oh, a nice pick onto Bomi. That is huge for the side of Aether Explicit, because they were falling behind a bit there, but at least now you've gotten a kill onto someone important. And like I was mentioning, Saba at least hasn't taken a death, so one of the major damage dealers that is going to be for Aether Explicit is still standing strong. Also, the gold lead, even though it's 5-2 on the death counters, Aether Explicit keeping up. Decepticons standing strong, at least in the gold presence. Not a whole 1,000 Templars, though.
And we do see Zia's favorite go down here, and so does Templars. Zia's favorite. We do have a, oh my god, a real world manipulation comes down, does take care of Asaba. Bokarasca sitting here trying to help siege off of this tower. This actually might be a mistake. Bokarasca taking a decent amount of damage, sitting in the off there. Sushi charges through Boka, gonna try to get away. Lycan Pounce catches him, trying to teleport home, and Ash Cutie's gonna go ahead and clean up this tower, and Templars locks on.
Is he committing?
He does! He's on the Envoy, does not get another save from the Lycan Pounce. Oh, how many times?
The feeding is happening.
This is rough. This is definitely rough.
Autobots
holding strong. Very, very strong. You got to give it up to Boka early, though, how he flies off the map and then he lines himself up with that bush. So he knows when the wing by wings wears off. He lands into the bush, hoping that he's out of sight. I think maybe instead of trying to recall, maybe try to walk away, but still, it's a tough situation. I think he just played it to the best of his ability.
I don't think that there was
anything he could do. Yeah.
If he would have walked out of there, he'd got Lycan Pounce anyway.
He tried, but definitely a good play. They are continuing to push forward as Optimus Prime and Bumblebee wait for the strike. The team of the century, they do knock into that wall, stopped in their tracks a little bit, slowing them down, but I don't know if it's enough. Decepticons taking a lot of damage from the Autobots at only 7.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, we're starting to spread out that gold lead as well. 3K on the side of Ethereal. We do see Henna going to go ahead and charge in on Ash Cutie here. Wall comes up from Sushi. Zia's does get down a stun. Emboy coming in here as the rest of Aether Explicit is going to go ahead and try to disengage from that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough for them. We've already lost their top tower. Templars really on the rebound here. 0-4. It's going to be a very tough game for him. We've already talked about how Aldo seems to almost be a liability for some teams. And now with him this far behind, I mean, he's almost completely useless, I feel like. And continuing to get outplayed for Boy. That is not the target he wants right now. Sushi also going down as Boca Roscoe brings down the Feathered Airstrike Private.
Yeah, a lot of damage going on there. Unfortunately, they are able to save that tower. But just right now, it's a game where Ethereal is just slowly creeping forward. And we do see that looks like Aldous is kind of caught up at the top. He does get chased down, but does disengage quick enough. Right now, Emboy trying to make short work of that bottom minions there. And both teams, I guess, just trying to set up here. We do have the Lord out, so wondering if there's going to be some time for Aether Explicit to get that, or if they're going to try to counter it.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, they do seem like they want to fight for it. They're at least holding a position over it at some point, though. They may have to move away. Zia's Fave taking a bit of damage here. Saba with that stun.
Oh, he does get a pop-up on the Zia's favorite, and there is a lot of damage going on to this Lord. Real world manipulation does come down. A lot of damage coming on to Sushi. Does get down. Feather Airstrike is coming down onto Lord. Boca Rosca trying to put some damage onto it, but it does look like Hina does get it for the side of the Decepticons and Aether Explicit here. And we do see that Emboy does go down here. Immortality is activated for Chef, who does get that that last insanity up, but does not connect any damage onto the rest of Hina and Boca Rosca here from Aether Explicit.
With a beautiful take on that Lord, and I gotta mention as well, did not use the retribution for it, able to just take it and put it into the hands of Aether Explicit. So this could be a good rebound for them, a good rubber band for them to try to come back. Not only that, but Saba's been hammering down in that bottom lane. That tier 2 tower may go down soon, possibly to this Lord, as Templars follows in close behind it, and the rest of Aether Explicit want to opt to push in the middle. They've now rotated Saba up to the EXP lane, so they're gonna have him push away on that.
Unfortunately, Farza and Ash Cutie did get stuck on the wrong side of that wall. Boca actually might be in trouble here. Goes down quite quickly as Sushi is going to go ahead and wall off the rest of this charge here from Ethereal. And it looked like, it did look like Ash Cutie tried to flicker, but accidentally flickered on the, just further down on the wall. Templars actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, but is able to get away while the rest of the team is going to go ahead and deal with this Lord.
Yeah, but they've taken, I mean, one thing, we gotta give it over to the side of the Decepticons. They've pushed in both off lanes all the way down to the inhibitors. They've actually taken, I think, more towers from the side of the Autobots than Autobots have taken from them. So even though they've kind of been behind, they've now also taken the gold lead. So that Lord take was huge for them. And Saba definitely just carrying the weight of AE on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, we do see a real-world manipulation does come down here. Oh, unfortunately, it does stop Ethereal with that Johnson. Boca Rosca does clean up onto Bomb. He does get that kill. Saba might be in trouble here. Does have the rest of the team charging onto him. Is able to use that Koopa to go ahead and give himself a shield. Zia's favorite still in the midst of the battle, but is going to go ahead and disengage after they lose a bombing.
Yeah, they do. Saba doing a wonderful job activating that second skill just in time to help give himself that bit of shield like you mentioned, and able to get away. Boca Rosco seems to be having a little bit of a tough game. Has taken 3 deaths, but still using those ultimates at good times. I think in the beginning, we saw him maybe moving a bit too fast. Maybe just had to kind of get his, maybe a little too trigger happy. Yes, we loved his rotations and how much he was moving around the map, but it does seem like now they're all kind of tightening up. Sushi and Boca Rosco really sticking together, really moving as a unit as they push into these towers.
Ooh, looked like Tempest was going to go in there. Did think twice about it as the rest of the team was coming on. And Zia's favorite is on that ult. Is he going to be trying for something here onto Saba? No, he's going to be roaming back around into mid as both of these teams are kind of resetting themselves on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, we've now seen the rubber band happen for the Decepticons, right? We've seen them come back into this game, and they're looking good. With this Lord up, I'm wondering if we're going to see the contestant. Saba is up in the top lane, is doing a great job at the split push. A little bit of a conceal play from Bombing. Templars in the back. Hina with the Destinata maybe trying to make a move here.
Yeah, it looks like he might be putting himself in the harm's way. We do see the real-world manipulation come down, but that does mean that they won't have it for this Lord. Boca Rosca sitting here. Is he going to be teleporting home? Oh, yeah, he is. While this Lord is going to be taken here, Hina and Sushi left here to try to defend, try to counter this Lord, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do much. Sushi does get caught, does get popped up. Is able to pop up Mboy as Zia's favorite is kind of like holding the line while the rest of Ethereal goes ahead and gets this tower.
Yeah, doing a great job at it with that. I was really thinking, the Lord reset and everything, but Ethereal was quick to re-engage it before its health got back to full, and Boca Rosco just wasn't able to come back in time, and honestly ended up aborting the mission because we knew that Chef was sitting there, and Zia's Fave were sitting there ready to zone them away, and they're doing a good job at that, I have to say. G, a little upset we couldn't see the Beatrix moonwalk on the Optimus Prime skin. Maybe later on, G, we'll see how things go. Lord will be crashing down now towards Aether Explicit, though. I don't think they definitely don't get wiped out by this. They should be able to clear it. Saba's doing some decent damage, but he is in the top lane having to deal with Exborg, so a little worried on how this goes.
And there comes Roger up there at the top as well, and it looks like they do take down Saba. Boca Rosca raining down with some with that feathered airstrike. Does have to fly away with the wings by wings as the real world manipulation came down, and he was caught in there. A lot of damage on his mid tower, but they did a very good job defending it. A lot of damage here though, as the Sushi and Hina got taken out. Sushi's gonna go ahead and try to disengage while M-Boy goes ahead and rolls away to safety. They weren't able to get the mid tower, but they did flank them from the side. Just a ton of damage there. And this is all, oh, okay, just two more towers left on the side there. Tempest actually going and trying to disengage.
This is
Insanity
rough.
comes on there. Sushi goes down, does have that immortality up yet, does get taken down. Another immortality popped up while the other and we do have the core go down in favor of the Autobots. So maybe this is obviously they took your advice, Rex, and let
they took
the first game let the first game go to Ethereal, and this is where they're gonna mount their comeback.
Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep.
Autobots. Wow.
Autobots take game one. I mean, definitely did a wonderful job. Even when the Decepticons start to come back and handle business a little bit, Ethereal does a great job at just holding on and waiting for their moment to strike. And they did, I mean, probably one of the best Lord pushes we've seen tonight. Able to finish the game in 14 minutes and did a wonderful job. M-Boy jumping into those towers, just cleaning things up. Doesn't even have killing spree, but still did such a wonderful job. I'm surprised he's only at 22% hero damage, but I guess we got to give it up to Ash Cutie as well with those real manipulations, just placing down the playing field for her team to fight in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and especially that this real world manipulation, man, it's especially with the Johnson being able to land in there with that CC and then into a real world manipulation. It's just a bad day for an enemy team who's going to be dealing with that. And I think that if you are on the Decepticon side, you're going to need to be looking into having that Eve on your side, because it just melds so well with Johnson. But there's just so many other picks that are left open. It's so crazy, especially with the three bans here.
Yeah, it's definitely we're definitely seeing the pressure come down. I think for Aether Explicit, most of the team didn't do a horrible job. The thorn on their side was once again Starscream, that Aldos. So Tempest had a very tough time in the early game, 0-4. So they're gonna have to figure something out. Tempest either needs to play it a bit safer, or I don't know, but they gotta figure something else around that. What do you think, Private?
I feel like it wasn't terrible in the early game. It just towards the mid game, there really wasn't much use. I don't play Aldous. I don't like him for the reasons I've explained before. Is that he's just I feel like a lot of people, they can see him coming from a mile away, and so I wonder if it'd work a little better once you're in the midst of a fight. But I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow to be using him in that fashion. Have we seen a jungle Aldous yet?
Yeah,
we have seen jungle Aldous, but again, he ends up going. We've seen him jungle. We just have, but again, towards the end game, he continues to do the split push thing and be on his own. You know, Blacklist used to run like Estes Aldos, things like that. So I don't know. We'll see. I think another thing is no one in NA ever really runs Aldos. There's no like real comfortability to any of these players on that pick. Like at least some of the like Xborg used to be pretty meta. A lot of these Popo used to be pretty meta, like Tank Popo, things like that were very popular, and he's still a decent pick. You know, a lot of these Johnson, semi, I would say he's not like super meta, but he's not unheard of. I don't think I know any competitive players that are like, yeah, I used to rock the heck at Aldos, you know. So I think it's just an uncomfortable pick for a lot of these players and teams.
Yeah, which is interesting because I see maybe it's just like I said, I don't play him, so I can't really speak to how smooth it is, but I feel like he might in a team setting like this like be able to shine as long as the rest of your team is with you and going in. But on that same line, you can say all day long like, hey, I'm about to go in, But Aldous, then he has to ult. Then you give vision to everybody. Everybody knows you're about to come. Then it puts a target on who you're aiming for, so they know that's coming. So you got like a long time for your enemy sitting there preparing, like smoking cigarettes over there, sitting down waiting for you to come.
Everybody just groups up real fast.
Yeah, yeah, real fast, and then to be able to take you down. So you might be able to get a kill, but if your entire, I feel like you better. And your team needs to be ready to go ahead and capitalize on that. But
it needs to happen like during the team fights. You know, like your team is battling it out and, you know, you're going at it. And then he just comes into the midst of it all and causes some extra burst damage and mayhem. I feel like we haven't really seen him used like that. He's either used to go into the back line or to split push and use it as an escape route. But look at this. Boca Roscoe picking up the Julian.
yeah, pretty interesting. Especially, I don't know how well I sometimes don't really consider Julian a mage, but I haven't really played him as much since he's come out yet. But I definitely with Boca Roscoe's skill, I definitely want to see how well he can play this into their comp, because Julian is a very strong character, and in the right hands, we saw that in the last series. Julian was he did so, especially with that pop-up, so much damage and so much CC that he can provide for your team, especially in that mid lane. Once he's getting farmed up very quickly.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, are we gonna see Ash Cutie lock? Nope, she goes for the Farza. So once again, Farza seems to really be an option after the Yve and the Xavier and the Valentina are off. I'm wondering, you know, Boca, I feel like the Julian should be able to close the distance and get the knock-up if he needs to. Not only that, but now you also have the Grok, so Farza may not have the best game here. I'm liking the draft so far for the side of AE.
Yeah, I was about to say Farza into a Julian. I don't really know how much I would favor that, because Farza will have to stand still, and Julian is a menace even to mobile heroes because he's so fast and the global cooldown on all of his abilities. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to take a very patient Farza to be able to wait for these abilities to get out, find the right position, and ensure that every single time you ult.
Yeah, most definitely. Position is gonna be key. Maybe even patience, which we did see some patience from her last game on the Eve. So I think she does have it in her, or him. I forget what Ash Cutie is. I just refer to as her because it's Farza. But oh, M-Boy on the Ling here.
Interesting. So then we do still have a Roger and a
Optimus Prime.
yeah. So Roger's going. I don't know where Roger's going. I'm so confused. I guess he's going to be going.
Roger's gold lane.
Going to be going in the gold lane.
Gold lane.
We saw Rose do a great job at it in the first series of the night. Made it work, especially if it's up against the Granger, because Granger's not like the best gold laner either. The problem is Roger's going to be up against Saba most likely, up against that Popo, and Popo did very well last game, so I got a feeling Granger may not have the best time.
Yeah, Granger or Roger?
Roger, my bad.
Yeah, and especially because we do know that Boca likes to rotate very quickly, cleans up that lane and is immediately beating feet to the next lane to try to help put some pressure on. So we're gonna see how well, especially Roger. He does pick up kind of late, or he does kind of have a very slow pickup in the lane. He's an early game hero, but in the lane he's not really getting the farm he needs. So we'll see. Hopefully that Lycan pounce and the rolling will help him to kind of stave off the pressure.
Maybe even cut through Popo, cut through Koopa into Popo, you know, because he kind of gets like a bounce there almost, where he can kind of move through people and everything with the Lycan pounce. So he might be able to close that distance and do some nice damage onto it. But I guess only time will tell. We'll see how things turn out. I got to point out, Grok with the codename Rhino skin, really looking like a Transformer right now and just helping set the scene for Team Aether Explicit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the other game where I saw Grok too. I'm like, he looks more of a Transformer than the Transformers do.
I didn't want to say anything, but definitely looks cool. He's one cool robot. I'll give you that much. I definitely enjoy that Rhino skin. But we are jumping into possibly the last game of the night. If the Decepticons cannot get a win here, they will be knocked out, and Ethereal will move on to the semifinals. We did say that we like the draft from Aether Explicit here. I like the Julian with Boca Roscoe. I've never seen him play it, so that's something I'm excited for in itself. But it's going to really come down to how well MBoy can handle this Ling and if he can apply pressure. Because personally, I feel like Ling does outbeat Granger in the jungle. And if they can possibly do some invades and really apply pressure in this early game, it's going to be very tough for Aether Explicit here.
Yeah, we do see a decent amount of gold being taken off of this tower up here at top. Sushi and Saba trying to team up and really put on the pressure on the Bomi here. Unfortunately, there's not much Bomi can do here except for sit behind that wall. We do see Ash Cutie coming in here with MBoy. A lot of damage coming down. Not able to land that stun on the Sushi or Saba, so maybe a little bit of a wasted effort down here. We do see Hina coming up here to provide a little bit more support. Ult does come down, but Zia's fave does take most of it. Bomi actually a little low here. Might be getting a little greedy up here in this lane. He's gonna hide out in that window. Okay, I was about to say, don't get crazy. We do see Ash Cutie coming in here, does put on some damage on the Boca Roscoe, is popped up. Oh no, that was the first part of Chains without the buffs on there. MBoy with a big amount of damage there. Boca takes down Ash Cutie in the tower, but does go down at the hands of Roger. And Templis comes in, puts a big amount of damage on, but does get taken out by MBoy again. Hina takes down Zia's favorite. Hina takes down Zia's favorite, and looks like we're at a 2-2 here for both teams.
Big trades in the gold lane right now. Back and forth, back and forth. I was really expecting Boca to get like a huge knock up and just clean things up there. But wasn't quite able to seal the deal. The opportunity was there, kind of missed it. But again, the playing field is even right now. Turtle is up, and it looks like the sides of Decepticons want to fight for it right now. But so do the Autobots as Optimus Prime starts to move towards it. I think right now, I do like the early game possibilities for the side. Zia's fave getting completely wiped out from Hina, and this should be an easy turtle for Aether Explicit here.
Yeah, the turtle did get reset there. We do see that Aether Explicit is putting on the damage here. Chef does come in with a last insanity, does put some damage on, but it's not enough. We're about to see if the turtle goes to Hina, Zia's favorite. Just kidding. Driving through the entire bunch there.
Whips the wall.
It's the wall. Whips the wall there, and unfortunately not able to capitalize with that ult. We do see it at the bottom there. Chef is going to go ahead and teleport home. This might give a little bit of an opening for Saba to go ahead and put some damage onto this tower.
Yeah, Hina doing a wonderful job on this Granger right now. 2-0, and she did well. He did well last game as well. I feel like on the Granger. Granger hasn't really been that much of a star throughout all of the series tonight, but Aether Explicit definitely showing that it does have some use. And if Granger stacks up, he can also do some nice damage. And right as I'm talking about him, Ash Cutie gets the pick off in the gold lane. MBoy now looking for something to salvage, maybe take some jungle or clear that mid wave as pressure comes into this gold lane on Templis.
Yeah, Templar's having a little bit of trouble here. 3 members of them here on the tower juggling around. It actually does take down Bomi, but he didn't actually get the tower, only got the credit for it. And he does go in. Is he going to be able to get it? Does get the outplay
and takes out Zia's fave.
Yeah, he does. Ash Cutie coming in here on the Templis. Oh, he doesn't have magic worship, so he's not going to be dying here today. He does teleport home. Sushi puts that wall in there. Ash Cutie is going to go ahead and try to get away here as Bomi comes to provide support here for this top tower. A feathered airstrike does come down. Sushi is in a bad way here. Does go ahead and wild charge out of the way. We do see Zia's favorite coming down here. Is he going to go ahead and land in? His dog comes in to save him. We do have the last insanity coming in onto Saba. Sushi throws up a wall. Chef might actually be in trouble. Gets stunned there. The immortality has been activated. We got 4 members up here trying to push, but it's kind of to no avail here. Chef in a real bad way as Boca Roscoe is able to take down Zia's favorite. Favorite and disengage as well. And a 6-3 lead in favor of Aether Explicit right now.
Give my boy Potato a breath.
Decepticons holding. I'm trying.
My gosh. No, I'm talking about the other team.
Yeah, they're definitely.
I didn't know this was a
probably
boxing
one of the
match.
most back and forth for sure. I gotta say though, Decepticons looking good right now. Looking very good. Aether Explicit definitely holding a lead. If they can keep this up, we may just see the reverse sweep, and maybe the prediction does come right for me. I don't know though, because again, anything can happen right now, and we've seen this happen time again. Decepticons take the lead, Autobots come back, Autobots take the lead, Decepticons come back. I've almost given up all thought about who is actually late game or end game, because it's just hard to tell with the way these games go. And a big pick onto Hina there, Private.
Yeah, and Bomi is going to go ahead and... Oh, he actually looks like he might be in trouble. Does get taken down by Saba. Zia's Favorite's going to go ahead and try and disengage as Sushi throws up a wall to go ahead and distance them. We do see Templars going in and on to Ash Cutie. Might be a little bit of a mistake here as Sushi comes in to provide some type of support here. Boca Roscoe with the pop-up as Feathered Airstrike comes down to punish them. Sushi with the flicker into a wild charge. Pops up Ash Cutie and does take down Zia's Favorite.
Grr, Sushi.
That was like a rock. Garushi?
Garushi?
A definitely beautiful flicker wild charge onto Ash to stop that Feathered Airstrike just in time, making that play all the more worthwhile. Aether Explicit continuing to be aggressive here. Boca Roscoe finally seeming to get comfortable with this Julian and making some nice plays, getting those knockups at just the right time. Aether Explicit coming in hard right now, a 3K gold lead. And I feel like M-Boy hasn't really been all that shiny on this Ling. You know, they made it a prio, and we haven't seen too much from him. I feel like I wanted to see him be a bit more aggressive, be a bit more invadey, especially against a Granger. Because in the older days, you know, 6-7 months back when these two heroes were actually popular jungles, that's what you would see from the Ling. You'd see him invading, you'd see him putting pressure on the Granger, and it's just something we haven't seen a lot this game.
Yeah, and we do see that Lord or that turtle does get picked up on the side of Ethereal. Zia's Favorite does come in onto Saba. Actually might be in trouble, but does take the Bobby at the reverse there. Zia is running for his life here. Sushi puts some damage onto him. Zia's Favorite does go down last and 70 by Chef. Does come in, and Hina is taken down. Chef is on the run, but Templars comes in on Ash Q to use the wings by wings to get away, and is able to get away. Pop up on the M-Boy as the mid tower goes down. So many abilities going off right now.
Oh my god.
How did he not get the... Who did he target there? What happened there? Can he not hit her when he's in wings by wings or something?
Oh, definitely can.
I feel like Ash Cutie had 10 health points total, and for some reason, Templus's attack did nothing to her to finish her. I don't know what I just witnessed.
I'm wondering if Templus
actually targeted like a minion or something.
Well, no, canceled it at the last minute, or was trying to do something else and canceled it at the last minute.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can explain is why it wouldn't have done anything, because the wings by wings definitely should have. It should have been had her wings clipped there. Templars actually going out of the way here, has that Feathered Airstrike coming down onto him, and it looks like this tower is going to be going down for Ethereal. We do see Sushi coming up, but it's going to be just too late here as Hina comes in with that ult, and M-Boy and the rest of Ethereal going to go ahead and make their escape.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, Templus, he's definitely frustrated. He's like, man, you guys sucked me on all those. We just had to pick Decepticons. Definitely not having the most fun. He's like, you guys better carry this and win, or it's going to be a bad night, guys. They are continuing to push forward, though, and Aether Explicit does seem like they are taking a huge advantage this game. Lord up now. Sushi placing some nice walls, and all of them really just seem in sync this game, more than what we saw last game.
And we do see that Lost Insanity does come onto them, and he does go ahead and waste that immortality. Chef is trying to make his escape as Ash Cutie activates that Wings by Wings, and it looks like the tower. We do have Tempest of Blades coming down. He does connect on all of them and is able to get away. Oh my god. That was the most ridiculous escape.
Lord.
Yeah, Lord's gonna be going down on the side here. I'm just amazed that he was able to connect, get all his swords, climb up onto with that what is it?
Still escape.
Yeah, still escape with that. I forgot what the jump is called, but man, that always blows me around when blows me away when I see a Ling's able to do that stuff, especially in the midst of a fight.
Yeah, definitely some nice mechanics from M-Boy there. Something we haven't really gotten to see too much from him recently, so it's nice to see him, you know, doing something that he's comfortable with, playing this Ling. And yes, I know earlier I mentioned he's not shining as much as I'd like him to be. He's not doing this, but with plays like that, and he's now sitting at 3-1-3, we're only at the 11-minute mark. We could definitely still see a lot more from him as this game progresses. I would not count the Autobots out just yet for sure. 3K gold lead, nothing too major at 11 minutes, but Aether Explicit I think needs to try to keep up this lead as Templess dives into the back with that contract.
Yeah, M-Boy actually might be in a little bit of trouble here as is able to disengage there. Ooh, and Zia's favorite thinking twice about crashing into them on the back. We do see another tower going down, and they are just pushing their way in. Is Aether Explicit, and not much that the Autobots and Ethereal can do to stop it.
Yeah, they're able to take this mid-tier tower, take everything down to nothing but inhibitors, and all they've lost is one on the side of the Decepticons. So this is just a beautiful lead. This is exactly where they want to be. Getting the nice knock-up and also taking out Zia's fave here.
Oh, Zia's favorite, just like, let me in, let me in. He got blocked off by that Sushi's wall there on the Grok. And unfortunately, they made short work of him while he was trapped outside. Bommy and M-Boy over here going to go ahead and try to pick up this red, but this jungle is definitely in the favor of Aether Explicit as they're going ahead and just being kind of frustrating out here. And they do, Hina is able to go ahead and pick that up even with the Granger jungle here.
They might want to ban Grok.
That, you know, I've been thinking that Sushi, this game, his Grok has been on point. Hitting those flicker wild charges with precision every time and then placing walls so well to stop Johnson in his tracks and other heroes from getting away. And the thing is if they ban the Grok, then they have to worry about the mages that are on the field. They have to worry about what they're going to give over to Bocarosco. And I mean, they just gave up the Julian, and Bocarosco has been really showing his dominance. We do have an oil check coming in, though. A little bit of a tire change from the side of Autobots. Typical.
Just because we like to have pristine oil. No.
This stream is sponsored. No, I'm just kidding.
You were talking about that, the Grok with the walls. He even used it to knock Ash Cutie out of that Farja ult as well. So,
which is not an easy wall in the midst of a battle, honestly.
Yeah,
like,
it
that's a small target.
Not. So I just
do that
been
quickly,
using it.
it's tough.
Yeah, no,
you gotta give it up to him.
It's been rough. It's been rough. Like the classic chokes happening to the Autobots right now. So,
we'll see. Looks like Decepticons may just take game 2 here, and once again, all the way through tonight, possible rubber band match, right? Rubber band match. That's what Tank used to call it.
Yeah, it's a rubber band match. That's for sure. Everybody's done the bait and tackle on us, like
yeah, the bait and tackle. The old bait and tackle. I miss Tank.
The old bait and tackle. He was super excited to see Johnson actually in a tournament, even though
I saw him come into the chat actually. Johnson in a tournament.
Looks like we're back though. The oil changes are done. The tire rotations are okay. You know, let's get back to this game.
We are back into it. 12 or creeping up onto 13 minutes. A 5K goal lead going to the side of the Decepticons. Aether Explicit feeling in their groove right now, much more than what we saw last game, and they do not want to let up on this pressure. We're not seeing much lane freezing going on. They're just keeping up the push. It's going to be 10 seconds until Lord's back, and I'm wondering if we're even going to see a contest from the side of Autobots. I feel like they kind of have to here, Private. I feel like,
Yeah.
you know, we're getting close to the end. They've lost an inhibitor, and their only option is to fight for this Lord or die trying.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not as good as M-Boy is on this Ling. He's not really having too much of an effect on these fights right now. And we do see Zia's favorite is going to get caught out here. Feather Airstrike does come down. We do see the Tempest of Blades coming down, but he's not able to capitalize onto Boca Roscoe. We do see Saba does go down at the hands of Boca Roscoe. Takes down M-Boy. Boca Roscoe also takes down Zia's favorite. And right now, a little bit of trouble. Ash Cutie goes down as well. Just so much regen on that Julian, and Bommy bites the dust with the rest of his team as well. And right now, only Chef is left, and one of the very few ults that we see. Yeah, this is one of the few ults that we see.
Go for Lord.
No,
yeah, they. Yeah, a lot of damage coming down. Chef actually.
Though.
I mean, minions are out now. I don't think it is.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get the finish here now with Lord back up. M-Boy's going to be back on the map. Retribution back on the map for the hands of Autobots. Yes, they just failed at contesting it or at fighting for it, but I think that maybe Aether Explicit got a little trigger happy there, got a little too ready to go and try to finish it when maybe they should have just played it smart and went straight for the Lord after that wipe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna go ahead and even things out here. He's just
the driving was almost as worse as my extreme control.
We do see that Aether Explicit is going to go ahead and start on this Lord. Sushi going ahead and placing a wall there to go ahead and separate them. Lord goes down, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and contest it anyway. Is the side of Ethereal. They do come down onto Sushi's. Chef actually in a bad way here and then Ash Cutie gets popped up by Boca. We do see Zia's favorite coming in onto Hina. A lot of damage going on to him. He might not be able to make it out of here. Tempest Blades coming down on Boca, gets to the safety of his tower. Tempest tanky right now. A Feathered Airstrike coming down as well as Ling onto him, but does get caught. M-Boy Bommy running for the hills, and a lot of players pretty low on the side of Aether Explicit, but it looks like Ethereal is going to go ahead and have to disengage here as they have to answer this Lord that is coming through the bottom lane.
Yeah, but at least they're able to take something. They take away Tempest and Hina, and they should make quick work of this Lord. So the Autobots do preserve themselves a little bit longer in this battle. I think that maybe, you know, they were able to drag that fight out, able to kind of bait out Sushi's wild charge and then keep it going and not fall. And if they can do that again, they do hold an opportunity to, you know, take some of these team fights. If they can just make the fight last, try not to get wiped out too quickly, I think they can kind of beat them in a bit of an endurance battle here.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the side of Ethereal or Aether Explicit, like Boca is just honing in on Ash, Cutie, and Balmy, and just like really doing what he's supposed to during these team fights, locking in on them. We do see a pop up onto Chef and Balmy. Chef takes a decent amount of damage, hasn't broken through to his shield yet. It does now, and he rolls to safety, flickering out of the outside of that wall. We do see a Feathered Airstrike coming down, but Zia's favorite is going to go down, and we do have a one-person not a trade. One person dies for the side of Ethereal here, and I'm not sure if they're gonna actually be able to get this tower. You do still have Ash Cutie there. She is gonna be able to see. She does get popped up as well, taken down to 10% health, and Balmy and the Hina's taken low. Chef dies as M-Boy is going after Saba with a beautiful Tempest of Blades to finish it up, and we do see Balmy thought twice about that. Boca throwing in a little pop-up. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to ward off Bommy. Ash Cutie coming in with that wings by wings. M-Boy's going to go ahead and take this Litho Wanderer, and a siege attempt by Ash Cutie as she drops down that Feathered Airstrike. Oh, and Zia's favorite, unfortunately, goes right for the wall. And yeah, this is starting to look up for the Autobots on the side of Ethereal here, but they're not actually able to make something out of these successful fights.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, when you get a kill or two, you want to be able to take an objective with it. You want to be able to, like you just said, you know, you couldn't say it any better, make something out of it. And even though they've been coming out, all they've really done for themselves is open up the breathing space. Lord is up now, hopefully with how they've been doing in these team fights, they'll be able to. I love the patience from them. They don't even want to engage the Lord. Sushi almost caught off there, forced to wild charge away, and the conceal play comes in, but Desanata keeps them at bay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's a target you really wanted to kind of surprise. They all saw Sushi, but like there's really not much you can do against him. You could have all landed your abilities on him. He still would have probably been able to get away. We do see this Lord going down almost to half health, and Tempest actually in the back lines right now as Zia and favorite, Zia's fave, Bami and Ash Cutie. Zia's favorite actually to come in here. Lord is actually very large. They're going to be able to get the retribution on him. Hina gets it as Zia's favorite is Zia and the rest of Ethria are forced to disengage. Feather airstrike comes down, but Boka's going to go ahead and charge in here. Pops him up, does get the kill, and unfortunately we have Ethereal on the back foot. Chef is able to roll out of the way of that chains from Boka.
What?
And we do see this top tower taking a ton of damage here. Unfortunately, Mboy powerless to stop it. We have the mid tower. Looks like they're going to go each tower at a time as this luminous Lord is barreling down to the bottom lane. Are they going to wait for it, or are they just going to go ahead and press their advantage? Tempest is going to go ahead and land in there. We do see a wall out there and a pop up to both members. We do see a Tempest Blades coming down as Mboy goes ahead and tries to get away. Bobby putting on some damage there. We do see a immortality has been popped as Balmy is doing his best to Lycan pounce and put on the damage while not dying himself. Just misses Boka Roska, Zio's fan, and we do have Ash Cutie lighting them up with a feathered airstrike to kind of back off. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be able to actually stop this. The Lord doing a ton of damage here. There goes Hina down to the count. Boka Roscoe and Templess able to ward off to be able to protect this invade, and that goes over to the side of the Decepticons and Aether
Reverse
Explicit.
sweep. Reverse sweep. Decepticons. All right, listen, Decepticons, I need you to take this one. Just one tonight. Just one tonight. Show what you're here for. To destroy the Autobots.
Maybe ban Julian. Maybe ban Grok.
Yeah, I gotta give it up to Sushi this game. And not only Sushi, but Boka Roscoe, 5-1-15, making some beautiful knockups, some beautiful plays all around the map. And you're talking about sustainability, how he, even with the build right there, we have some Spell Vamp, then pieced together with the Oracle, all helping to help him stay alive just a little bit longer. Because the thing about the Julian is you need to be able to get up close and personal. So I feel like the build is definitely well done with Boka Roscoe, and it's definitely going to be something we're going to have to look at as we see Julian kind of move through some of these events more.
83% team fight.
Yeah, it was basically for most of these, it was a account of how fast Boka and this Julian are able to move through the field. As soon as the feathered airstrike came down, you saw him sweeping through all the players to try to get there, to try to get that pop up onto the Ash Cutie or onto Bami. It was, and that's the reason right now is Julian is pretty much a priority pick or ban right now. Hasn't had the greatest success in NA as of him coming out, but where I think a lot of players are still getting used to him and his abilities, and we just saw there just how much of an effect he can have of just kind of honing in on those squishy targets, those mages or those carries, to be able to take them out, especially ones that have to stand still to be doing their abilities. And I think that was probably the biggest problem for Ethereal in that last match.
It's definitely there. It is
The rubber band match.
The rubber band match, but the Grok immediately getting banned out. And when we started tonight, I think the last thing I expected was every single series to go best of 3. We have definitely had quite the games tonight, and honestly, I don't think we've had a single game like under 12 minutes. The quick games were like 14. We have been hammering home tonight. So to all the viewers that have stuck with us tonight, thank you so much. And to G and Private, Thank you guys for hanging around. It has definitely been a long road tonight. We're sitting at almost 6 hours, and this is the final game of the night. So let's see if Decepticons can finally get a win here. Xavier getting banned, Julian and Grok both getting taken off the field. A definite target towards Aether Explicit here.
Well, not just Aether Explicit, but like I want to say as a whole right now. That Grok ban, probably more of a target ban, but like Julian, I feel like he's still so new. People don't know whether to ban him, whether he's worth a ban, or if it's going to be some trouble. But that last game, I mean, Julian, just you don't want something like that coming for your squishies. But
for real,
to leave.
For real, they just got outdrafted by the Grok, because the Grok 1 countered Johnson and 2 countered the Farza. So just hard counters in the draft picks there.
Oh, this could be bad though. Valentina coming in, and it doesn't look like with all these things banned off, what kind of what kind of super meta broken pick does Aether Explicit even have right now? There's, you know, like the one thing left open. They end up. That's why maybe they should have left the Xavier open or the Eve open.
Yeah.
Because now they've given up Valentina and they have no real answer for it themselves.
Yeah, that is going to be real interesting here. I know as far as priority picks, I'm not really sure what they can go with. Sicilian, but I don't really consider him a prio in the mage. Maybe with Boca Roscoe if he can play him pretty well. But it looks like
Sicilian is good.
Yeah, but Sicilian isn't even the best player on one of their heroes might not be a great match for what we've been seeing here, and that is characters that can like pretty much dive behind your lines. And Sicilian hasn't been doing too great here with these series.
He has.
We do see that Boca Roscoe did go ahead and choose to trade up the Popol and Koopa, and Sushi went ahead and picked up that Atlas. So maybe Boca trying to feel out, see where these picks are going to go before he goes ahead and settles on that mage.
I think it's definitely up in the air. Tempest
Nani?
hovering over this Freya. Definitely trolling.
I don't think so.
But the Atlas pick. So Sushi's been doing a wonderful job on the Grok. It's been a while since I've seen Sushi. Really, it's been a while since I've seen Aether Explicit play any sort of competitiveness because they took a break recently. So I don't know how Sushi's Atlas is going to be. I know they have been practicing. I know they've been playing. So I got a feeling it should do the job. But Boca Roscoe does opt to go for that Sicilian. So maybe he will make the difference. Maybe he'll change the tides. But so far, as we said, the Sicilian has not done great statistically wise in this event so far.
Yeah, and then just the matchup between a Sicilian and a Valentina, just because Valentina is able to get in and get out with her abilities. So we're going to see how well. I mean, Boca Roscoe, if anybody can go ahead and match it up and to be Boca Roscoe, he does have a high proficiency with a lot of these mages. And we do see that the Clint and Valentina are going to be the odd ones out here for these Transformers. Skins on the side of Ethereal. And then for Aether Explicit, we're going to see that Sicilian and Atlas. And I do like the Sicilian and Atlas. If we can land these combos together, it's going to spell a lot of trouble for Ethereal.
Most definitely that, on top of the Death Sonata or Saba coming in to get the stuns. So definitely some nice CC capabilities from Decepticons right now. But the amount of damage coming from Autobots right now, you have Valentina, you have the Clint for endgame. So I mean, just it's definitely it's up in the air. I guess the real question on this is if Aether Explicit can get these CC chains down, then they can definitely take this game. Early, mid to late, they just need to be able to land, right after level 4, they need to be able to make some of these combos happen. If they can't do that, then the game will easily fall into the sides of Autobots here.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
And here we go with our last and final matchup, Autobots versus Decepticons. Last match of Ethereal versus
The tournament lobby was wouldn't let me move. That was weird.
That could have been bad. We might have been watching this whole game from the fountain. But
That
as
would've
Private
been-
was saying, this is the last game of the night. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, hit that share button. Let us know who your favorite team is, Autobots or Decepticons. This is Ethereal representing the Autobots up against Aether Explicit on the side of Decepticons. We're already seeing some early game aggression. Zeus Fave trying to get some invade, slow down this Granger, slow down Hina, but Sushi and Boca Roscoe do not want to let that happen, Private.
Yeah, a lot of damage going on to Zia's favor, but Chef is able to come in here, provide some support for the retreat. But man, it was looking pretty shaky there for Zia's favor for a little bit. And Ash Cuttie's going to come in here, put some damage on, and a real good job of Sushi here providing that support for Boca while they're here in the mid. So that might be the name of the game as we get on into the mid and late game, that support there and how well that those two can kind of cohesively use their characters together.
Yeah, you know, maybe the weakness of first game was the fact that Boca Roscoe was so mobile on the Farza. Because we saw in second game, like, we see that when Sushi and Boca stay together, they make some amazing plays. So I think that might be the key to their victory here is don't be, you know, just kind of move as a unit, those two, because they do wonderful when they do that. So this might be exactly what they need. You know, not one super mobile hero and one less mobile hero. Yes, the Atlas does have that speed boost, but I don't think Sushi's gonna go too far from Boko as he is more of a tank, you know, towards Boca on that Farza is like ready to go. He's like, see you later, Sushi, I'm going to make a play, you know?
Not even just that, but a little bit of an ult here. Ash Cutie actually might be in trouble, is able to dash away. Zia's favor taking a lot of damage from that ult on Sicilian, but not able to go ahead and capitalize. But they are going to go ahead and have to go. Oop, they're not going to. They're going to go ahead and try to help out with this turtle that's here in mid. And M-Boy Chef does take it. We do see that ult by Atlas. Ash Cutie does take down Granger. Saba takes down Bombi. Sushi able to get to the kill onto Ash Cutie. A lot of damage just coming on here. Chef might be in trouble, taking a lot of damage. Oh, and is able to get away. And Boca Roscoe gets caught by Zia's favorite. And and then, of course, Templess from
fires
there.
back.
Yeah, one after the other until it's a 3v3 or 3-on-3 deaths here.
In typical cartoon fashion, 3-3, Autobots and Decepticons pick each other off one by one in the final game of the night. Autobots have been reigning tall. Can Decepticons finally get a win here? Templess in this top lane. Templess, once again, hasn't been having the best time, but it seems like he is adjusting to Aldos in total. Last game, he was making some nice plays, timing himself a bit better, engaging a little bit better. In this game, I hope we see him only get better on this hero as this tournament moves on, because he's gonna need to. If they plan on winning this game and moving deeper into this bracket, they're gonna need to tighten up overall.
Yeah, we did see Popo making good use, Saba making good use of the that dog, able to block the ult from Johnson. Bomi actually might be in a little bit of trouble, is able to get away, but I don't know. I think Sushi is on him. The jig is up. Just catch him with an ult.
flicker.
He does get taken out. Zia's favorite over here trying to put some damage on the Sushi. Not sure if it's going to be enough. Saba and Hina are trying to get away. A lot of damage there from M-Boy, but it looks like it's going to be cut off short as they are able to get to safety.
What?
You know, one thing M-Boy, whether he's on the Grimlock or he's on the Ling, I think he has a really good gauge on, like, when he can push. You know, like, he was pretty much 1v2 there, but he knew that they were out of their skills. He knew they couldn't do much, and he has a good gauge on when I can really try to hammer in, even if it feels like I'm outnumbered. Like, I know that I still have the advantage here. So it's definitely a jungler that I like to keep my eye on, not only for this event, but in the future.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of damage coming out here at mid, while Ethereal are able to go ahead and take down that turtle. Neither team actually able to adjust to get an objective out of these team fights, so we're both kind of dead even. Scores looking about the same, and the gold lead is about the same. Neither team really getting an advantage out of these fights.
Yeah, and at this point, it's going to be a while until the next turtle's up, so we're just probably going to see a little bit of jockeying around the map. Templess in the top lane, he is possibly getting ganked here. This could be rough for him. Wondering exactly what's going on up there. X-Borg trying to get the push. Tempest maybe fighting back here though. But again, nothing too major happening. Both teams taking it a bit slower than what we've been seeing overall in the past 2 games.
Yeah, being very careful here. We do see Hina going ahead and putting some damage onto M-Boy, Lycan pounce, and then he does roll backwards into it. Oh, Sushi does go ahead and get in there, baited out Ash Cutie to go ahead and get closer, unfortunately. And so we do have a 4-5 lead here, and a tower goes down for the side of Aether Explicit.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the combo between Boca Roscoe and the Sicilian and Sushi on the Atlas, and honestly, I'm noticing it's even better than I thought it would be in a sense of, it's even better than I thought it would be in a sense of, even if he doesn't land the ultimate of the Fatal Links, the amount of slow that he gives, and though that random freeze paired up with the speed of the ultimate really works.
What?
Oh, a lot of damage going on. The Boca isn't able to get away. I was about to say,
he just ran through that one.
Dude, he just ran through like 4 people. Like,
Let's go.
Are we gonna go through here?
Just gonna
Nah, grab
squeeze
the
right
camera.
through you guys.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
now
it's
trying to take
starting
some
to look
blue buffs
more.
here.
Yeah, Ash Cutie starting to come online more and more here as this game starts progressing, putting on more and more damage. We do see that M-Boy is going to go ahead and force his way onto this turtle, and we see that Clint takes that bottom tower here, and there really isn't much that Aether Explicit is able to do. And unfortunately, the momentum... Oh, we got that third Zia's favorite coming in. Does land on the sub. And unfortunate.
Oh, my God.
Little, oh, my God. And there goes Clint. Like, unfortunately, everybody got out of the way, and Saba was standing there like, what?
Lonnie?
It's so unfortunate.
Still definitely worth it. And I love the fact that they were ready to go. Like, you know, Zia's favorite gets in that back line, takes him out, and Clint is just ready to jump in. He's like, he completely switches directions, and all right, let's do this. Let's engage. Ethereal has each other's backs, and I love seeing that in a team that, like, even from a move like that was kind of, you know, didn't seem completely planned. And I guess you can't really when you're with Johnson. You just got to kind of make those plays on the fly, and they're doing it very well.
Yeah, we do see Atlas does land that ult on there, is able to take down Ash Cutie very quickly with the help of Boca Roscoe. And man, I love seeing great Atlas players being able to land these, because so many times, mostly when I'm playing him, do you see... Oh, my gosh.
I don't know how that wall got there.
Yeah, Chef here is battling it out. We do see the last insanity he uses to escape here. Sushi gonna go ahead and hide out in that bush. Not sure if he's gonna actually be able to get Xborg. And yeah, both teams kind of seem to be resetting, testing where they're going to be going next here. A lot of damage. Actually might be a little bit of trouble here for Ethereal. Zia's favorite is caught out here. Not much that M-Boy or Zia's or Ash Cutie can do. Another ult on the Ash Cutie, but able to get away. But we do see Saba latch on. A lot of damage going on to him. He's able to get away. Saba actually paid for it. Atlas is coming in.
He's so fast.
Oh my God. That was scary. But Ash Cutie able to get out of the way, and both.
Now he's coming on to M-Boy.
M-Boy is in trouble. Not able to Lycan pounce out of that one. And it does go down. So, and we're still at 8-9. Things are so even between these teams right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, towers, 2 towers apiece, gold almost completely even. One thing I got to point out, Tempest definitely getting a much better grip in this game, sitting at 2-0-2. So game 1, 0-4 in the first few minutes. Game 3, 2-0. So we're definitely seeing a lot of growth from him, but the Lord does go to the side of Ethereal here. A bit of a concealed play. See if anything happens. Sushi maybe trying to do something major. Nothing too much, though, but it looks like Ethereal wants to try to fight here.
Yeah, they do, but they're going to get disengaged on. Aether Explicit got what they wanted. They got that Lord, and it is going to be pushing down here. It was unanswered, too. So they do have a decent amount of breathing room. They are going to be able to kind of readjust around the map, pick off what they want to do here, and possibly be able to get a tower. I'm just not sure at this point, especially with a non-Luminous Lord, what they're going to actually be able to take advantage of here. But I know Ash Cutie might be in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, and we do see that land on the Boca Roscoe. Might be a little bit of trouble
big fatal
coming
links
on to Saba. Saba and all of them. Ash Cutie goes down. Big damage coming out. Boy able to take down Saba. Zia's favorite is the next one to go down, and we have a 3v4 here pushing onto this mid tower. This is not the position you want to be in with a Lord coming down at your bottom lane.
Yeah, this could definitely be it. They do have the Clint who should be able to do some nice damage, but Sushi doesn't want to let that happen.
Oh my god.
This
could be
actually
it.
might be it.
Decepticons
Coco,
closing the
Roscoe, Hina, and
gap.
Templess are going to be pushing on with this Lord. Not sure that they're going to actually be able to make something happen here. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and wisely disengage. They got what they wanted. They're already in the base at the 10-minute mark. So
Yeah, not only that, but they have a decent goal lead. They've caused a lot of damage, and I think they feel comfortable for once Templess starting to scale a lot on this Aldos and actually make some great plays. Not only that, but you know, we were talking about the way that how they need to make sure they're comboing up these sets, and Sushi has definitely not failed us, landing so many important fatal links on almost always at least 2 members and making it count so much, and the rest of the team is always there to help make sure it matters even more. So I think at this point, the side of Autobots, they need to be careful about how they approach these team fights, not being too grouped up, coming from angles, not just jumping right into Sushi here, because it's definitely it's a definite death threat every time they walk into these team fights.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. The main problem with the first match is Boca Roscoe on his own, able to disengage, able to get in very quickly with that Farja, but without the support with teams of this caliber, they're just going to single him out. And if he runs away, there's going to be somebody that's going to chase him. So he needs something that. And he's working very well with something like this over here with Sushi that can support him, that can peel for him, that can make sense for him, and that's what's happening here. Especially Sushi is just being absolutely amazing right now. Templess putting on them boots and scampering away. And I'm not really sure there's going to be much here that can stop this Luminous Lord, but there looks like Ethereal is going to go ahead and at least attempt here. We do see Sanguine Claws coming out there. M-Boy is going to go ahead and try to disengage Zia's favorite, pushing into this Lord that is now at half health. Bommy going to go ahead and try to push out Templess. Are we going to have a little bit of Saba takes down Zia's favorite? Do we have a retry game? M-Boy able to steal it, making the escape like a thief in the night. Oh,
a thief in the night.
Killed.
Oh god.
I do not think it's enough. A wave coming down the
think
mid.
so.
They are just going to try to hammer this home. And then this now 20 seconds on the death count for Ash Cutie,
Yeah, we still
13
do
for
have-
Zia. They may be able to finish this. Chef a little bit low here, Private.
Yeah, they do have the last
Jesus.
insanity up though to be able to clear those. It's gone. Is he going to be able to do it? And no, we do have
Trying.
a coming on. Oh my god! They save it. Oh my gosh! A lot of damage, able to clear that out. Is this going to be enough though? We have 30 seconds on the timers here. They're going to go ahead and try to
This
push
is
with this.
100%.
Oh my gosh!
If that's how this ends, I am so sad. I am so sad. Overcommitted.
Oh, the damage that he can do to
Taking
these towers.
the bit. And with Clint on their
guys,
back,
for the
they're going to melt
win.
this.
Yeah,
10
they got it in hand.
seconds.
7
8,
seconds left on
7,
He's going to be able to take
It's,
this
it's
out.
over.
5,
It's over.
4, 3.
It's
This
over.
is it.
GG.
Autobots
A
a
huge whiff coming from
Wow!
Aether Explicit.
That was like a 1 in a million chance.
No, I mean that was a throw. I'm sorry, I can't say Lord. They lose Lord at the moment Lord popped up. They had to back off, but again, like you're sitting there. I know what they're doing. They're in VC. They're like, just end it. Focus base. Focus
Well,
base.
that's what-
Focus base.
I mean, I don't know if you can call that a throw. The base had
Yeah.
like a snippet of health left. So I mean, I don't know anybody else who wouldn't have made that call, especially with how
Have to,
close
right?
they came to it. Oh my gosh.
That was rough. You're right.
Wow.
Not a throw. And like it's now or never. You go for it. You make the call and you commit to it. But it does not pay off. Autobots
Wow.
reign victorious in tonight's armor.
100%. Your boy G in the house, the best Autobot on the block. No.
What
Wow.
a finish to the night. Definitely did not disappoint. It was worth the wait. Ethereal takes a win with an insane last-minute reverse sweep of the game.
Wow.
Every match, every series going to the top 3. Definitely one heck of a night, guys. Ultimate Clash tournament has not disappointed me personally, and I'm excited for tomorrow night's games.
Dude. Dude, I was on the edge of my seats right there. I gave up on Autobots. I gave up on them. I gave up on them, bro. And
How dare you?
And then Bumblebee turns it around. Gets the
Never
dub.
give up on the good guys. Never give up on the good guys.
Listen, I'm gonna give a
Of
pat to
all-
my Bumblebee right here, you know? Camaros for the win.
Of all the ways to end a night, not just a series, not just the matches, but the way to end the night
Yeah.
with a turnaround like that, where you already have written them off. I'm waiting for the damage screen to pop up and
Plot armor.
Wow.
yeah, and you see that they are able to defend with just a little bit of health left onto the core,
Wow.
and 30-second timers on Aether Explicit. Unfortunately, I mean, a great game played by both teams, and like Aether Explicit executing their plan. They did everything they were supposed to, and then right at the end, unfortunately, that's what happens when you start getting into that late game, and those team wipes just really cost you. Oh,
Definitely tough. I mean, there's nothing you can even say. The chef's kiss of the night, an insane finish. No, you know, we as casters, we love moments like that. Those are the things that make all of this so worth it. And of course, they wait until the very end to have one of the most insane finishes to a game I've seen in a while. Definitely well worth the wait. But that is it for day 1 of the Ultimate Clash. It has been a long stream, and once again, thank you to everyone who hung out the whole time. If you sat through this whole 6 hours and watched it all, you are a trooper. And Private and G, both of you guys are troopers. It's been an amazing night, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Any last words from you, G or Private?
Autobots roll out.
All right.
a great game.
That's
by
how I was
all
gonna
the
finish
teams
it.
Here. Great games by all the teams here. It's been fun. I absolutely love these types of matches where it's not just the same old meta. We have something new and something fresh in there, and just hopefully all the teams were having as fun as well, win or lose.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a lot of fun. So we'll let G close it out. You know what to say.
GG's. Good night. And I'll see you guys.
No, Autobots roll
later.
out. What the heck?
We all gonna do
Give
it?
you
Let's
the
do
opening,
it.
bro.
Let's do
Oh my
it.
God.
Come on.
Autobots,
Roll out.
loud.
I don't know them. I was found.
See you guys tomorrow,
We found the
6
potato.
p.m. Eastern.